Good evening, boys, girls, and MBs of all shapes, all sizes, all colors, and all orientations. Welcome to the one and only Alec Gunter stream. My name is Alec Gunter. It's so good to be back. I'm very glad that I did what I did last. What the no! Okay, it's doing this thing again. Sorry, for those who have not been here before, don't know, this is a weird glitch that my OBS gives me sometimes where it just shows the desktop for no, like it just switches to the desktop thing. So I do have to close out of OBS for just a minute. You guys should not have to go anywhere. I apologize if I lied about that, but it should be just 1 second, so I'll be right back. Alright, are we good? Can we all see me? Oh, shoot, I forgot my necklace. Hold on, the necklace completes the look. I need the necklace. Yeah, the chain really brings this together. Hold on. I would do some more drip on my hands, but I'd like to keep those free for crocheting later because I will be doing some of that more than likely, unless I get too tired by the end. This will be like my first, proper, politics stream back. I guess it's not exact, it's not the politics that I usually do. It's mostly just going to be drama, which, whatever. So much swag. Thank you. This is an original. I wish I had written down the name of the shop, to be honest. I was like, oh, remember it. Nope. I got it at a shop the other day while I was, downtown. And they were having like a little market, I guess, because a local thing was going on. And it's an original from an Indian shop. It is from a one-of-a-kind artist, so you will not find this shirt anywhere else, which is pretty dope. I got another one as well, a green one. But on the advice of a good friend of mine, aka Tina, I did the white shirt today with it, and I think it really makes it pop. It's very good. I had a gray shirt before with it. It's not bad. I just think the white does in fact look better. Dude, if I were more jacked right now, I would do a fucking wife beater under this. Well, I guess I wouldn't need to be jacked. You'd barely be able to see my muscles anyway. Okay. Before we get started, I have my dinner in front of me. Hold on. Am I getting YouTube chat? I should be getting YouTube chat. How's your day so far? It's good, thank you. Boy dinner, indeed. So, I made... it takes like all of 20 minutes after the chicken's pulled. You just have to pull chicken. But once you do that, like I pulled a rotisserie chicken. And then, after that, it takes like 20 minutes. Look at that. That's called a taco pocket. I found the recipe for it online. It is hella good. It is made from croissant rolls. So this is basically 2 croissant rolls put together and into like a little burrito. And then inside of the burrito, before you cook it, you throw in the rotisserie chicken. There is a mixture of sour cream, salsa, like it's a sauce I made with sour cream, salsa, and taco mix, taco seasoning. And then cheese, four cheese Mexican blend, and then Katie recommended that I put some cilantro on it. I didn't put any on mine, but I put some on hers just to see if she likes the flavor. I might try a little bit of the one with cilantro. Have you heard of the pit? I have not. Wait, actually, yes, I have. I think the family that I work for talks about it. Find us crispy pancakes. What? Mind sharing the recipe? Yeah, hold on. Hold on, let me see if I can find it in my history, because there's several. Perfect. It's a UK thing. I've never heard of this. Tasteofhome.com. Can you not? Tasteofhome.com/recipe/chicken-taco-pockets. There you go. Good stuff. It's very good. It is so good. I'm gonna eat some of it. I don't know if I'm gonna eat all of it right now. They're pretty big. They're pretty beefy. It's like a whole ass restaurant dish. Really good. Perfect for summer. Oh my god. It's so good. And I haven't eaten all day either. We got here, what is this? I don't think I can watch a trailer. Here. How small can I make it? Here, we'll keep the music going.
Makes two.
And I'll just dance the mouse around in front of it. There you go. Elevator. What's a good word? We're fucked. 52 in the waiting room, and it's not even 7. Oh, wait, I've heard of this. Yeah. No, this is that one show where, like, it's like the hospital, right? Yeah, it looks really good. I should watch this. Gotta love the copyright. Love it. The visual is the biggest issue with copyright from my experience. You can get dinged on audio still. Obviously with music, but like also just with you know. Although, I guess I am doing a Jubilee coverage later on. I'm gonna have to figure out a workaround for that. I gotta download a GIF. That's what I gotta do. Here. Let's see. There's like a jungle border. That one looks nice. You can put a little jungle over it. Give it a nice natural feel. Can I get a PNG, please? Okay, I have a solution for this. I want the magic wand. Tolerance 50. 60 is fine. Not contiguous. Boom. Done. Flip the image, maybe? No. We'll just go with the jungle border. It's kind of pixelated, but I'll fix it when I... Here, I'll get it on here. Hold on. I should probably keep it as an asset, just in case I need it for reacting, huh? Image. Here, let's get a video up so we can test this. We'll do the pit. Image. Jungle border. Just like that. We'll put it... Well, it still needs to go below my webcam. There we go. I think that works. We just have to clean it up a little bit. Opacity. We can reduce the opacity probably a little bit, right? Yeah. I think that's fine. Contrast. No. Whatever. Good enough. You think that'll be enough? I want to increase the opacity again. I'm not comfortable. Whatever. You guys will have to deal with it. This is how we're watching the Jubilee segment today. It's not too bad. It's really not.
50,000 people die every day in the world. Today you got one. I'm gonna get more before the shift is over. Tier 1 trauma now.
It might not hurt to keep the music on too. Funny enough. But I might turn it down like to that.
More morphine. I'm gonna stop the bleeding.
Would that be too much? No, I think people will get annoyed by the music. That's not usually the kind of content I put out. I think we'll be fine with just the jungle frame. This looks good though. I don't want to play too much of it, just because I don't have to. It's so good. It's so good. It's funny enough. I only have 2 new things to show you, and they're both kind of the same thing. You may have seen my YouTube posts, but I made this one And then I decided that he needed a friend, so now I have 2 of them. 2 love discs. I think I did pretty good. The eyes bulge more on this one, and I'm not entirely sure why, though. Like, technically the eyes are not supposed to be this fucking big, but you know what? It's cute. And they're fish, so whatever. It looks fine. And also, they're not Pokemon, per se, right? They're not they're heart-shaped fish creatures. So, from what I've seen on the YT medical space, they say The Pit is one of the better medical dramas. It looks like it. I mean, having been in a like on the nurse's side of the hospital before, I could probably tell you. And just from the trailers, it looked very real. I already spend too much time in a hospital. I don't need to watch all these hospital shows. I'm sorry to hear that. Alright, let me take a few more bites. And then, I guess we'll just get right into it, right? Like, just hit me with it, right? Whatever. Yeah. Yeah, if you guys are looking to make something that has magnificent presentation, the only tricky part to making this, is rolling up the croissant dough. Don't stuff it too full, or you will not be able to roll it up. That being said, since I eat it with a fork, it's really not a big deal. You can just fold it over, and you don't really have to connect it on the other side. It's really good. Whatever. Like, if the presentation is sloppy, it's not a big deal. But, if you're, like, trying to impress a girlfriend, right? Or, you know, baddie thembo, or is it... Am I allowed to... Wait, no, thembe's the one that people don't like. Thembe's the one that people don't like. If you're down bad for a they-them, and you make they-them a nice fancy dinner, this is one... Like, this is such a cheap, good option. And it's delicious. And the presentation is beautiful. As long as you roll it properly. Also, cishet men, women find it very hot when a man can cook. You don't even have to be like a 5-star fucking chef. If you can make like a really good basic dish, like if you can make a ball-ass chicken sandwich or a taco, like she'll munch on that. She will be all about it. Just know how to make like decent tasting food and you will land whatever woman you want. You feed them and they will come. In many ways. Okay. Let me go place this in the kitchen for later consumption. And then we'll get started. Okay, I'm back. Before we get started, real quick, does anybody want to take a stab at what this bad boy is gonna be? It's in the very early stages, so I'd be surprised. Well, not like super early, but like early as in you'd be hard pressed to tell what this is gonna be. I will give you increasingly specific hints, up to 3, and then if nobody can get it after 3 hints, oh yeah, I was using a pipe cleaner as a stitch marker because I lost all of mine. But now I haven't. I found a bunch. So beret? No. I guess clue number 0. Clue number 0, because for those who don't know, I mainly crochet plushies. So this is going to be a plushie. So that's clue number 0. You get 3 more. It's going to be a plushie of something. Some kind of stuffed thingamabob. Okay, your first clue, the magnet guy. Your first clue is that it's a Pokemon. Not a super specific clue. It is, if you mean Voltorb, no. This is not going to be Voltorb or Electrode. No. It is not going to be a giant Pokeball, neither. It will be a Pokemon. Okay, your second clue... Your second clue is that it is a Pokemon that is not from Generation 1. So no Magikarp. No Magikarp, no Voltorb. If you're thinking of any of the obvious 151, you're wrong. It's going to be the Mushroom Dude from Gen 5. Nope. It's Pikachu. It's just the one Pikachu cheek. This is... Okay, so, yeah, this is Pikachu's cheek right here. I'm crocheting a Gigantamax Pikachu. Ditto. I actually did buy the perfect color for Ditto today, because I decided I want to make a Ditto. I bought a nice lavender. It's gonna be beautiful. Okay, your final clue. What's a good final clue? Here, let me see. Let me see something. I'm trying to think of like a fun fact for this Pokemon. Okay, it's Pokedex entry. It's Pokedex entry from Pokemon Crystal, the first Pokemon game I ever played. Is as follows: the fluid secreted by its toes carves holes in rocks for nesting and can be mixed with berries to make a drink. That is the Pokédex entry from Pokemon Crystal. Shuckle, you got it. Good job, Valdez Shark. Good job. Moody Mooney, good job. Very good, very good. Yes, Shuckle. And I bought garden wire so that the neck and the limbs will be posable. So you can pose them in any position you want. Wouldn't that be awesome, dude? That thing will make Mundo dollary dues if I end up selling it. I also want to make a shiny one, of course, because he needs a friend. Oh, great idea. Wait. Great idea, because we live under capitalism, right? So capitalist brain rot coming out. I make the regular and I make the shiny, right? Both of them. And then here's the crazy part. I sell them separately unless you want to get both. You can get both, and you can get a nice little, like, 15% discount if you get both. And they'll, like, be, like, 225 a piece. Listen, I know that sounds like a lot, but if you're a Pokemon nerd, this is a one-of-a-kind fucking... And Shuckle is not that popular of a Pokemon, mind you. Okay? So it'll be like 200 a piece, but if you get both of them, it'll be 375. I don't know if 25 is 15%. I don't think 25 is 15% of 200. I don't know what is. Sorry. Or $30, right? It'd be 270. It'd be 270. My brain kicked in and was like, no, fuck you, dude. You're smarter than that. Dumbass. Okay. We gotta do slop. If I make you a custom knife, can I just trade that for a plush? Not a bad trade offer. Hit me up in DMs. That would be fun. That'd be a fun little barter. Besides, I got my wife a knife way back for one of the first birthdays we had together. I think the second birthday, I got her a knife, and she still has it, and she loves it, and I need one, so yeah, that'd be a good trade, and that would be special too. I feel like that would be special instead, rather than me just like buying a knife. Okay, we need to start. So as many of you are probably aware, I recently uploaded a video that actually did quite well. Much better than I anticipated. Doing over 30,000 right now, I think. Close to 40, 35K, 35K, not bad right there. Sorry about that. That's going to be for later. That'll make sense if you watch my Jubilee react. Anyway, so as you can see, I did pretty good on that one. A lot of people, it seems like in Nyara VT's community, the people who enjoy her content, are coming to her defense, which is good, because frankly, I haven't seen a whole lot of people talking about this. Like, it just kind of is slid that, like, Asmongold sent his entire band of goons after an innocent trans creator. You know, like, that's kind of shitty, no? So, like, if you are a content creator out there, this deserves some attention, I think, personally. But anyway, I know there's a lot of shit going on, I know. There's a lot of shit going on. So, you know what? Just, it's fine. If you're out there and you need something to cover this. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, Asmongold responded. There was this tweet that went out. Asmongold responds to Nyara, accusing him of leading a harassment campaign against her. Just stay away from the kids. Everybody hates this bitch. Create drama, and now you throw shit at somebody else. Think you can get a Twitter mob? I'll give it back to you.
You call it whatever you want. Just stay away from the kids. Just stop trying to groom.
Staying away from the kids means letting them die in many cases. So, no, I won't be doing that.
Groom kids. I'm not asking for a lot, am I?
Dog, kids watch you wipe your bloody gums, your unwashed fucking teeth, on your white walls in your room. They watch cockroaches crawl along your body while you point it out. They listen to you talk about how you use a dead rat carcass as an alarm clock because when the sun hits it, it stinks and it wakes you up. By the way, just so you all know, I don't think that's technically even supposed to happen. I don't think you're supposed to be able to be woken up by smells. Can smells wake you up? You know what? It did wake him up. You know what? It did. You know why? Sulfur. It's the sulfur. Okay. It's not the scent of the rat that woke him up. Understand this. This is an extra layer of this. The rat carcass was so bad that it hit his nose, and his nose told him, dog, this is toxic. This is literally like shit made to kill you. Please, for the love of God, get rid of this. And then he's just like, time to get up. Okay, dude. Yeah, kids should listen to you, right, man? I'm not saying he thinks that kids should listen to him, but trust me, kids do. Like, you have plenty of kids in your audience. Don't pretend like you don't know that. Fuck you, man.
Damn.
I'd much rather kids watch, like, any given trans creator, like, maybe other than Blair White, than you. Even, honestly, Blair White. At least Blair White's fucking clean. Sorry. Like, I just, like, clean yourself up, man. I know I keep harping on it, but, like, it's the only thing I can say to you is clean your goddamn life up.
Just stop doing that. And yeah, I don't know what this is. The person posted this themselves. I wouldn't be surprised. No, you can complain and cry and...
Replace the webcam. If you're talking to me, sorry about the focus. I need to be in a specific position, which is like over here, so that it like doesn't autofocus. I think I'm better. I think
mad
this is
about
better.
this and act like a victim all you want, but the thing is, I'm not gonna stop doing it. I don't give a fuck. You cry all you want. It fucking makes it funnier for me. And the thing is, that means I know it's working. And so anyway, one clip is canceling. Nah, bro. Like everybody hates this bitch.
I really do hate him. Like, what do we even do about this, man? What does society do about a creature like this? This cancer. What is one to do? I don't understand like how do we cleanse this? Cause like it's kind of crazy. Like this sort of brain rot is just like not even just brain rot. That's not like doing it justice. Like this. How do you describe it? How do you describe it? It's like, I don't know. It's just like a disease. Like, the human race is diseased and he is the disease. Quite literally, actually. Like, when you think about it. I just can't believe that, like, this man is the biggest politics streamer on the goddamn Twitch platform. And, like, he uses his platform to shit on innocent people. I meant out your face back over this. What? Put your face back over his? Oh, sorry. Yeah, you want me to go back over here? Nope, sorry. You guys got to observe the horror.
And the reason why, I'll tell you the reason why, is because she leads cancel campaigns against another
He's just admitting that he likes bullying people. Fuck you.
person. So this dumb bitch goes and starts leading a massive cancel campaign on Kirshi, saying how she's a racist, a Nazi, trying to get her sponsors taken away. And then I call her out, and I don't even say a whole lot. I just play her own.
Is she still talking about Nyara? Hold on.
She leads canceling? Nah, bro. Like, everybody hates this bitch. And the reason why, I'll tell you the reason why, is because she leads cancel campaigns against another person. So this dumb bitch goes and starts leading a massive cancel campaign on Kirshi, saying how she's a racist, a Nazi, trying to get her...
Okay, well, if she is a racist and a Nazi, then maybe she should be taken off the fucking platform. Yeah, I don't care. Like, yeah. Whatever.
Her sponsors taken away, and then I call her out, and I don't even say a whole lot. I just play her own clip.
Hell, I'm more than happy leading a cancel campaign against you, man. Like, I don't think that you should be allowed on the platform. If only because your room is like a fucking disgusting cesspool. I don't think you should be allowed to show that, like, to a bunch of impressionable people for however fucking long you stream. They think that's okay to live like that. It's not. The way you live is not okay. But beyond that, the things you say are not okay as well. If I recall, you were extraordinarily racist against the Palestinians, basically stating they deserve to be genocided. Like, I just don't understand how you can get worse than, like a worse failure than this human being, this scumfuck.
Of her saying it, she, I don't give
no
a fuck
redeeming
what their
qualities.
gender is. She acts like a...
And he's not interesting. He's not, like, funny at all. Like, none of this is interesting or funny. This is not, like, good content.
Woman, somebody's trans. I'm not going to go and play these gender games. I don't give a fuck about that. You a man, you a woman, you neither. You a retard. And that's a fact.
Whoa, he said, whoa.
And the fact is, like, I'm calling...
Wait, what did he say?
You a retard. And that's a fact. You a roach.
Oh my god. Does he know that he's called the Roach King? He has to know that. He has to know that, right? Like, he is the undisputed Roach King, Asmongold. He calls other people roaches. Oh, does he do it ironically? Is he like taking the piss? He's like, oh, I'm the Roach King, but like you're the actual Roach, bro. Like, okay, like I just, like it doesn't work, man, because they don't have roaches. You do, you live with them, okay? Sorry.
And the fact is, like,
They've
I'm
adopted
calling
you.
this
You're a
out,
roach
and
now.
I said this is disgusting. I don't think I give a fuck what gender somebody thinks they are. I don't care about that. You want to call yourself a woman, dress up like a cat girl? Fine, you're a girl. I don't care. Like, the thing is, to me, I care about what you're doing.
You don't think that trans children exist. You are pushing harmful stereotypes about trans people, calling them pedophiles and shit. It is not pedophilia to say that trans kids exist and let them live their fucking lives. That's not pedophilia! The only people thinking about children's fucking genitals and doing pedophilia are the transphobes. Nobody thinks about a children's genitals. Nobody normal, at least. Okay? Nobody normal. So, like, when I see a girl sitting in the playground, I said this last time, right? If I see a girl sitting in the playground, this 9-year-old girl, right? Whatever. Long hair, wearing a dress, you know, just, I assume girl. What's your name? Probably like Brittany or Tiffany or whatever, right? Whatever. Girl. I'm not thinking about her fucking dick and balls! Okay? That's disgusting!
Am I crazy? I care about what you're doing. Like, I don't care about, like, some bullshit like
Leave
that.
trans kids
Just
alone!
about this. And so the fact is that people like to go and turn this into some kind of an issue. Nah, man. You go around and you start this trouble.
It's parents' rights this, parents' rights that. Oh my god. I don't know if he's on the parents' rights thing, but most transphobes are. So when I hear parents' rights, I'm triggered because I'm like, oh, like what they actually mean is transphobia. They want the right to be, to abuse their trans children and their queer children and say that like, oh, I'm going to put my my queer children in a conversion therapy camp so that he throws himself off the roof 3 weeks in. Because he hasn't successfully prayed the gay away, and he's convinced that God hates him. You know, like, that's what you mean by parents' rights, man. If you actually care about pedophilia, about child abuse, look to the conservatives. Look at red states, okay? It's rampant. It's disgusting. Look at the churches. You know this. Everybody knows this. It's disgusting. Trans people are not overly represented in pedophilia. They're not. They're not. They're not a danger to society. They're just normal fucking people, including kids. Shut the fuck up.
You create drama, and now you throw shit at somebody else, and you think that you can get a Twitter.
The bigots create the drama. Okay? Every time. Almost every time, unless there's leftist infighting. But usually when there's drama, quote unquote, between conservatives and leftists, it's like one side thinks that, like, we shouldn't think about the genitalia of children or worry about the medical decisions made between them and their families. Like, and then the other side is like, no, we need to send children to gulags. Gulags, where we can electroshock them into no longer being gay or trans. That's what we need. We need to send them, we need to make sure that parents can, do whatever they want to their kids without any kind of restriction whatsoever, because they feel like it. Oh, hey, Nyara, what's up? Good to see you, good to see you. Just going over Roach King. I cannot, like, this motherfucker, he called you a roach dog. That's crazy fucking work. He called you a roach. That's insane. There's a longer clip on YouTube. Okay, we can go to that. Hold up. Asmongold. Is it on Asmongold clips? Where's it at? Or is it on yours? I looked for Asmongold Nyara, saw a 7-minute video. Okay. There we go.
We're gonna read a few more of these.
Okay, we'll skip over the part
virtual VTubers,
that we already did.
VTuber Niara is facing a harassment campaign.
That's true.
You call it whatever you want. Just stay.
Dude, you have like fucking, you have like an actual small nation following you. Okay? You sent that number of people after a creator for doing nothing wrong. Yeah, that's harassment.
Away from the kids.
Okay, we already watched this part.
Just stop trying to groom kids. You create drama, and now you throw shit at somebody else, and you think that you can get a Twitter mob behind you. Then I come back, and I give it back to you. Fucking, you know, that video got like 1 million fucking views. A lot of people.
Yeah, no, that's not the same, brother, okay? You know that. Nyara's like slightly bigger than me as a channel. Like slightly. Like, and I'm minuscule. I am a tiny, tiny boy, okay? I'm small. I'm not impressive. I'm a small guy, okay? Just get over it. You know, it's not about the size, about what you do with it. Anyway, I'm a small channel, and Yara's not that much bigger than me. So, like, how is the cognitive dissonance like this? Like, it's completely fucking different. Completely different. Rank 2 on... He's number 2 on Twitch. That's insane. I don't know why. I think, honestly, humanity's a failed race. Because, like, the more I think about it, the more I'm like, wow, actually, like, he's number 2 on, like, the... Okay, you know what? Actually, I think humans are just fundamentally broken. I think there's something wrong with us.
Watch that. Everybody's shitting on you. Well, welcome.
If the fact that he exists was in the first place was not enough, the fact that he's number 2 on Twitch.tv, that's plenty.
Welcome to the fucking show.
Failed
if
race.
You can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen because it's not going to stop. We're going to keep going. We're going to get rats, roaches, and losers like this out of the space as much as possible.
He does do it on purpose.
And that's it. And you get mad about it? Or
dude, that doesn't even work as an insult for you. You love rats and roaches. You do. If you didn't, you take steps to get rid of them. Like, for good. Like, you would have done so in the first place. You wouldn't have used one as a fucking alarm clock. I can't believe that. Like, in my head, I was like, wait, for the longest time, I thought I had this, like, crazy thought, right? Where it's like, no, smells aren't supposed to wake you up. Like, if somebody farts and you're still sleeping, like, you don't wake up from that. You don't wake up from that. But, again, the rat was so bad, and the compounds were so, like toxic by that point, that it basically acted like smelling salts. It's so disgusting. Ugh.
or whatever.
It doesn't
you
work.
cry
You
about
love
it,
rats and
You
roaches.
act like a victim about it. All that does is make me want to do it more. Because
Fuck
I know
you.
that it's working. These people are a cancer. And I
Oh,
wanna
us
say
are.
that
Yeah,
this is very
totally.
important.
We're the cancer.
I don't want to do this.
It's not like all the fucking medical and scientific data is on our side. It's not like the things that we advocate for like demonstrably make the world a better place to live, and the things that you advocate for and do make it worse. Like, your very presence is rot itself. Like literally, my man ate the rot fruit. Like, crazy work. He can summon roaches and rats.
They are the ones that are doing this. I am simply responding and protecting what I think is...
The Logia roach fruit. Oh my god, he's made of roaches. Yeah, bugs, right? The bug fruit. It's a Logia type. Right? Would that work as a Logia? Like, no, because that's not like a substance. It would have to be like a... It's a special grade. It's a special grade Logia Zoan. Logia Zoan. Special grade. It's technically like considered Logia, but it's partially a Zoan because it has roach imbued in it. I'm a genius.
A person's right
Oda,
to
are you
express
listening?
themselves
We
and
need
be
this in
themselves.
LBAF. LBAF's not exciting enough
That's
yet.
it. think is a person.
By the way, for those who are keeping up with One Piece, if you've hit chapter 1150, you know that I'm yanking your fucking chain. Elbath is fucking insane. No spoilers.
Person's right to express
oh my
themselves and be themselves. That's it.
What did he just say?
Is a person's right to express themselves and be themselves.
No. I'm sorry. I would revoke that right from you. You don't get to be yourself. Okay? It is not being yourself to, like, be a piece of shit. If being yourself is being a piece of shit and bullying other people, you don't get to be yourself. Okay? If being a pedophile is being yourself, you know, you don't get to be yourself. Sorry. I'm not saying you're a pedophile. I'm just, like, digging the logic in further.
That's it. Like, I don't even do
Unlike you and your fans, I will not call you a pedophile baselessly.
it for, like, I don't even, like, in a way, I enjoy it because I think that I'm doing the right thing, in a way, so there's, like, a degree of, like, kind of justice that I feel like I'm like, exacting by doing this.
What?
But in a general sense, no.
Oh my god, he's such like a fucking white knight. He's like, I feel like I'm like a hero here, you know, like I'm doing a really good thing, and like, you know, I'm just like saving the day and stuff, you know? Like, dude, shut the fuck up. Shut up. You want to be a fucking hero? Start by cleaning your room. Start by cleaning your room. You will not be a hero if your room is not clean. Sorry, it's not going to happen.
I'm not really, I don't feel like, if you feel like you're getting harassed, that's what happens when you disagree with people. And also, imagine how much harassment Kyoshi got. These people don't care about harassment. They care about themselves getting harassed.
I don't care when bad people get harassed. You are correct. I don't give a shit. Don't care. My community, don't go harassing other people. That's not us. If you happen to get harassed by other people, I don't give a fuck, okay? Because you're a piece of shit. And other people who I do care about and aren't pieces of shit are still getting harassed and being bullied, okay? So I'm going to have a lot more concern in my heart for them than for you, asshole.
They lead harassment campaigns against somebody else. The moment they get it back, they start crying.
If you don't want a harassment campaign against you from lefties, then how about you don't be a piece of shit? I'm not saying lefties should go on harassment campaigns. You shouldn't harass people, okay? That's literally a crime. But like I don't care. If you don't want people to harass you from the left, then don't be a piece of shit. And then generally they won't. It won't always work. I've had some lefties get on my case for stupid shit. Not harassment, but generally speaking, I don't even think leftists harass very much. Like, it does happen. But, like, it doesn't happen nearly as often as fucking conservatives do it. Sorry. Like, it simply doesn't. Next week I'll be back, so it's going to be interesting. What about his community sending death threats after me? Yeah, where are his death threats? From your community. Okay, Asmongold, if you've had people, or if anybody has had death threats who has been against Nyara VT in all of this drama, then share them. Share the usernames. We will ban them. We do not condone death threats. I believe I speak for Nyara VT as well. Nyara VT has been getting death threats from you guys and your communities. What a great place you built, right? What a prosperous little corner of the internet that you have people in your audience who like sending death threats to innocent trans girls who did nothing wrong. Good shit. Good shit. This is why I say you're a cancer, and why it actually works when I say it.
Too bad. Too bad. I'm not going to stop.
Then fuck you.
That's it, Kirsha. Yeah, exactly. She's literally financially hurt. Yeah, of course. And then also, by the way, and this is another thing, keep in mind. So I want to say,
literally, he should be banned. Twitch is not going to ban him. By the way, like, if Asmongold happens to see this, which I know is possible, it's funny how Twitch, like, won't ban you for any fucking thing that you do. They do the same for Hassan, don't get me wrong. But, like, I feel like he'll never acknowledge that, like, he has that insulation to not be nuked off the platform because of how much revenue he brings in. Hassan would openly admit that. Asmongold would never. I'm just saying.
This is the girl that had it happen. Take a look at this.
Yeah, freedom of expression
fuck you
until
go?
it's trans people.
Due to certain circumstances, I may have to cancel or delay streams this weekend. I am unsure how things will shake out, but I have to prioritize
Why is
my
the
own
quality
safety.
so bad?
I don't want to leave people in the dark, so this is just a heads up of a last-minute change of stream plans. So she received a credible threat, and people are trying to, basically threaten her life or threaten violence against her.
Nyara VT does not condone violence. Sorry, I'd have to see the death threat. Present the evidence. Present the evidence. And then Nyara VT, I'm sure, will ban that person. And if anybody in my community sends any death threats, you're permid. I do not condone that. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. It is never okay. I don't care how bad the person is. We don't send death threats and we don't harass people. Don't do it.
So when you cry, if minors can't consent to HRT,
It's
then
not
they
worth
can't
it.
consent to puberty. This is the person, by the way.
That's literally
the
true!
person who's crying about me canceling them. They said that.
That's fucking true, man! It's the same fucking goddamn motherfucking thing. It's literally the same thing. Tell me, okay, if you're such a smart guy, tell me the difference between natural influx of testosterone versus artificial testosterone, okay? Or what's synthetic testosterone? Tell me the difference. Tell me the difference. I got news for you. There is none. Okay? The only difference is that your body's not doing it for you in the case of the artificial, okay? The synthetic. In the case of the synthetic, you do it yourself. You have to dose it properly so that your body's getting the right amount of it, but it's exactly the same fucking thing. All right? And you usually suppress the other hormone as well. So if you're on a testosterone supplement, you're usually on an estrogen suppressant. And then that essentially results in the same goddamn effect. Okay? So yeah, if they can't consent to, like, it's the same fucking thing as puberty. So yes, if they can't consent to HRT, then they can't consent to puberty. Put them all on puberty blockers. Fine. Just put them all on puberty blockers until they're like, 16 or 17, because it's not safe to do it past that point usually. Or it's significantly less safe, usually.
They can't consent to puberty?
Isn't T strong enough to naturally suppress E? It might be. I think you might be right, but I'm not sure. I don't know the biomechanics of it.
What a freak. Absolute fucking freak.
Oh, she's
and so
the freak.
this person leads a campaign to harass...
I wonder if Nyara VT wakes up to a dead rotting rat carcass. Nyara VT, you're here. Do you wake up to a dead rat carcass by any chance? What's your alarm clock? I'll bet it's like the hole in the ceiling, right? From God knows what. Maybe you like hawk loogies at it and it's slowly like melted. So the hole in the ceiling like gives way and you just have a bird shit on your face every morning. I'll bet that's how you wake up. Or how about the squirrel that lives in the wall? Every morning, this little dude at 7:30 decides to come on in and nibble my ball sack. Gets a little nibble on my ball sack, this rabid squirrel in the wall. I think he's got rabies, not sure. Like, which one is it? Wait, what's your alarm clock, guys? Post your most creative. I should have a most creative, disgusting alarm clock award. I should do that. The most creative, disgusting alarm clock. Submit your ideas, and I'll come up with some kind of prize. That would go hard. It has to be more disgusting. Like, it's pretty hard to beat the dead rat smell alarm. It's pretty hard to beat that, okay?
Ask Kirshi.
It has to be realistic too. Like it has to be slightly realistic.
Get her deplatformed, get her banned, and then Kirshi gets death threats.
He doesn't
over it.
have a ball sack. The rats ate him
I
off.
make a YouTube video about it, and now she's crying. Nope. Everybody can see through your bullshit. And the people that can't are just on the same bullshit that you are, so who cares? You're not going to win them over anyway. Yeah, literal Neverland mentality these people have. Yeah, weird
Neverland mentality.
What?
What?
They're crying. Exactly. Yeah, they
Was that another pedo thing? Neverland, right? Like, no, it's very simple. Again, if you accept that HRT and natural puberty are essentially the same thing, which they are, okay, then if you cannot consent to HRT, you can't consent to natural puberty. That is true. That is literally true. Like, that's 1-for-1 true, okay? It can't get simpler than that. Like, you don't actually... Okay, here's the thing. The thing that frustrates me the most, besides you being an actual, like, living turd and, you know, walking around and saying that everybody else smells bad, besides that, the thing that pisses me off the most is that, like, you don't actually explain your perspective. You don't give your argument, okay? Like, you don't actually have anything to contest what NyaraVT has said. You don't have it. You're just like, oh, look at this. Oh, it's so stupid. And then all of your little kiddies in the audience are like, yeah, fuck trans people. Yeah, I hate trans people. Like, it's like, yeah. And then they all call trans people pedophiles. And then you wonder why your RVT is maybe like, hey, back off. What a failed fuck. Asmongold, I think, single-handedly made me accept that humankind is broken. Okay? Single-handedly. And it's not just because of him. It's because of the people that follow him and glaze him. Even after, like, seeing everything that he is and does, do they still accept him and glaze him? That's insane. Glaze literally anybody else.
They try to go and lead a cancel campaign against somebody. And this is the reason why I make videos the way that I do. Is that I want people to know that if you try to lead a cancel campaign over some...
Do these people know that cis people take HRT too? That's pretty true. In fact, I was on it. I was on T for a while because my T was $2.99 for a little bit. And then I took T. Got it back up. And then I stopped taking T because it was expensive. But a year later, turns out it must have jump-started my ball sack or something because I'm well over 1,000 now, and that is above average, my friend, so I'm a high T male. As a result of HRT, go get your levels checked. It can't hurt.
Bullshit. There just might be a video about you.
HRT's great.
That just might happen. It just might. There just might be a video about you. That just might happen.
I'll just, like, post about you, bro, and call you a pedophile and shit. Like, yeah, that'll just happen, you know? Like, fuck you.
It just might happen. And if I feel like watching it, and that's it. And, yeah, it'll backfire. Yeah, exactly. No mercy for bad people. I have no mercy. Absolutely none. I don't feel any guilt, any shame, anything bad that happens.
I know you don't. I think we all know you don't at this point. Oh, you don't say. Oh, Asmongold, the man who feels no guilt or shame. You don't fucking say. That also frustrates me because I feel like no matter what I say here, it's just going to be hitting a brick wall. Like, all of this should be hurting his feelings and making him think about his life and the way that he fucking lives. And it won't. Nothing's going to change. If he does see this, he's going to shit all over me, send his goons after me, I'll get some death threats, somebody might dox me, who the fuck knows, and then that'll be the end of it, you know? Like, and well, it probably won't actually. I'll probably be harassed by them for the rest of my goddamn fucking life, who knows? Like, that's what is going to happen. And Asmongold will never change. He'll never grow as a person. He'll never be better. And he's going to just make the world a genuinely worse place to live. Like, he has actually rotted a place in history. Like, he has carved out a small rotted hole in history for himself as, like, a stain on this human race. To the extent that he will be remembered, it will be in disgrace.
To be honest.
People will fucking spit on his name.
I don't give a fuck at all. You step into the arena, you start talking shit, start drama. That's not my problem. That's yours.
Step up! Step up! Let's go! Trans VTuber. With like 40,000 followers. Like, oh, step up! Yeah, you're such a big man, dude. Such a big fucking man, aren't you? Big swinging dick. Big one on this fella.
Yeah, this is what happens. You raise your children in a weird way. Yeah, bad actors get cut from production. They sure do. And so, yeah, anyway, cry all you want.
His dick is big from the sepsis and the bug bites.
Cry all you want.
Swollen.
They'll make good content for the next one. Anyway, let's see the next thing. What's this here? Yeah.
He like actually manages to land a woman. Clothes come off. She's like, ew, what the fuck? He's like, yeah, it's pretty big, isn't it? And she's just like, no, it's like oozing. What the fuck? And he's just like, yeah, you know, that's just like, it's just my essence, baby. Ugh. Actual creature. I can't tell which chat your comments are from. So if you're looking for the chat to be on the right of the screen, come to my website. It is outletgunter.com. Good to see you as well. On a very basic level, he's a man who's harassing a woman. It's misogyny. Oh, it's absolutely misogyny, yeah. It's like trans misogyny, right? Because like I mean, this is okay, so I think I've gone over this before. Like, first of all, misogyny is the oldest form of bigotry. Second of all, like, a lot of the rest of the misogyny, like, a lot of the rest of the problems come from misogyny, like, being homophobic and transphobic specifically, are both from misogyny. Like, they fall under the umbrella. So, like, when you're calling trans women, like, groomers, what you're saying is, like they're men who are trying to masquerade, quote unquote, as women, right? They're like denigrating themselves. It's like a denigration ritual for them, right? Like they're trying to humiliate themselves or something. And you think that that's bad, right? Because you think that like feminizing yourself, because think about it, like butch lesbians don't get the same kind of treatment, you know, or like trans masks as well. Like, usually it's like, oh, it's a poor, confused little girl who, like, was duped into this, this way of life. It's misogyny all the way through. You know, that's why if it were just homophobia, gay and trans men and women would get treated exactly the same way, but they don't, right? It's very different forms of homophobia and transphobia depending on which type you're talking about, which gender you're talking about. It all comes back to misogyny. All of it. Anyway, I don't know how much that had to do with the video, but I just thought that was interesting.
This is what happens when you raise your children in a weird way. Yeah, bad actors get cut from production. They sure do. And so, yeah, anyway, cry all you want.
He's so cool. I love Asmongold. I like when Asmongold sits there and has bugs crawl on him. That's my favorite part. My other favorite part is when I see the blood on his walls. That's really fun. That's really fun. Yeah, they fetishize trans people's existence, exactly. Yeah, jerk off to trans women and then call for culling, yeah. I can't fucking believe that man is as popular as he is. You know, like, actually second place on Twitch, that's insane. I'm going to take your word for it, even if it's not exactly that. Like, he is very, very popular. And I don't understand. Like, it has to be, like, he is literally just validating and, you know, dare I say, affirming the lifestyles of, like, young, usually virgin men who live like fucking pigs, you know, in just the worst kind of filth. And they see their boy Asmongold. They're like, oh, he's like me. He also, like, you know, pisses in bottles and accidentally spills them but doesn't clean it up or some shit. Like, who knows? Like, oh, he also has, like, 3 months worth of of takeout wrappers and bags stacked up in the corner that's crawling with mold and bugs now. And then it validates their behavior. It affirms them. He's literally doing the thing that he accuses trans women of doing, of trans people of doing. He's affirming an unhealthy lifestyle. He's grooming kids. It's disgusting. He's grooming kids to be little roaches. Is what he's doing. I'm comfortable if he's comfortable calling what Nyara VT is doing grooming. I'm more than comfortable calling what he's doing grooming. Like, he has way more kids following him, and God knows what they're taking from his streams, what kind of lessons they're taking from him. Yeah, no, miss me with that shit, man. I'm sorry, you're the real groomer. Disgusting. Get him the fuck out of here. He literally denied the Holocaust. That's awesome. Love that for him. His worst crime was calling Yara a cat girl when she's clearly a fox. Honestly, every day I wake up and I realize that I'm a thorn on the side of the largest political streamer. It is pretty cool. He said the Nazis burned the books of the first gender clinic because it was written in Jewish. Oh yeah, I remember that. It was written in Jewish. And then he goes back and he's like, was that him who said that? And then he went back and he was like, oh, I meant Hebrew. But it wasn't written in Hebrew. So like... Also, like, okay, why would they have been written in Hebrew? Like, why? What are you implying there? That like Jews have something to do with gender clinics? Like what? Like, no, they weren't. They literally claimed Hirschfield was a groomer back in the days. Isn't that Holocaust denial? Yeah. No. They love denying the Holocaust. What's so funny is that every transphobe is also a Holocaust denier. Did you know that? Every single one. Because they all think that, like, being trans started, like, 2 years ago. They think that, like, trans people just crawled out of the fucking gutters, like, in 2020 while COVID was going on. Like, the government pulled the smoke screen down over everybody. They said, stay at home! Stay at home! You don't go outside, don't you do it! And then, in the dead of night, when nobody's outside, the trans people emerge. And they shamble the streets like zombies, infesting the cities, taking over the schools, the libraries, and Disney itself. Hollywood itself. And then... and then they tried to cancel us for calling out what the real conspiracy, what really happened. That was so drawn out, I forget where I was going with it. Tony Montana, we try not to say that word here. Thank you. Yeah, I was saying something. I was cooking and then I just stopped cooking. I was saying that every transphobe is also a Holocaust denier. That's what I was saying. And the point in that little scenario was... they think that, like, transness was not real during World War II. And in doing so, they are denying, okay, that trans people were slaughtered, frankly. And that is Holocaust denial. Pretty wild. So crazy that this all started because Rev wanted YouTubers to cancel me for acknowledging the existence of trans kids. Yeah, that's fucked up. Like, that's transphobia. Like, fuck her. Or sorry, not her. Rev is a him. Yeah, I remember who Rev is. Yeah. That weirdo. Who's home? What do you mean? Yeah, Rev. The one with the very young anime thing. The pedo tried to cancel you. I have not been canceled yet by any of them. I won't give a shit if they come for me though. Like, bring it on. I'm an iron wall. You will not penetrate this iron wall. I feel like I began crocheting and I found, like, I started crocheting last year and then, like, it's so funny because I'm like literally like stimming with a crochet hook. I started crocheting last year to make something for Katie's birthday, and then like because it was like my soul was freed. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to say for the first time in my life, but for the first time in a long time, I wanted to make something, like for the first time in, I would say, in my adult life, I wanted to like create something for somebody, you know? And like I made that hoodie for her. Or not the hoodie, just the hood, and realized in the process of doing so that like I love crocheting. I love it. Like it's really funny to think about because it's like, you know, because I was so kind and you know gave something to somebody from the heart instead of through capitalism. What I'm trying to say is communism freed my soul and made me an artistic person. The king of crochet, indeed. Oh. Yara, do you like Pokemon? Are you a Pokemon fan? What do you think? I made these. I made this one yesterday, and, well, I made both of them yesterday. But I made this one during work, and this one last night. Because I made this one, right? And I didn't, like, keep a pattern for it. So, like, I had no idea how I made it. So I did it again. And I was able to I don't think it's, like, a perfect one-to-one. But I do think it's close enough that you can't even tell. So I documented this pattern. So I have this pattern. For any crocheters out there, I have this pattern. It's not complicated. It's if you know how to make, like, a flat heart shape, it's pretty easy. I go in reverse order that most people might, because most people would start up here and then work their way down. I start from here and go up. There's like a little trick I do where like I come around the circle, like halfway through the circle, and then chain it together. So that's how I do that. But yeah, I think it looks pretty fucking good. How do you even make those? Crocheting, baby. Here. Uh-oh. You've activated my trap card. Here, this is a pretty color. So, okay. We're gonna keep doing... Don't worry, there's more juice to come, okay? I am an internet personality, and as small as I may be, there is drama around me, and we will get to it. But before then, please allow me to spill my soul to you. Alright, this is a beautiful color that I got for a commission for... What was his name? There's like a wolf character from an anime. It's like a furry anime. Hold up. Legoshi. That's a saucy picture, but still YouTube appropriate. So that's Legoshi. Usually wearing more like a suit, I guess. But I liked this picture because of the color. So I got this color. I think it matches very well. It's like a dark bluish green. Alright. And this is a commission that I got recently. So it's just going to be a little chibi doll. So what we're going to do here, right? We're going to start with our... Now, when you're starting crochet, you get to either start with a slip knot, which you make like this. There's your slip knot. Or magic circle, okay? Which is a slip knot followed by just doing this sort of thing. I'm not going to like go into detail right now. I do want to just show you, though, the process, right? Because this is where it all begins. This right here will create life. Okay, that's why it's called the magic circle. So the magic circle creates life. So what you're going to do is you're going to begin imbuing your life force into the magic circle, like so. We're imbuing life juice into the yarn. And it is growing a soul before our eyes. 5. And 6 is your magic number. Do not forget the number 6 when doing the magic circle. It will not always be 6, but it will usually be 6. And then you keep going. And you increase. I'm literally crocheting right now. That's awesome. I'm so happy that you are imbuing life force into thread. That's very special. That's a very special sacred process. Okay, sometimes you get a little bit of a roadblock, okay? Sometimes you accidentally make it too tight, you know, and you gotta like, kind of force it. Not a big deal. Force that baby open. Okay. We increase. So, we start with a circle this size. Pay attention. This is magic happening before your eyes. So, we increase by doing 2 crochets into each one of these 6 stitches. Like so. Until we get to the magic number 12. Which is, of course, 6 times 2. That's why I said 6 is the magic number. Can you please go into both loops? It's not always a perfect process, but it is sacred and we love it. I've lost track of how many I've done, which is fine, because I can simply count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I got... And... It's 9. Hold on, I think I did this right. 7, 8, 9. Okay, sorry, there was 7 and 8, so this is 9. I'm leaking viewers. You people don't appreciate passion. This is passion, motherfuckers. This is life right here. We're making life. We're imbuing things with our fucking souls. You don't get it. You simpletons. That's magic. I made from a loopy spaghetti string. I made that. Okay? That's the beginning of a piece of fucking art. Uncultured swine. Thank you, Nyara. Nyara gets it. I love the breakup and the content. I'm glad you do. Craftsmanship is craftsmanship is very fun. If you're not into any sort of art, get into a sort of art. It can be anything. I used to, you know what I was really into? Here, let me pull, I'm going to take a real quick break, but before I do that, let me pull up, hold on. Let me pull up a couple of these. So I used to make these little things called Pokemon fusions. I'm even still in a Discord server for like fusing Pokemon, because there's an entire Pokemon fusion video game. You can fuse Pokemon together in the game. It's so cool, and it's free. It's completely free. It's so cool. It's so cool. So I used to be in the server because what they do is, because there are so many Pokemon, and hello Lilith. From Greece? I got a Greece viewer? That's crazy. So because there's so many Pokemon and so many fusions, like the fusions are insane. It's like hundreds of thousands. Because of that, they take community art. And the community is so goddamn big that they actually, like, not all of them. It's like, it's still going. You can go there right now and make fusions and submit them. That's crazy. So I used to do that. Is my point. So let me pull a couple up here. If I can find them. Okay, I guess it's not gonna... Okay, here we go, here we go. Actually, here, I got a couple that I do want to show you. Can I, like, go back and forth, or... Okay, cool. So, these aren't fusions, but I did want to make Pokemon versions of some of my favorite people back in the day. So back in the day, I made, this is Conyer, because I was really early Alec. This is like vintage Alec Gunter. I was playing Pokemon Fire Red on stream, and I wanted to name my Pokemon, and so I took community suggestions, and for my Pidgeotto, or this is Pidgeot now, for Pidgeot, it was Conyer. So I made fucking Conyer, CC, who just started streaming again, I'm told. Poggers. I made Conyer CC into a Pidgeotto. Pretty sick. This one's a little bit more vintage. This is Spencer. Some people may know him as Speener. He was a TikTok influencer mostly. He did Twitch for a while, but then he switched over to TikTok. He's known as the Joker guy. He was he did really funny Joker TikToks. I always forget Alec is bald. Yeah, I usually wear a hat, but I've been rocking the bald more lately. I don't care. I mean, I've never cared that much, but I did care a little. I just don't care anymore. Anyway. This one's Azan. This one's Hassan. I was a real big Hassan fanboy, so we named our Raichu Hassan. This is a squad. So this one's Vaush. This one's Karl Marx. We called him Marxicarp. Though I don't know what he would be called. Like, I don't know what to be called in Gyarados form, though. That's kind of sick, though, isn't it? Good stuff. Those weren't fusions, but you kind of get the idea, right? So let me show you, like, a couple of fusions, and then I'll take a break, and then we'll move on. The content frogs are leaving. They're jumping out of the pond. We must appease the content frogs. Okay, wait, here's some. So we got... Hold on. Let me open one more. I lied. One more. Okay. I'll go from least impressive to most. So this one is a fusion between Oddish and Sylveon. This is my creation. If you see this in the game, this is from me. I made this. My name is in that game. Alec Gunter. Seriously, I'm a contributor. You can also be a contributor, by the way. Like, if you know how to make these sprites, you can do this too. You can be part of that glorious project. It's really cool. You'll carve out a little place for yourself in Pokemon history. Oh. Okay, well, I'll show you this one anyway. This one is obviously Chopper and Hornpoint, which I traced in pixel form, and then I kind of made him a mix between Stantler and Drifloon. Which, like, the Drifloon's a little bit harder to see, to be fair. But I think enough of it is there, hopefully. Maybe I should have made the shirt purple. I don't know. But yeah, I tried. The concept was there. It was solid. Let's see. So, I made... this is, of course, Hitmonlee and Feebas combined. And then, of course... Thank you. Hydrant Campy, you're the best. Thank you. I love it. Every time. Every single time. Every single stream. Hydrant Campy comes in here, calls me a sexy beast, and leaves. And I'm just like, okay, that's awesome. Thank you. Of course, I had to make the evolution, which honestly, pretty fucking fire, not gonna lie. Okay, the first one was for funsies. The second one, this one, is actually quite stunning. I must say I'm quite proud of myself for this. If you see this in the game, this is from me. I did this. I am very proud to have my name slapped on top of this like a fucking watermark. I did this. What's next? This one's pretty cool. We got a war turtle. So the middle evolutions get neglected a lot. So if you actually go over there to the Discord server, the Pokemon Fusion Discord server, and start making these little sprites, the middle evolutions need a lot of love. They need a lot of love. Middle evolutions are the neglected middle child of the Pokemon world. So if you're feeling up to it, if you're feeling artsy. Okay. I think this one might be one of my most impressive. This is Teddy Ursa combined with Furret, both of which are adorable, and I think that I did this fusion a lot of adorable justice. I think this one is pretty fucking fire. It looks like a little red panda. You guys ever seen red pandas? They're cute as fuck. Where do you make the pixel art? I used to make them in MS Paint. I switched to, there's an online browser, or there's an online, there's a browser-based software called Photopea. It's like Photoshop. It's like basically Diet Photoshop. It's basically the same thing. A few, like, one of my favorite, favorite features of it, background removal, is locked behind an ad revenue thing. So you have to watch an ad in order to access it. And my fucking server, for some reason, or my browser, doesn't let me watch the ad. So I have to open an incognito tab, then remove the background, then copy and paste that into the original document. It's fucking... It takes like 5 extra seconds, but it's just annoying. But besides little things like that, if you can get past the annoying parts, it's basically just Photoshop. Fuse the fusions. You cannot fuse the fusions. They will explode. Alright, last one. Last one, and then I'm taking a break. Okay, I'm proud of this one. Like I said, middle evolutions need a lot of love. So I decided Ivysaur and Sylveon. So now you have a little trans Ivysaur. And I think that he matches the, Venusaur very well. Here, let me pull it up. There's a website. I can show you a website that you guys can go to Pokemon Fusion Calculator. Infinite Fusion Calculator. Okay. FusionCalc.com. So, any two Pokemon, you can just plug them in here. So, Venusaur and Sylveon. Boom. And then you can look at their stats too. Unfortunately, this version outclasses this one by quite a long shot. But I made them to match, so I think I did a pretty good fucking job. Oh. I don't think that's mine. The fun part of being a crafts person is your form of art can be really anything. Yeah, I agree. It's so fun. You can just like the person I work for started making pens. Like, she's into pens now. When I say work for, she's not like my boss. I work for home care for a family. So like my client's mom makes pens now, which is so awesome. It's like she can just like, she takes apart pens and like buys little doodads to put on them, like beads and shit. It's great. Like, really anything's on the table. But yeah, that's what I did before crocheting. That was the whole point of me bringing that up. Ah, I X'd out everything. Fuck. Okay, that's fine. Alright. Quick break. Quick break. And then we got more shit to go over.
Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Rap about a man named Alec Hunter, tricking this girl and I straight up Alec stumped her. Holding crossbow like he's literally Alec Hunter. Passing a football, called this dude Alec Hunter. When he's doing bad, he is trash like Alec Dumpster. Wife is literally cheating, so Alec go confront her. Thinking about stuff he's doing and Alec wonder. Shooting lightning from his fingers like he's Alec Thunder. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day. Alec Hunter is here to stay. Alec Hunter knows the way. Alec Hunter, king of crochet. Alec Hunter will make your day.
We are back. Was not expecting all of me smooth jazz version today, but I'm complaining. I know, right? It's fire. It's like, honestly, listen, the originals, I don't want to compare two bad bitches against each other, but I'm going to do that. So, I think the original is, like, iconic. But, I'm sorry, this is fire. Like, I would actually listen to this in my pastime. It's, like, smooth. It's good for either relaxing or for, like, getting down with your bad self, you know? Like, it's good. It's goated. It's, like, perfect all around. And it's not even covered by copyright. It's wins in all directions. That's another thing I used to be into. Sorry, I know you guys want the juice. You're gonna get the juice, but I have to subject you to one more thing. What is it? SoundCloud. Alec Gunter has a SoundCloud. Real ones, no. Hold on. Fuck. Is that my email address? No, I don't know. It doesn't. Yeah, I don't need to log in. I don't need to log in. It's fine. I do not give a shit if I'm logged in. Oh god, this one sucks. Why is this one still up? Get out of here. Get out of here. Trash. How do I delete? Oh, I'm not logged in! Fuck! I hate that that one's still up. The last one I did was terrible. I hate it. There's so many good ones, but I think... Well, I can't play some of them, but I can play... the first one that really popped off. Really the only one that really popped off. Like this one... caught fire.
Let the bodies hit the
It's loud. Is it loud?
Let the bodies hit the floor.
That's fine.
Let the bodies hit the floor. 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 Let the bodies
You gotta add this to the playlist.
Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor.
I was a genius for this one. This is art!
Nothing wrong with me. Nothing wrong with me. Nothing wrong with me. Something's got to give. Something's got to give.
This is inspiration. This is from my fucking soul! Do you feel it?
Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the floor.
This unsettles me? It should! I told you this is from my soul. Let it unsettle you. Just fucking around. I did some, like, actually good ones. I cannot play them, unfortunately. They are all... very... Well, I could play one. No, actually, this one actually is kind of fire. Hold on. I can play one. I'll play a little bit of it. Such a stupid name. The manifestation of my ADHD. It's really good, but it's like a stupid name. Can I turn this down for the love of God? Like, it was funny when the other one was loud. It's kind of memey, but it's also kind of fire. Last one, I swear. Last one. This was kind of crazy. This whole thing was kind of fucking nuts. Oh my god. It's like, what's gonna come next? Ah, this one's bad. Ugh. It's allowed to be, though. This part's mid. This is mid. Gunter, what is this? It's art! You're witnessing my soul at work! This is my experience. This is my soul. Do you feel it? Thank you. I know it is melon. With a little homage to the original. A little homage to the one that popped off. Perfect, perfect. Absolutely perfect. Fire. It's one of my favorite genres of music. Thank you. I was a real one for that one. That one was legendary. This goes hard. Thank you. I think there were a couple of parts that I probably could have subbed in something a teensy bit better. Not a big fan of the country road bit. But I needed something soft, and that was the one thing that I could think of that was kind of on the softer side and also a meme. So, like, I had to put it somewhere. So, like, I was like, sure, whatever. But, like, it sounds kind of mid. Whatever. ADHD nostalgia mashups are my jam. They're pretty good. They're pretty awesome. Okay. I have to look at people that don't like me now. Does not bring me joy to say that.
You are...
19 minutes. Fine. Okay, we have to watch this guy again. Remnant 777. Whom you may remember as... What did he do? He did that one video about, like, the science of being gay, and then, like, I was like, this reeks of homophobia or some shit, and then he responded to me, and then I responded to that response. I offered to talk to the guy, and he was like, no, I'm not falling for that, and I'm like, whatever. So, he made another video, and I guess I'm in it. So, I'm not, like, prominent in it, but, like, I guess, like, I have a small sliver, because he still has a hate boner against me or whatever. So, let's take a look.
You are a horrible person. You deserve to be insulted.
That's pretty true.
Attacked. You are not deserving of a civil conversation.
Jesus, don't threaten me with a good time, man. It's crazy.
This always confused me.
Take me out to dinner first.
I love debates. I love listening to debates online. Whether that
No, you don't. No, you don't, because you've refused to have one with me. No, you don't. Shut up.
Left-wing people or right-wing people, or simply when I watch left.
What he means is he likes watching them. He will not actually engage with somebody and like defend his worldview. He would never do that.
And when I hear somebody say this, it always puzzled me. Why would you say this? You're a horrible, evil person. You don't deserve common respect.
You do not get to use my king and queen here, okay? Which one's the queen? You decide.
For courtesy,
you don't get to use them.
Entertain a conversation with you. You're not going to convince anybody when you're accusing them of something that they don't believe.
You would be the bad guy in a Phoenix. You would be the bad guy in a Phoenix Wright game, mister.
And that is obviously untrue. And you're just calling them evil, and you're attacking them. You're just insulting them. What do you hope to gain from this? And I thought about this for weeks on end. It bugged me to no end. But I figured it out. And unfortunately, I came to a very grim conclusion. You see, those statements, you're not worthy of respect or courtesy, we cannot have a civil conversation, none of that is designed to...
I mean, that might be true. Like, if you stroll right up to me and you're like, yeah, I hate black people. Yeah, you know, like, fuck black people. Like, if you stroll up to me and, like, spill that on me right off the bat, I'm like, you're not deserving of a civil conversation, my friend. Like, that's an extreme example. I'm not saying that that's what you're doing. I'm just giving an example of, like, this is possible. I do believe that there's a threshold beyond which you're not deserving of my time nor my consideration.
To persuade you. It's designed to
I think that's reasonable.
The people who already agree with him. If you had two commentators and they're discussing and they're talking things out, and one of them says that to the other, their goal is no longer to talk things out with you. Their goal is to simply radicalize, polarize, and isolate their own audience.
Based.
Stop talking. I'm just trying to argue in good faith with you.
I'm not
Well, yeah, I mean, like, okay, when this happens, obviously, like, it's no longer informative nor productive. But for one thing, it's a natural response. Like, I've been there. Like, you just get upset because we're all human. Like, this is a natural response to the stupid. Like, it's a rational response to stupidity in many instances, in my opinion. So, like, sure, it may not be constructive, but like, it is still like a warranted response. It's just human emotion. Okay. For another thing, it's great entertainment. So I personally do find it productive, and I think that's fine. It's fine to give the people a little bit of juice here and there. You know what I mean? You gotta lay the sauce on.
You're not arguing.
People love a heated debate.
You're over here insulting women, saying they're useless and weak, and then saying the difference of 5 pounds is gonna make it so a woman can't be in the fucking military. You're one of the most embarrassing, pathetic pieces of.
I don't know this particular debate, but I do know Hunter Avalon to be a very particularly worded person. And when he flips out like this, it's usually pretty calculated. I have to imagine that this person deserved it. And I'm going to assume that with absolutely no sources and no real... Well, I'm not going to say no real reason to. Because, again, Hunter Avalon is, you know, that's his typical... You know what? I'm backed by my intuition. I think my intuition is correct here.
Shit that I've ever encountered.
Why are you so mad?
Because you are pathetic.
I think this guy deserved
Paint
it.
the other person as an evil human being that cannot be talked to or reasoned to. This video is designed for people who
Sometimes you are.
The title obviously says how the radical left dehumanizes people on the right. But for people who are left-wing who just so happen to click on this video, I'm going to try and give examples.
Okay, that's me.
That you
That's
can
you
also
guys.
relate to and understand. If you had two
That's
people,
you.
and one person said, "I care about these
I'm the bus driver, and you guys are in the back.
kids who claim to be trans, but I don't think they're trans. I think that they're simply confused. I think that they need to get..."
You are wrong. What do you mean? Like, okay, so you see a kid, you understand, like their parent says, my child is trans, and your first intuition is to be like, oh wow, something must, like, have you considered that that's not the case? Because you think being trans is wrong. Do you think that there is something fundamentally wrong with being trans? Okay? That is transphobia. I'm fine with calling you a transphobe and therefore calling you a piece of shit for that. Okay? I don't care. Like, if your motives are actually good, right? And you're like, okay, I've heard about this trans thing. I'm not really sure about it. Like, I want to make sure that, like, kids are being held safe because I watch Fox News and they said on there that, like, they're cutting off kids' penises and shit, right? And then you explain to them, no. Like, my child, if your child happens to be trans, I guess, but my child is trans, and, like, you know, he's a boy or she's a girl and they're trans, whatever, and this and this and that, and this is the process. Like, right now, all it is like little Jimmy wears boys' clothes now instead of a dress. Like, he dresses up in jeans and a baseball cap. You know, that's it. And then, like, when he turns 12, he'll get on puberty blockers, and when he turns 16, he'll get on HRT. Usually, that's how that goes. So, if you're not, and all of that is backed by, like, medical science. Like, that's all backed medical science. So if you are coming from a good place and having heard that explanation, like, if that doesn't change your mind, I can't believe that you are coming from a good place. I can't. Because you're saying, no, the science isn't correct. Like, all the people who, like, study cancer, the same people who, like, study, like, cancer and come up with, like, cures for that or, like, treatments for that, you know? The people who, like, came up with chemo and whatever else, like, the same institutions, the trusted institutions that came up with like all of medical science right now, I don't trust them on this. Okay, well then fuck you. Like, I don't care what you think then. That's it. It's a conversation stopper. Full stop.
Some help, and the other side
Fuck you.
simply says you want trans kids to die, you hate them because he said those things. He's not aiming to convince that person. That's not...
You missed a crucial middle step here. I know that it was a very long middle step, but I hope you were paying attention.
Gonna convince him. The right-wing person doesn't believe any of those claims that
Hello,
are being made
Squarebox.
against him. The sole purpose of those statements are to make it so that people no longer interact with or communicate with people who make those claims. It kills discourse because you can better isolate people.
We should not have discourse with people who have shit opinions. I don't want discourse with those people. Okay? The only discourse I want is not an exchange of information, but a giving of information and a discarding of information from the individual who has the bad information. That's what I want. Okay? So if you're fucking racist, for instance, I want you to no longer be racist. I do not care what discourse you add to the conversation. Okay? I will throw it out. You are racist. Fuck off. Stop being racist, and then I will consider your opinions.
And polarize people if they no longer communicate. And for my left-wing audience, let me give you a right-wing example so that you can relate to
Okay,
this. If you're
that's
talking
us.
to a person and you say you're pro-choice, you say, I'm in favor of women's rights, I want them to have access to women's healthcare, it protects women, and it also gives them freedom. Imagine you said those things, and the other person, instead of engaging with anything you said, they simply claim against you, actually, you're a Satanist. You simply want to sacrifice babies to Moloch or Satan. You're a Satanist right now.
I mean, that does happen. Like literally, like I've gotten called a baby murderer. During a couple TikTok debates, I got on and they were like, "Oh, like you helped pay for your ex's abortion. Like you should have been a better man and demanded that your woman." Like it's disgusting. It's so gross. So yeah, they do that.
You hate life. You want to kill innocent babies. That's all you want at the end of the day. You just hate babies.
But the difference is I'm right. But I'm correct. So like who cares? Like they're wrong. So, you know, like they don't have any proof that like, see, here's the difference. They don't have any proof that like hell exists and God hates abortion. They don't have any evidence for that. Okay? And all the evidence points to abortion prior to 24 weeks is it's non-problematic at all. There's nothing there. After 24 weeks, you have an argument. Because there is something there. It's sentient now. Okay? About 22 to 24 weeks, I believe. Then you have an argument. But even then, I would say, if the woman wants the baby out, or whoever's pregnant wants the baby out, baby comes out. Okay? Sorry, if it dies, it dies. Bodily autonomy. And if you disagree, then you do not want women to have bodily autonomy. And that's shitty. And you're a shitty person for that. I feel like that's a pretty decent thing to... I feel like that's a decent explanation. I feel like anybody could understand that. I feel like that's very simple.
How can you talk to or communicate with a person like that? People
as opposed to, oh, you're going to hell. Okay, I don't fucking care.
Never have a rational conversation with you. They can't.
Here's the thing: if I go to hell and these people are not there, the implication here is that they will not be there. If they're not there, then hell must not be that bad. Okay? Have you guys ever noticed that like it's always the bad people saying don't do this or you'll go to hell? I'm starting to think we should want to go to hell. It's where they're not. So, you know, just throwing that out there.
You're an evil Satanist. We can't talk to you. And it basically has the exact same effect.
Like they do.
It's intended to have that exact same effect, but for the other side. Especially considering you don't believe any of those things. I guarantee 99% of my audience who's
hell has better music.
They're probably not Satanists who want to sacrifice babies to Moloch. Okay? Can we agree on that? I think.
Wait. Is he using AI generated pixel art?
Satan.
Is this AI generated pixel art? All the pictures there are AI pixel art? How did I not notice? I think the singularity's come. I think it's finally hit the point that I can no longer tell the difference.
Who want to sacrifice babies to Moloch. Okay? Can we...
It is AI garbage, isn't it?
We agree on that? I think so. Yet I'm sure this is not the...
Wait, you're telling me, right?
Babies to Moloch.
This motherfucker...
Okay?
This motherfucker can, like, pump out AI garbage slop, but he can't do it with transparency? Like, he has to do it against a white background and then, like, go into Photoshop and, like magic wand the white, but not do it well enough so that there's still white pixels on the outside? I thought we were in the future, brother. What's wrong? I thought we had AI generated everything. Can't AI generate a fucking PNG with transparency layer, an alpha layer? Jesus Christ. Horrific.
Can we agree on that? I think so. Yet I'm sure this is not the first time you've heard that talking point, right? That's what's happening in American politics today. And the exact purpose behind this is so that they can radicalize their own audience.
This guy's
Because
AI
that pushes
generated.
them away from honest, open communication.
His
with
head's
the
way
other
too
side
small.
and pushes them towards taking action. We need revolutionaries. We don't need people who can think. And I've broken it down to what literally every radical leftist does. In our train of thought, we start off with Nazi. Nazis are bad because they killed innocent people. They killed quite a few if you know anything
True.
about history.
True.
And we don't talk to Nazis.
Systematically.
Instead, we should make them feel uncomfortable. In fact,
True.
good people will do bad things.
He's saying this as though he's setting up for, like, this is actually wrong think. No, this is all correct. Like, yeah, Nazis suck. If somebody is openly a Nazi, I'm going to say, yeah, you suck and your opinions don't matter to me. Yeah, Nazis' opinions don't matter. Yeah, that's good. That's fine. But, like, he's setting up, he's setting up a but, right? But here's the thing. All people's opinions matter, right? Like, all people's, my special opinion matters too, right? Like, Nazis' opinions don't fucking matter! If he does not say, like, if he tries to say anything else, I'm gonna be so
To
pissed.
Nazis. We're supposed to punch Nazis. But you know what
True.
Nazis are also? They're fascists. Nazis are fascists. But what is fascism,
True.
you may ask? Well, we're not really going to specify that. We're going to leave it nice and
That's
vague
wait!
because-
Wait, I know that guy! I've seen him before. Look at that drip. That aura is crazy on this motherfucker. I forgot I was in this. That's funny.
We're simply going to talk about what fascism means
No. He's not calling me a Nazi. He's saying that I call everybody else Nazis and fascists, which I do because they all disagree with me.
to me. And what fascism means to me is simply whatever I disagree with. That
True.
infringes
See, I
on
told
my
you.
freedoms and rights. If you disagree with women's rights to abort children, you're a fascist. If you disagree with trans rights to mutilate themselves,
He had to start with Nazis, even though the direct, like, he switched over to fascist. He pulled a fast one on us. You know what I mean? Like, he started off with Nazi, right? Like, it's really funny because why not start with fascist? You know what I mean? Like, start with fascist.
you're a fascist. That's how they're trained.
Why bring Nazi into it?
And who exactly is fascist again? Literally everybody who voted for Trump. Half of the American population.
True.
That is fascist. But wait, if you're fascist, that means you're a Nazi. And if you're a Nazi, it's good if bad things happen to you. You see what I'm
True.
getting at? These are the mental gymnastics they go through in order to justify violence.
Listen, I don't want bad things to happen to Trump voters, okay? But for instance, like, I wouldn't want a Trump voter to, like, be hit in the head with a stray branch, okay? Like, that would suck, all right? And they just voted for Trump. I have family who voted for Trump. I wouldn't want that to happen to them, all right? But at the same time, if something bad happens as a result of Trump to a Trump voter, and then they, like, go on social media and complain about it, I'm going to be like, I'm sorry, fuck you, man. Like, you voted for this. Like, what? You're a full ass adult. You didn't know what you were voting for. Like, he said he was gonna do this shit. He said it. So, like, I don't care. I don't care. Yeah, some people who worked for the government got fired, and they happened to have voted for Trump, and they still believe in Trump after they got fired. Yeah, fuck them. Okay, they're dumbasses. They deserve it. They deserve it.
Again,
I'll say it. They deserve
These
it.
people literally have more sympathy.
They asked for it.
Murderers, abusers, and than people who vote right wing. And again, I want to make it clear.
Wait. These are the wait. This is what's the place called again? Fuck. Sorry, I haven't done politics in so long. My brain's fried. It's on the top. He's gonna roast me for that. We heard firsthand the horrors of El Salvador mega prison housing Trump's deportees. You're right, it is on the top. Maybe I should have just looked. Oh, man. That was bad. Okay. Yeah, this is El Salvador. Like, literally a prison camp. Like a Like, the people they send there didn't commit crimes a lot of the time. Or if they did, like, they weren't convicted of any. Like, they literally took these people in huge groups and just shipped them off. They just shipped them off. They're like, okay, come with us. They kidnapped them and then put them into concentration camps. That's insane. These are not bad people. Okay? And to the extent that they are, that's not the fucking reason they're there. They're there because they're migrants. Okay? Or because, like, they're brown and can be accused of being a migrant. Like, it's a fucking... It might as well be a death camp. For all we know, it is. It's disgusting.
These people literally have more sympathy for child murderers, abusers, and than people who...
They're not fucking abusers and rapists, man. A lot of them are just innocent goddamn people.
Vote right wing. And again, I want to make it clear. I literally have nothing against people who are left wing. I enjoy talking.
Oh, I have nothing against them. Listen. They defend rapists and abusers and murderers and child molesters and kitty diddlers and they do this thing and that thing and they would literally rather do this thing and be bad and instead of be good. Guys, I have nothing against people who are left-wing. I enjoy talking to them. Like, shut the fuck up, man. Okay? I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I'm fine with hating you, and I'm fine admitting that I hate you. You're a stain on the internet. Fuck you. Say it back, pussy.
People.
We disagree.
Oh, I have no problem with left-wing people. Fuck you.
I still can be friends with them. I don't have a problem with people who are left-wing. I want to clarify that. We are simply exploring the...
Look at the mouth. No.
People who are left-wing.
No, he thought he could get away with it. Look, it's like indented. It's like indented right there. That's the most curvy pixel I've ever seen. That's so sexy. Look at that. Look at that pixel. Holy shit. What you doing out here with all that ass? Like, that's crazy.
I want to clarify that. We are simply exploring the radical left, which is becoming much more prominent these days.
In the ear?
Yeah, take note.
Oh, hold on. I gotta look at the ear. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Good stuff.
Exploring the radical left, which is becoming much more prominent these days. Yet take note of this. They don't overtly condone violence. They don't. That would get them banned off of YouTube.
This is me again.
They could possibly be imprisoned because that's
Yeah. Yeah, I don't condone violence.
illegal. And the left is not known for being brave, mind you. Instead, they like to play it safe. If somebody they disagree with dies, they don't condemn it. They don't care.
It's also practical to not go to jail. Like, that's practical. Like, I can't do shit from jail or prison. Like, that's a practical choice as well. Like, you know, legality aside, if we're speaking strictly on practical things here, even if I did condone violence, which I don't, I literally, like, this is not like, I don't condone violence, guys. Don't hurt people. Okay? Don't do that. It's not worth it. And you'll get in trouble, and it's usually bad. Don't do that. But, like, if I did condone violence, okay? Like, shit, I just lost my train of thought. Ah! I'm doing a really good job, guys, I promise. Jesus Christ, that was a short circuit, if ever I've had a short circuit. Okay, I was saying it's a practical choice. Sorry. So, like, even if I did condone that, like, I wouldn't condone it, like, openly. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't do that because I wouldn't want to get in trouble. Like, it's not practical. You know, like, yeah, I also don't fucking want to go to prison because prison sucks ass. It's horrific. It's torture. Prison is torture. Yeah, I'd rather not go there. Thanks.
Care. In fact, they're gonna laugh at it. That's all they can do. That's as close to the edge they're willing to go.
Corey Comparator was a horrible person. Dying for your child does not mean that you love them or take good care of them. What? The Trump supporter that died... No, that's literally true. No, that's literally true. Like, for all we know, he was a fucking child abuser, okay? I'm not saying he was. We have no evidence that he was. But, like, conservatives are far more likely to be child abusers. So, like, you know, I'm fine with saying there is a chance that he was a child abuser. I'm just throwing that out there, okay? Like, we don't know, but, like, it's possible. It's possible. So, like, yeah, I mean, like, and also, like, even if he wasn't, the shit that he was saying about, like, people in Palestine, yeah, fuck him. Fuck him. I don't care that Corey Comparatori died. I don't care. Fuck him. Okay? Whatever. He's in the ground now. I'm not happy about it. I just don't give a fuck. People die every fucking day. Have you heard about Palestine? Okay? Like, he gets to go to the back of the line, okay? He's in the back of the fucking line. For how much I give a shit.
Was a lunatic. He was most likely a fascist. And
fuck him.
I mean, he was at a Trump rally, man. What do you expect? Like, he
true! Literally true!
When a Trump supporter dies, who cares? He probably was a fascist. In
yeah,
fact,
fuck it.
Let's dance on his grave. After all, you shouldn't be made to feel safe. Hassan, for example, he
don't go to a Trump rally next time.
Overtly
dumbass.
Hates white Christians. He hates us so much that he flat out admits it would be
stay away
better
from Trump
if they
rallies.
got
I don't know
than other groups.
Henry College is like doing one good thing, which is that like
Trump rallies are statistically, you know, more dangerous than Biden rallies or Bernie rallies. Statistically more deadly than most other politicians. Yeah, stay away from Trump rallies.
if you have these millionaire, billionaire, WASP fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date to other billionaire, millionaire.
Yeah, he was fucking making jokes about killing climate activists. Fuck him. Fuck him. Who cares? He wanted me to die. Who cares?
Taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date to other billionaire, millionaire failed daughters is like,
I've heard of
in
this guy.
some respects, a little bit better.
So let's recap. It's not only
Hold
better
on, I gotta listen to that again.
Millionaire, billionaire, WASP fail sons. At least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date to other billionaire, millionaire failed daughters is like, in some respects, a little bit better.
So let's recap.
That's wild. That's a fucking wild thing to say. My boy Hassan. He's always got spicy takes, man. He's always on it. He's like, I know. This is why he has so many more followers than I have. He's like, dude, that is like so fucking spicy. Base take? I don't think it was a base take. Listen, that's pretty spicy. Like, I don't know how I feel about that one. Like, he tried to word that carefully, but at the same time, I'm like, listen, date rape is bad. No matter who it's happening to. What's wrong with what he said? I know what he's saying. I know what he's saying. He's saying, like, at least it's, like, confined, right? Like, it's not spread out. But, like, if it's happening at the same rate, like, it's still happening. Like, it's... it's spicy. It's spicy. Like, he fucking knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing.
It's not only better for us to be... They also don't care when we...
You!
They also get pleasure out of it. They'll laugh.
I know that guy!
Because you deserve...
I don't like him very much.
After all, you have an evil ideology, and there's no possible way that you could believe...
They're just
those
like
things
Jubilee.
And not be evil, deserving of death.
Remember that?
Do you still not believe me when I say those things? You're going to. Not only do they laugh...
Why is he holding a fish out? Hold on, I'm confused. Why is he holding a fish out? Did I miss something? Oh, because he's like a fisherman. Okay.
And there's no possible way that you could believe those things and not be...
But, like, I don't think fishermen are bad people.
After all, you have an evil ideology.
Why fishermen? You could have at least gotten, like, a MAGA guy.
There's no possible way that you
The fish had nothing to do with this. Leave the fish out of this.
Deserving of death. Do you still not believe me when I say those things? You're going to. Not only do they laugh when we die, but Hassan openly admits that people should... landlords.
Well, my understanding is that the property owners who have properties there choose just not to rent it at all.
Yeah, kill those motherfuckers in a video game. Sorry. Holy shit.
Lord help us. That's our guy. That's our guy, right? Look at him go. Smooth save, man. Very smooth.
Kill those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude. Oh my god, in a video game, of course.
Because he's a communist. He's a crypto communist.
That's crazy.
But Hassan, he's not a man of principles. He doesn't care about morality, especially when it comes to telling the truth. Being honest is a disadvantage to the.
I know that guy.
No, instead, he needs
He's
to spread
dripped
the
out of
good
his
holy
mind.
Marxist
They all are.
Even to land the.
I think leftists, I think the reason that this guy won't show himself and why a lot of conservatives don't. Have you noticed that, like, lefty video essays always involve, like, some form of the person showing themselves talking? Like, every single one, almost. I fail to think of any that don't. There are a few VTubers here and there. That's fine, I guess. But, like, mostly it's, like, leftists, like, they show themselves on these video essays. But, like, conservatives very often don't. They're very camera shy, are they not? Like, I feel like they don't got the same drip. They're just jealous of our insane, like, look at this fucking shirt, man. This is one of a kind from a market, an Indian place that I forget the name of. That's crazy. You will not find this shirt anywhere else. This is one of a fucking kind. Priceless. And only $45, okay? Crazy work. Crazy work. And I'm dripped out of my goddamn skull right now. I can't even think straight, okay? You, on the other hand, won't even show your goddamn drip. I know your drip is ass, brother. I know it.
Lord's
I know
podcast,
it. Post
where he
drip.
shares his beliefs, and he does not hesitate
to
lie to their face about what socialism is.
It is about equity instead of equality.
Dripless.
That's what people misunderstand about socialism. It is not about equity instead of equality.
The drip.
At all. We don't have
My king can say whatever he wants. He is absolutely dripped the fuck out of his mind.
material equality as a baseline.
He can say whatever
in
he
this
wants.
country.
He's allowed.
We don't have that at all. I'm advocating for a baseline of material equality. Not
Wait,
about
what's he
equity
saying?
Instead of equality. Equity instead of equality. That's what people misunderstand about socialism. It is not
That's
about
true.
equity instead of equality at all. We don't have
He couldn't be bothered. Wait, is that a keyboard sound? Hold up.
That's what people misunderstand about socialism. It is not about
First of all, moving the mouse in front of the screen while recording. You're recording for a fucking video essay, brother. You're not clean about this at all. Second of all, is this a keyboard?
equity instead of equality at all. We don't have
That is a keyboard. Why is your mic on? Why is your mic on? This is horrific quality. Oh my goodness. Who watches this sorry son of a salamander? Like, what are you doing, brother? How did you catch that? Because I'm amazing. And a perfectionist. If I caught that in my video, you know that should be edited out, okay? And Dubsy does a clean job. Clean. I know Dubsy did this video justice. I know it in my heart, okay? I trust Dubsy. Dubsy, you guys know when Kira got that one guy to write in the death note for him? What was that guy's name? Guy who wrote for Kira. Terumikami. I'm Light Yagami, and Dubsy is my Terumikami. Okay? He knows what he... Sorry, they know what I want. They know what I want. Alright? They understand. I trust Mikami. Like, I trust my Mikami, my Dubsy. Okay, I trust Dubsy with my this content that I've imbued my soul into. Okay, I want to see your death note list. I don't have a death note list. I don't believe in the death penalty.
have material equality as a baseline in this country. We don't have that at all. I'm advocating for a baseline of material equality.
That's
I'm
crazy.
Advocating for better worker protections, better worker rights, and more and less
sloppy
alienation.
work.
That's all a lie.
Of course, a guy who uses fucking AI generated PNG images that he then has to like cut out precariously so that there's still white pixels left. Of course, he would like accidentally leave the microphone on and brush his mouse in front of the video while he's recording it for a fucking video essay that he's trying to make look so clean. Like, it wouldn't be bad, right, if it were, like, supposed to be sloppy. But, like, clearly this is supposed to be clean work. It's not consistent at all, okay? Like, my work is not always clean, okay? My work, not Dubsy's work. Dubsy's work is always clean. Mine is, like, if you ever watch my live streams, of course, mine is, like, sloppy. But it's supposed to be. Like, I don't hide that. But, like, yours is very much trying... Like, it's giving clean, but it's not giving clean. You know what I mean? Like, you got to pick a lane.
lie.
Clean it
That's
up.
a f***ing lie. What he's talking about can happen in a capitalist system, and it is explicitly not what socialism is about. It's not about materially equal conditions. That's called welfare or redistribution, which capitalism can do, right?
That's
You're
true.
talking specifically about getting rid of or eliminating the profit, or at the very least, redirecting the profit to workers. You want to destroy private ownership.
That's true.
Because owners that don't work shouldn't be collecting money off of people that do. That's fundamentally what your belief is, and that's not
Listen, Destiny sucks, but he's very often correct, and he is completely correct here.
not even like this is what Marxists believe. This is what you believe. You said this on stream, mother. His idea of socialism is what Republicans called socialism in
Socialism is when workers own the means of production. That's all that means. Okay, and ideally, in a democratic workplace, we would see a natural redistribution of the wealth and the goods of society, right? The necessary goods like food and shelter and such, you know, distributed in an equitable manner. You know, that is the hope and the expectation, because democratic societies tend to be more equitable than non-democratic societies throughout history. That's just the pattern we've seen. So a democratic structure of the workplace, socialism, you know, the means of production owned and operated by the workers who work them, is simply going to result in better outcomes for the workers, which is good because the workers are what keeps society functioning. If the CEO of Walmart dies tomorrow, another CEO steps in and takes his place. Nothing changes. If the entire workforce dies, we have a bunch of empty Walmarts with rotting food. And that is the legacy of the Walden family without their workers. Empty Walmarts and rotting food. Okay? That's why I advocate for workers owning the means of production, aka socialism. I think anybody in their right mind would. It's just that we've made socialism such a boogeyman and people have all drank the Kool-Aid. And it's sad. So, come to the light, brother.
2005.
You're living in the Matrix. That's the fucking Matrix.
Socialism is just when government does more stuff. Not at all when we
True.
execute you. Keep in mind, this guy's channel is literally dedicated to teaching people how to become landlords and to become millionaires. He actively teaches people to become the things Hassan hates and advocates for the death of those people. Yet he's perfectly fine sitting down having a cup of coffee with these people, as long as it means getting the good message out.
Hassan is against the death penalty, okay? He was being spicy, first of all. I'm not condoning what he said, but I don't actually believe that Hassan has a bloodlust. Okay, I don't believe that. I do believe that Hassan would like to change these people if he can. If he has an opportunity to talk to these people that he does not like and try to change their mind, he is going to do so because he's a good person. And I believe Hassan's a good person deep down. And I think that he does want to change people's opinions if he can. And if you can't, then fuck them. Okay, I'm sorry. They're like a stain on society. They suck. Yeah, fuck them. Like, whatever. Aren't leftists the most for prison to be reform over torture? Yeah, and that a lot of conservatives say that that's a bad thing, right? Like, conservatives love torture in prisons. They joke all the time about men getting raped in prisons and then turn around and say, well, men are actually, suffering more than women are. And it's because of the women, but not because of us, because we definitely would never do anything like literally joke about male rape in prisons. They love their torture prisons. We, on the other hand, reasonable, well thought out people want prisons to be places of reform where we can ensure that people understand the wrongs that they did to society, learn from it, and then move on and become productive members of society yet again. They would prefer to torture these people and then let them out and expect them to not behave like caged animals when they've been treating them like that for who knows how many years. So.
Out there. Because again, these aren't men of principles.
You call it selling out your principles. I call it fucking winning.
Who's this guy?
My principle.
Who's this guy? Is this Vosh AI? Some guy AI'd his face onto Vosh, I'm sure of it.
to win as a socialist, not to lose as a socialist. That's not my principle. I don't give a about principled failure. Principled failure is worth dog shit.
These people don't care about truth. They want power. They only
I see his point. Like if you fail, like liberalism is what he's referring to as liberalism, right? Like liberalism is principled failure. Oh, we follow the rules. When they go low, we go high. Like that bullshit. Sorry, no. Like fuck that. He has moral principles, which is guiding him toward saying that line, fuck principled failure. His principle is winning, okay? And doing damn near whatever it takes to do so. Because ultimately what winning means to Vosh, because I know Vosh and I know he's a good person, what winning means to him is making life as good as possible for as many fucking people as possible. And he says, you know what? Anything is worth that. I think that's fine, personally. Okay? Obviously, you could draw up some scenarios that would be pretty fucked up that would, like, you know, like fictional hypotheticals, like, I don't know. But I feel like as a baseline principle, that's pretty fucking good. And I feel like that is worth, like, saying, fuck all the other principles, that's my principle.
Only care
that's
about
what he
winning
meant.
in their own words. And being a man of principles means you gotta tell the truth at least, right? But that only holds you back because these people, they're not honest with you about what they believe.
You have to advocate
I
for
am,
a
though.
much lighter form.
Dude, no, that's not true. Like, lying is hard. Why would I lie? Like, I'm completely open about everything that I believe. Sorry, I don't lie about what. Just ask me about anything that I believe in. Just ask. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. It takes effort and time and energy that I do not have to lie. It is so much easier to just tell the truth.
Of propaganda. You want America in the way that I feel about it, and if you want America to get out of the way, or places with more revolutionary potential to do what they would normally do, I think that one thing you have to do is advocate for a lighter form, while simultaneously still doing
dripped as
propaganda
fuck.
that goes beyond, you know.
Why does okay? This is supposed to be ripping on my man's, but like he keeps showing these guys in these dripped out outfits. The only one that wasn't was when Vosh was wearing like the flat pink. He was rocking like the flat like not Cartoon Network Nick Jr. pink. I don't know why it made me think of Nick Jr. Like just like a Blue's Clues character. That's why. Like very simple, like just solid pink. Other than that, they're dripped to the teeth.
Right. Social democratic idea.
They look
That's
great.
what these leftists are taught.
And they're
to do.
spitting,
That's what
too.
They actively do. They don't reveal fully what they believe. No, we gotta water it down.
Hello,
first.
Village
Make
Idiot.
it easier for people to digest. We water down the information so that they can be set on the right path of radicalization, which should be really
Fix those pixels,
so
brother.
That they can be set on the right path of radical.
Jesus Christ. Come on. Put a little bit of love into the craft, man. Like, editing's a fucking art, okay? Ask Dubsy. Dubsy knows. Editing is a goddamn art. That's why I pay them so well. So, that aside, it's so low effort. Like, come on. Anybody can see that, like, this is not good. Like, what pisses me off is that it's masquerading as, like, a very well-built, fully fledged out video essay with like the music and the visuals, but like then the visuals are like garbage, you know? And AI generated. Like it's trying so hard to be something it's not, and I think maybe that might say something about you, my friend. Maybe you're not built for this life. You know? Go touch grass. Go discover yourself like I did. Okay? I'm a crocheter now. I've given up the path of reacting to politics videos. I don't know. Anyway.
Radicalization, which should be really concerning for you, even if you're a centrist. Because if this is the watered down message where they think it's better for you to be and they don't care when you die, what do they really believe? I mean,
I
this
don't.
is what they're totally fine openly admitting.
Dog, everybody dies and you make the world worse. So if you die, then the world is slightly less worse. That's fine. I don't want people to kill you. Okay? I don't think that you should be killed. I don't believe in violence. I literally I would much prefer, that's literally it's not like I actively want you. I would so much more prefer that you reform and become a better person because I know that you have it in you. That's what I want. Okay? But in lieu of that, you are making the world the worst place, and I wouldn't care if you disappeared. Sorry. That's how it is. And I know that you feel the same about me, but you're too pussy to say it, so whatever.
Admitting and showing to people. They have no problem with this. This is not the most radical part of their message. It's not just, haha, it'd be funny if you die. It's they want you dead. They're actively working towards that goal. Look at what they're doing. They're proactively taking steps to make their own audiences not communicate with people who disagree with them. They're supposed to be rude, disrespectful,
Oh, that's my meme! Wait, that's a banger! That's a really good one. Criminals don't deserve due process. Trans ideology must be eradicated. Women are subservient and inferior to men. The white race must be preserved. Those are just my opinions. Feel free to disagree, but please be polite about it. That's a bang. Why would he put this here? It's so good. I used to churn out memes. I was like a meme champion. I haven't been inspired lately. All of my inspiration has gone into my craft, the essence of my life right now. My pride and joy.
Call you a Nazi and an evil person and call it a day. We can't talk to these evil subhumans because at the end of the day, this is language designed to dehumanize you.
I tried to talk to you! I tried! I can pull up the fucking DMs, brother. Okay? I tried. I reached out to you. I said, let's have a dialogue. I literally did that. And you said, no, I don't trust you. That's what you said. You said you don't trust me. And then you made a fucking video about me that was really stupid. I tried, man. I reached out my hand and said, brother, maybe we can come to an agreement. But you said no. Okay? I'm not very much in the mood for debates or talking to people that are like you. But I'll open the door just for you. If you want to still talk, let's just talk. Okay? Let's have a dialogue. That's what you want, right? Let's have a dialogue. I'm opening the door again, even though you shut it in my face. You shut the door in my face, and then you screamed at the door why I'm not coming in. That's what happened. So now I'm saying I will come in. All you have to do is open the door again, my friend. That's all you got to do. Let's talk.
You're no longer a person who simply has different views.
What a bunch of fucking babies
for the world. No, you
they won't talk to us. Yeah, I will. Go ahead. Just hit me up. Fine, we'll talk.
Abortion is murder. I value the life of a child. No, it's you hate women. That's what these people unironically believe.
But that's what it comes back to.
Transitioning children is wrong.
If you don't want women to have bodily autonomy, then you hate women. Yes, I'm fine saying that. Okay? If you don't want abortion to be legal, you don't want women to have bodily autonomy, and if you don't want women to have bodily autonomy, then you hate women. I'm fine saying that.
You want trans kids to die. If you're against welfare and you think that's wasteful
That's true.
And there are better ways to help the homeless. No, you just hate the homeless and you want them to suffer. That is what these radical leftists
Hold on, what was the last one?
If you're against welfare and you think that's wasteful spending, and there are better ways to help the homeless. No, you just hate the homeless and
what are the better ways then? What are they? Very convenient to leave those out. You could have just thrown an example or two out. You know, better ways to help the homeless, like X or Y. No, trust me, guys. There are better ways. Better ways than wealth. The homeless don't need food and water and shelter. They don't need any of that. Okay? I have my methods. Trust the process. Trust conservatives. Trust conservatives. They know what they're doing.
You want them to suffer.
They know
that is what these radical leftists unironically believe about the right. Verbatim. It's because they're not even just left-wing. Because a left-wing person, maybe they have the ability to interact and talk to people on the right. Hey, they understand that we don't agree, but we both want what's best for the world. Not a radical leftist, though. No, they don't talk to you because their own...
You just beat me up over a hat? Well, the justification of violence in this scenario. God, this is. I'm not
Audience
reading that.
decided
Nope,
to
you can't make
isolate you
me.
from them. They want
L
them
meme.
to hate you because
L
if they
meme.
hate you, it's going to be a lot easier to lead a revolution where they execute you. They make it a point to sympathize and empathize with criminals, rapists, murderers more than you. Which side is in favor of the death penalty? Not the left. They think that murderers, they're simply disturbed or
Wait, we're not in favor of the death penalty, yet we want you to die? Which is it, brother? Which is it? I don't understand. Yeah, you're right. I'm not in favor of that. I don't want you to die. Okay? You know why? Because I'd rather drag you kicking and screaming into a better world. Okay? Just call me Luffy. Luffy doesn't kill people. What Luffy does is he drags his enemies kicking and screaming into a better fucking tomorrow. And that's what I want to be for you. You're Nika. Your sun god. All right? Sorry, spoilers. All I want is for you to see the light, man. That's all I want. Like, just open your fucking eyes and notice that, like, the world can be so much better than what you think it can be. All right? Just let trans people exist. They're not hurting anybody. If you want to know who's hurting people, it's men. Okay? Cis men. That's who hurts people more than anybody else. Way the fuck more than anybody else. Okay? We live in a fucking patriarchy, which you would never admit despite all of the various statistics indicating so. Like the gender pay gap, of course. We love that one. Or, rape statistics. Right? Like, it's very clearly tilted. So yeah, we live in a patriarchy, and I would like to, tear that down and make a better tomorrow. And that process does not involve killing you. Okay? It doesn't. I used to be a conservative. I was like really bad too. Like I like Glenn Beck book at 13 bad. Like really bad. But I thought about it and I changed. Okay? I had some great influences in my life and I changed for the better. And I want that for everybody. That's all I want. Okay? But if you suck as a person and then you croak, I'm not going to feel that bad. I don't feel like that's a controversial opinion.
unwell human beings. No, people who actually murder, they're not evil. We gotta help them. We must advocate for rehabilitation.
Baldness was the punishment for being conservative. Fuck you. That's disgusting. How dare you? My penance. Thou shalt be bald forevermore. You'll have it all. Wealth, fame, and power, but not a hairline. Oh, man.
And for these people.
What
Unless
a L.
you say the N-word. No, if you say the N-word, you're actually just a horrible, evil person. And there's no possible reason for it.
That was disgusting.
We gotta extend sympathy and empathy.
That was mean. I should ban you for that
For
one.
the
That was mean.
racist, none is given. No,
I'm gonna be thinking about that for the rest of the night.
The N-word, they justify doing horrible.
Is this guy still
evil
talking?
things
Oh, yeah.
to her. If you say the N-word, it is good.
Dog, she made like $800,000 because she called a 4-year-old the N-word. That just happened. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me?
For the racist, none is given. No, when it comes to Shiloh, because she said the N-word, they justify doing.
Said it? Oh, she just said it. Oh, yeah, right. She just like shouted it out there into the ether, right? Right? She just like, let it. She had a Tourette's tick, right? N-word, right? Like it just happened. Oh, her bad, right? That's crazy work. That's like that's more misleading than like conservative headlines were. That's crazy work.
And horrible, evil things to her. If you say the N-word, it is good to dox you, to steal your social security number, to swat you, to harass you, to try and ruin your life, to try and...
Dog, she's set for life because like a bunch of fucking racists gave her money. Like, I don't care. I don't care. Next time, she shouldn't call a 4-year-old the N-word. How about that? While somebody's recording. Don't do that. Okay? Don't do that. Nobody should be doxxed. Nobody should be killed. Okay? I'm not advocating I'm not advocating violence. Nobody should be violent toward her. But if they are, I just don't care that much. Okay? I have other shit to worry about. I'm not like, oh my God. Like, I feel so bad for that chick who said the N-word to a 4-year-old. I feel so bad for her. Like, oh my, can you believe that, like, because she said the N-word to a 4-year-old, and I, as a leftist, don't personally believe in, like, you know, unjust, unreasonable punishment. So, like, I'm gonna say that, like, you know, like, that shouldn't have happened to her, you know, like, she shouldn't have gotten doxxed. And I feel, personally, and I'm gonna make that what I talk about, too, you know? I'm gonna make that what I talk about. That I feel so bad for this woman who said the N-word to a 4-year-old. What the fuck? No, I don't feel bad for her. Sorry, you shouldn't have said the N-word to a fucking 4-year-old. Dipshit. Get wrecked.
And get you fired from your job so that you can't feed your children because she's racist. Just like all white people are racist, according to them. Because remember, being killed is a good thing in these people's
Especially
lives.
me.
That's what they believe.
I'm
If
the
there
most
was a
racist.
situation where a woman, she was being murdered by a man, and that woman just so happened to call him the N-word right before she died, people would say she deserved it. In fact, people would be happy.
That's so true.
That's how these people's moral...
That's what I think about, too. That's a scenario that I would think about and put to paper. You know? Like, oh, if a woman... Okay, let's just imagine a scenario where, like, a woman is being killed by a black man. First, like a white woman, right? Like, a white woman's being killed by a black man. And this is... Don't worry. I'm not racist, okay? But just imagine, if you will, a white woman being killed by a black man, okay? Just imagine that, and I'm not racist, and I promise you. Now, listen. Just hear me out. Now, white woman, black man, he's killing her, okay? He's killing her. So... Now that we've established that a black man is killing a white woman, what we're going to do now is imagine that the white woman spouts the N-word at him before he plunges the knife into her chest. Okay? Now that I'm definitely still not racist, like, come on, man. Come on. Shut up. You will do anything to be allowed to say the N-word. You're what's the word? Not throbbing. Frothing with the, ooh, that's a good, frothing at the mouth, okay? For that N-word pass. That lucrative N-word pass. You want it. You want it so bad. That's crazy work.
Compasses operate. Look at these videos. Keep in mind, she literally just said the N.
But the price for that is having black friends, so it'll never happen.
And this is what.
Oh no!
My mama would have went to that house, knocked on her door, dragged her by that skinny little blonde ponytail, and turned her every which way but loose. And then
it's so funny because, like, okay, real talk. If you want to say the N-word that bad, just have some black friends and hang out with them. Like, a lot of them will let you. They don't give a shit if it's just, like, around them. Like it doesn't fucking matter in a lot of cases. Like, it's funny because, like, the one thing they will never do to be allowed to say the N-word is have black friends. They won't do it.
Like, go get my bill.
Don't catch them having black friends.
Like, it is time for us to start turning the other cheek. And I mean their cheek, not our cheek, okay? I think it's time for us to start showing them who the fuck we are.
And the fact that you did that when that little boy's parents were not around, they were not present. What kind of person are you behind closed doors? Like, I'm fearful of your children, and I hope that they get removed.
Good! They should call CPS. She called a 4-year-old the N-word. Yeah, call CPS. Sure. Fuck it. Like, yeah, that's what we're supposed to do, right? You're telling me that a parent of a toddler just called another toddler a slur? A racial slur. Yeah. 6 CPS on her. That's not harassment. That's reasonable. Fuck her.
Whatever the name is. People like her, they deserve a bullet. They really do.
Ooh, the fucking way.
I do not condone violence.
If I was in front of her. But I hope and pray that they find your location. And I hope they dog walk your stupid ass. And when you good and going, I hope somebody...
None of these people have, so far that I've seen, called a 4-year-old the N-word. I don't care.
Find your grave and piss on that shit.
What is this comparison?
These people think...
Which, by the way, you didn't mention the 4-year-old, by the way. You just said, oh, she said the N-word. Now everybody's after her. You're literally spreading disinformation, brother. Great, absolute, dude. This has so many fucking views. Why? 281,000 views. That is such crazy. Dude, this is why I said in the Asmongold segment that humanity has failed. Okay? We're a failed experiment by God. All right? He shot us out. He's like, we'll try again. Well, but we'll let this play out and see what happens, you know? Like, let's just have fun with it at this point. And then, like, we just have a bunch of dumbasses running around. That's your God.
That if you say
that's the God I believe in.
You deserve to be raped and murdered. When
Fuck
it happens
God.
to you, they will be happy and gleeful. They hate you. And look, this is negative information.
That's
really
true.
Negative topic for this video. But
that
I'm
part
only
is true.
saying this because I truly
It's the
believe
first
that
correct thing he said.
I'm never this strong or stern with what I say. And the only reason why I'm saying it right now is it's because it's the truth.
Oh, he's never this strong or stern.
These people are trying to polarize their audiences so that
Listen
they
here,
hate you
Buster.
more, and they're more willing to do evil things against you. Because again, when they call you an evil monster, that doesn't deserve courtesy or respect.
I wouldn't even give you the courtesy of calling you an evil monster, man. You're like a pathetic worm. Like, you know the what's the slug that Jerry turns into on Rick and Morty? That's what you are. Like a nuisance, irritating, collaborating with evil, slimy, like just like the worst that humanity has. Yeah. You suck, is my point. You suck.
It's not to change your mind. It's to isolate their own audience and to radicalize their own side. Which is really...
My audience, I literally... If I were trying to isolate my audience, I would not do what I'm doing right now and watch this entire video in its full context. Okay? Anybody who wants to can watch, watch this video and break it down point by point and explain it. That's not isolating. I am exposing them to you. Okay? That is not isolating them. The way that you expose them to me, all right, is that you isolate me into bits that you can then feed to them like chewed up food to a baby bird, right? And they gobble it up. And they're like, oh, this is who he is. He hates people. Oh, he's a hateful person and evil and bad. He's evil and bad. And I should not like him. Dog, I literally reached out to you for a conversation. I initiated. I said, listen, let's talk. I'll bring you on stream. We'll talk. Okay? Offers up for off stream too. I will make content out of it, brother. I will extend a good hand in good faith to you. Off stream talk, sure, we'll do it. Fine. I won't even record it. Okay? I'll be honest about what happened in it, but I won't record it. Seriously. I'd rather do it on stream, though. I do like the content.
Really ironic if you think about it. This is the side of quote-unquote democracy. But the reason why they want to isolate their own audience and to radicalize them is because they are genuinely fearful that if they heard the other side, they would be
Yeah, that too. Like, people who voted for a pedophile, an alleged pedophile, I guess, are either not smart or not a good person. Exactly.
And leave them.
Like canceling these people or preventing them from showing up and pushing their message when most people don't have the ability to like push back. I think that does more good than it does harm. Nobody knows how to handle that.
Yeah, but
and I wish they did.
Then we should do that,
but I
right?
feel like that's very idealized.
But yeah, but
Versus-
that's what we're at college. It's a place for ideals, right? Don't
But
you all
like-
have
but like-
dreams? And
but
you
like-
guys aren't old enough to have your hopes and dreams crushed yet. You should still
Hold
be
on,
ideal.
what's happening here?
They would be convinced and leave them.
Like canceling these people or preventing them from showing up and pushing their message when most people don't have the ability to like push back. I think that does more good than it does harm. Nobody knows how to handle that.
Yeah, but
and
shouldn't
I wish
More
they
good
did.
than it does harm?
we should do that,
but I
right?
feel like that's very idealized.
But yeah, but that's
Versus-
what we're at college. It's a place for ideals, right? Don't
But
you all
like-
have
but like-
dreams? And
but
you
like-
guys aren't old enough to have your hopes and dreams crushed yet. You should still be idealistic, right?
Used to be the opposite. I used to feel like, oh yeah, we should have every idea, bad or good, on the marketplace, and then people should debate it. And bad ideas will fall to the bottom, good ideas will come to the top. But instead, we had like 4 years of like half the population of America
and that's
parroting what Trump said on Twitter.
Dude, give me an idea of yours and I will break down why it is bad. I have evidence as to why it is bad. I can give you examples. I can give you comparisons, okay? I can explain to you why I think a thing is bad, okay? Usually, pretty well. And when I explain that to you, if you can explain then to me why it's not bad, or vice versa, if I think a thing is good and you explain why it's not good, right? Whatever. Then I might just believe you. But until that point, I won't. And I'll think your ideas are bad. Because I explained to you why they're bad. And you still think them. So, what am I to do with that? I don't care what you think anymore. Like, this is not, like, a matter... Excuse me. If this was a matter of, like, a sock dem versus, like, a socialist, you know, like, then I wouldn't be as visceral about this. Because in that case, it's basically, like, down to... We agree on everything except I believe that, like, I believe in a capitalist system of the economy. And the other person is like, well, I believe that capitalism should be torn down and we should start socialism, which is a huge difference, mind you. A very, very big difference. Unfortunately, doesn't really matter right now. Sorry. We live in capitalism. We're in this hell until we die. So, whatever. Anyway, that kind of debate I can accept. I can understand why people think that capitalism is preferable to socialism to an extent. I think that once it's explained, I feel like I explain it decently well. And I'm confused as to why people still think that capitalism is better than socialism after I explain it. But I can at least talk to that person. You know what I mean? Like, I can reason with them. And to be frank, like, there's a lot that I don't understand about economics. So there might be people who are capitalists who can toss me in a debate. I accept that. That's why I don't usually do economics debates. But that being said, I could handle that. What I can't handle is, like it's completely opposite worlds that we live in. Like, the world that I live in, trans kids exist and are valid. In the world you live in, trans kids are being, like, abused by their parents, and people who think that trans kids exist are pedophiles, and we should all be burning in hell or rotting in jail or whatever. These are not, like, I can't accept that. That's poison. That's poison, brother. Straight venom. Injected directly into our human society. No, I say no. I cast that out. Take that out with you, okay? Cleanse this earth of your venom, sir. I do not care for your ideas.
Twitter.
If their own audience could think for themselves, if their own audience was genuinely exposed to the other side, they wouldn't be a radical leftist. They fear this. They don't trust honest discourse. If you could actually have an honest conversation with a Nazi, as they said, they genuinely fear you would become one of them. It's very funny. They're not in favor of having a democracy that is actually informed on what the other side thinks. No, no, no. We must have a democracy
Yeah, we should talk to Nazis, right? We should consider Nazis' ideas. You're a Nazi apologist, brother. This confirmed it. You're a fucking Nazi apologist. You think that we should talk to Nazis and consider their ideas. That's what you think. You think that Nazis might have good ideas. They don't. They don't. They're Nazis. They're Nazis! We settled this like 80 years ago! No, they suck ass. They're Nazis. Fuck them. Nothing they say holds any value or merit. I would trust them on nothing. They're disgusting creatures. Until they revoke their Nazism. Which many have. And I welcome them with open arms. But until they do, fuck them. I don't care. They're anti-human. They're anti-me. Okay? It's simple self-defense.
that is controlled with isolated followers who are radicalized and only know to hate the people that they disagree with. Democracy where you only know one thing. Democracy where you can't hear the other side out. Democracy
we should hear out the Nazis.
To hate. I mean, look at the Ethan Klein situation. Ethan Klein is your standard
No,
left.
not this
He engages
again.
in
It's
all the
everywhere.
left-wing talking points, but he only disagrees slightly.
Everywhere I look, he's there. I miss him every day. I miss the old Ethan.
With the Israel and Palestine
I miss the old
situation.
Ethan. It brings a tear to my eye.
He doesn't even deny 90% of their talking points when it comes to Palestine. Yet they still hate them. They hate them so much that they literally...
He's inconsistent. He's like super inconsistent about it. Like 1 minute he's like, yeah, Israel's doing a genocide. The next he's like, but have you heard about October 7th? That's just like the genocide that Israel's committing right now. They're basically comparable. But like nobody talks about October 7th, bro. Have you heard about October 7th, bro? Bro, have you heard about... Like, yes, everybody has. On the news. All the fucking time. All the time. Yeah, October 7th this, October 7th that. Heard about it. Got it. Have you heard about the fucking genocide? You know? Like, that's a thing, too. They wanted October 7th to happen. They were watering at the mouth for it. Okay, Netanyahu's a sick fucking freak. Okay, he's disgusting. He wanted that shit to happen. It gave him the perfect excuse to go and slaughter children en masse. Okay? Anyway, what's up?
I just wanted to say thank you for dinner.
Mm-hmm.
It was very good.
I know, right?
Oh, second, you mentioned this like last week. Do you still want to do that One Piece thing you talked? Or
We can.
I'm cool. Whatever. I just want to know so that I don't like fall asleep early or something. Doing.
I only got about 2 minutes left on this. I can do that, take a break real quick, and we can get started.
Cool.
All right, cool.
All right, cool.
All right. Talk to you in a bit.
Yep. I'll be on in a bit, y'all.
Let's go.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Oh, you're fine. I was going to do the Jubilee thing with Jordan Peterson, but I'd rather spend time with my wife.
They called Child Protective Services on him. The same guy that says that Steven Crowder's a right-wing extremist. That's how left-wing
He
is!
is!
They still hate his guts. They hate him and his family. They want the worst for him. If his family got...
Wait.
Literally called child when it comes to Palestine. Yet they still hate them. They hate him so much that they literally called Child Protective Services on him. The same guy that says that Steven Crowder's a right-wing extremist. That's how left-wing he is. Yet they still hate his guts. They hate him and his family. They want the...
Because, okay, I've postulated this before. I think it's because he doesn't want to admit that he was wrong on anything. You know what I mean? Like, if he could find it in himself to admit that he was wrong about anything, he would revoke, like, anything that he said about, like, positive toward Palestine and just become a fucking Zionist. Like a full-fledged Zionist. But he can't find it in himself to say, like, no, I was wrong on that, actually. No, actually, I was wrong on this thing. I was wrong about that, actually. Like, I was fundamentally wrong about this. So he can't, like, fix anything that he said before. I could be wrong. Like, maybe that's not the case, but that's kind of what I'm getting from him.
The worst for him. If his family got raped and murdered,
otherwise he'd just be a Zionist.
And they make that clear with their words. And
no, wait. I don't want that for him. I don't want that for anybody. I don't want that. Okay? I simply don't. Like... If somebody that I think is a good person gets tortured to death, I will be very sad. If somebody that I think is a pretty bad person gets tortured to death and dies, I would think that's pretty fucked up, but I probably wouldn't be that sad, right? Like, I hated that guy. Like, now that he's gone, my life might be a little better or easier. It's a bit morbid, but it's just the fact of the matter, right? Like, if I didn't like him, if he sucked, like, okay. Like, yeah, I wouldn't have chosen that way out for him, but, you know, he sucked, so whatever. I guess, like, it shouldn't have happened. Like, it's sad, sorry. Sorry to his family, but, like, yeah. I feel like that's a very normal response. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Okay, I'm not gonna fucking cry over him. I'm sorry. Like, if he sucks, then I'm simply not. Like, I don't care. I feel like that's normal.
And their actions.
Is that not normal?
Do that with Ethan Klein, who's practically identical to them. What does that say about you if you're even a centrist? In most revolutions and purges, even the people who are the strongest...
My wife said something similar to that happened in the Charles Dickens books, so that's normal. I've been validated.
Advocates of that movement.
This has gone on far
tend to
too
fall
long.
to the guillotine themselves, because after all, if anybody disagrees with
guillotine,
they're fascist, and fascists are evil Nazis. And we don't respect or show common courtesy to Nazis. We don't even.
Anybody who disagrees with me is a
not only
fascist.
will they
Correct.
remain silent when violence happens against you. No. They're going to enjoy it. That's what they're looking forward to. So at this point, if they call you a sexist, homophobe, racist, whatever, who cares? They're going to anyways. They don't want to engage in logic.
Who cares? I'm not going to make a 20-minute video about how much I care. Certainly not. Who cares?
They're afraid of it. That's
267,000 people won't care enough to watch this video and not care with me. So who
why
cares?
they isolate their followers. That's why they're polarizing.
I'm not bothered by
They're
it.
fearful
Not a
of
bit.
No conversations. Yet I want to make this clear. The point of this video is not to make you feel the exact same way towards them. Don't fall into the exact same trap. This video is not created with the purpose to isolate people, to polarize them, to kill conversations. No, I think those things are really important. And we need to
With
call this
Nazis,
out for
especially
what it
with
is.
Nazis.
That's what you need to do.
You have
Call
to
out
have
what they're
conversation
doing.
with Nazis.
They're radicalizing their own audiences, and this is how they're doing it. You need to
You guys don't understand. I think that you should have conversations with people who want healthcare for all and people who want to murder the Jews. I think that you should have conversations with everybody. So I'm actually the rational one here. I think that conversations with Nazis are very valuable. I'm Lord Minion. What was it, Lord Minion? Remnant. Why did I think Lord Minion? Who's Lord Minion?
Wade.
I said Wade's name. Not my goat, Wade. For the real Markiplier fans, you know who Wade is.
I love Wade.
Why did I say Lord Minion? That's a horrible slip up.
I was wondering about that.
That's a horrible slip up.
I was like, I don't think Wade. Hope not anyway. Otherwise, I will be very sad.
That would be tragic.
That would really hurt me.
Understands this. I don't think there's anything wrong with seeking or gaining political power. That's what we should do, but I don't think you should do it through dishonest means.
Not the royalty-free uplifting music. I don't trust that this music isn't AI generated.
There's absolutely nothing wrong.
There's really no
Believing
way
the
to
laws
tell,
and
but
principles that you hold into this country, especially as a Christian. They hate you, and they view you as this cartoonish villain.
That's
Don't
true.
fall down that same path yourself. Do what is right. And that is it for this video.
do what
I
is
really
right.
hope you
Listen to the
If you
Nazis.
enjoyed this, be sure to like and subscribe. And as always,
Do what's right, guys. We have to consider the opinions of Nazis. You don't understand. If we don't, then we're the bad guys. Because we have to understand where Nazis are coming from. If you really think about it. We have to know why they want to murder Jews and gay people. And like all minorities. And create the master race using eugenics and horrific genocidal techniques to wipe out mass swaths of the population and or enslave them. But we need to consider their opinions, guys. You don't understand. This is important. Fuck this guy. It's funny that he put me in another video, though. I might have been... I do have to, like, step up my drip game. I think that this is very good. I think I need to do this more. I think that in the videos, my drip was the worst. I'm being out... No, wait. Destiny's was worse. Okay, never mind. Destiny's was worse. I'm good. I'm good. I'll take second last. But I should improve my drip game. I think this is pretty good. I think I can go harder. Anyway, that was Remnant 777. I guess we're beefing again. I don't know. Love you, man. Hit me up. White skin is a genetic mutation. Dog, being a human's like a pile of genetic mutations. If there were no genetic mutations, you would still be like a lump of proteins wiggling around in the primordial soup. Hell, you might be dead. Without mutation, there's no adaptation. No mutation, no adaptation. Yeah, white skin is an adaptation to a specific environment. Black skin was advantageous for certain environments. White skin was advantageous for other environments. And brown skin somewhere in the middle. And then I'm sure there was like an advantage somewhere for, or an incentive somewhere for Asians to have, you know, whatever color skin they're considered, I guess. Bosch does have the best drip. He showed me how to dress. Yeah, I kind of go for like discount Hassan. That's so sad, man. But it works. Like, it's fine. It's fine. It's good enough. Okay. Quick break. I'm gonna bring my wife over, and we're going to do. I hope the One Piece fans are ready. We're gonna be doing some One Piece, some kind of One Piece tier list. I don't know what tier list yet, but we watched. Who knows who Melon T is? Who's a Melon T? Who's a Giga Chad Melon T enjoyer? Okay, anybody can be a Virgin Alec Gunter fan. The Giga Chad Melon T enjoyers are the real ones. Okay? Who's a Melon T enjoyer? Because I watched Melon T and a friend of hers do a tier list of mentors, villains and mentors of One Piece for how hot they were. And I want to do something like that. But I'm not sure what yet. I found this funny video about Nazis. It's 1 minute. What is this? This is not going to be a segment. I'm doing this because I love you. This is probably copyrighted content, is it not? It's probably fine. Oh, it's like an edited video, okay. Okay, this is getting a little gory. I don't think it was bad enough to trigger YouTube's content filter, but it was pretty bad. It was starting to get there. Very good, though. Gotta love it. All right. I'll be right back. Sorry if you're here for politics. Politics is dead. I killed it. Politics is dead. We're all about anime now. Specifically One Piece. I feel like One Piece deserves its own category. I will do my best not to spoil anything, but no promises. I will definitely not be spoiling Elbaf though, because Katie's not gotten there yet. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Just gonna creep down in Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here. I can sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I'm gonna hold my head, cause I have no fear. This probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. Our ghosts try to approach me and got leery. Ask him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, crying pumpkin in the alley. Didn't allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I gotta hold my head, I have no fear. It probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. A ghost try to approach me, he got near. Spooky up in here. It's crazy in here. We still gonna keep it going, I'm Knuckles. Nobody scares me. Whoever wanted, bring it. I don't care. We can do this. Then come step up to the plate and meet your match. It ain't no thing.
I return. Hello. I will be bringing Katie down in just a minute. She is working on her Spanish. In the meanwhile, let's see. Should I work on my shuckle? Who else got 200 hours on Spore? I mean, maybe from back in the day, but not like these days. I'm not much of a Spore man myself. I used to be. It's a creative game. I like the, they give you pretty good versatility, all things considered, when it comes to designing what your creature's gonna look like. There's some silly stuff, and like the design of your creature ceases to kind of matter after a certain point. Like, I don't know, like it kind of falls apart. I think the civilization era is where it falls apart. I'm really into the cell stage, I'm really into the animal stage, and I'm really into the tribal stage. I think that the civilization stage sucks ass. It is the most boring part. I don't want to do it. It sucks. And then space stage kind of picks it back up a little bit, mostly because you want to terraform. Like, you can terraform, like, that's crazy, you know? Like, it kind of blows me out of the water a little bit in one way, but in another way, it's, like, not the same game. You know? I guess, like, no, it kind of is. No, I take that back, because it still kind of, like, follows the theme of, like, if you're terraforming, right? Then, like, you're still, like, being creative in, like, a life form kind of way. I don't know, like, it still follows the theme. It's mostly the civilization stage. I just think that sucks doggy doo-doo. I'll do a few more rows on this. Where's my trusty hook? I switched from a 8 to a 5.5, which frankly is a bit small for the size yarn I'm using. It's just a teeny bit small, but I think it's fine because I have to loosen up my stitches anyway. Okay, so I need a marker. Spore was fun as a kid, but after Tribal I got bored. Yeah, like Tribal was okay. I think Tribal was solid.
Wealth, fame, power.
One day I'll get AG to listen to the Mania soundtrack.
You could send it to me. You could try to get me to listen to it first. Then I might. Thank you for 5 tier 1 gifted subs though. If that's a bribe, it's working. I might listen to it. Sonic Mania. Yeah, I guess I should listen to it. I don't know. I grew up with these songs, so they're like there's a level of nostalgia there for me, and I take a lot of stock in that. The nostalgic value of such a thing. But I don't know if I crocheted once already. No. I think I did. I'm just gonna go with it. Sometimes you just gotta go with it. Ah. This is life. Okay, here you are. This is live right here, brother. This right here is what it's all about, brother. Listening to good music. Crocheting a Pokemon. An obscure Pokemon from Generation 2. Same generation to me, brother. 2nd generation German. That's right. This right here, this is a good life. I don't need no Elon Musk wealth. I don't need no $1 billion. This right here is what it's all about. I don't know why I'm doing this, sorry. Mania is best Sonic. Most tribal stage hate I've seen from others is just all about how hard it is, but not gonna lie, it's not too hard. I don't know, I thought it was fun. I thought it was a step down from Creature Stage. I thought Creature Stage was more fun because, like, I'm just not super into the outfits. I'm not super into the clothing. Because, like, for one thing, I think they did the best they could. And they did, like, decently with, like, the clothing. But, like, it's so hard to do clothing for, like, custom-made creatures. Like, how do you even begin that? You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. So, it's just not... Like when you play Tony Hawk Pro Skater... and you customize your character's drip, like, you customize that drip. You know? Like, it's, like, there's some variety there. It's not everything, but there's some fucking variety there. But, like, in a video game like Spore, there's no drip. There's just, like, a tire. You know? And that was, like, supposed to be, like, a major part of the game. If they hadn't made that a major part of the game, I wouldn't have complained. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't have noticed that it wasn't there. Like, oh, they don't get clothes. Haha, isn't that funny? Like, whatever. They're all naked all the time. Who cares? But, like, the fact that they tried to make it an integral part kind of sucked. Like, I don't care. The clothes don't interest me. Especially when they can be any shape. It was fun because I think, like, they're cavemen going unga bunga. Unga bunga. He caveman. He takes shit on floor. He smell shit. Shit's not smell like disease. Good. Caveman happy. I hope you guys like that. Nudist Society? Yeah, Yeah, I mean, why not? Like, cartoon characters are nude very often. Like cartoon animals. Completely sentient, like walking around thinking their own free thoughts animals. They're just naked, they're just chilling out. Bugs Bunny. So like, it wouldn't be a stretch is my point. Like, I just think that the clothing was unnecessary. Okay, the shipbuilding was cool. I think that the shipbuilding was cool. I think that there should have been a level of aerodynamics to it. This would get into some crazy coding, right? But I think there should have been a level of aerodynamics in the shipbuilding process. You know what I mean? Like something. I'm not saying like super engineering god-like game. Just like something. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. I don't know how you would do it. I have no idea. But I just felt like it was a little bit lacking. The shipbuilding thing was a little bit lacking. Better than the clothing, granted. I think it's a logical next step. It just needed something extra. It needed an oomph. And then it would have been really good. But the animal stage was like the best. Where the fuck is Katie? Katie! We're supposed to be looking at hot anime characters. Hello. My solution was to put all of them in a big black bag.
Well then.
And look at how sad and empty that face is.
Have a bookshelf you could put there.
Well,
I mean, we don't have to. I'm just saying.
I'm gonna put the chair back and then put the
I know
bag
that.
on.
I meant if there was ever. I mean, I'm gonna put the bookshelf up in our room. I've just gotta clean out the corner up there.
Right.
So hi guys.
Say hi to my wife.
My wife.
Turn down the sound barrier a little bit.
Oh,
There it is.
Lord.
Noise. You're done with work.
I am. I'm done with school for now. I'll be back in August.
Good job.
Thank you.
So, you wanted
Bye-bye.
to do what?
Well,
you
you
approached
had.
me.
I know, because I'm an attention whore.
I'm the one with the stream.
Well, I like. This is my way of profiting off of it, I suppose. Is I just consistently am like, I'm coming in. Hi.
A parasite.
Indeed, very much so.
Go on.
But
The attention piggyback.
yeah. I consistently am like, I could just ask him if I could just stream a video game for like 5 hours and he'd let me. I think about it consistently.
I mean, start your own stream. Like, it would, like, you probably got a good following.
Your parasites are lovely.
Unlike Asmongold's disgusting fuck. Anyway, we're not talking about him. We're talking about hot One Piece people.
Yes.
You wanted to do what exactly? What tier list
Well,
you want? Like, here.
I don't know.
Let me see.
Okay.
Themaker.com.
If you guys didn't know, we like One Piece. I think this is the one thing though where I am never going to like it as much as you do. Like, you did get me obsessed with it, but unlike with things like Arcane and Full Metal Alchemist and My Hero that you got me into, where I just took that shit and ran with it, I feel like I will never love one. I can't get on your level. Like, I can't do it. And it's not because I don't love One Piece. It's because he loves One Piece so deeply. Like, in the way I love certain things that, like, he also enjoys, but is like, she loves it way more than I do. That's how much he loves One Piece. So.
What do you want to do? Do you want to? Okay, so here's the list here when I typed in One Piece. Unfortunately, the ads are a must. Oh my god, they're imposing though. Jesus. Okay.
Okay.
They know me. Go away, energy drinks.
Not the power scaling one, because fuck that shit.
Okay.
Why are so many of them power scaling? Y'all need to stop.
There's emotional moments.
Oh, that could be fun. It says manga up to February of 2025, so I don't know. I mean, I'll let you look at it first and see if there's anything that I can.
I think that you're good.
I think I'm safe, but I'm also not sure.
The only panel that you have not, which you've seen and it's spoiled for you already, it's where Robin and Saul reunite.
Oh, okay, well that's fine.
That's the only spoiler.
We can do this. This is fun. Now, a couple things. I'm going to say probably I don't remember everything about this a lot, so you'll have to forgive me. I've started rewatching a part of One Piece. It's my favorite part of One Piece, or I guess my favorite arc of One Piece, because I have a favorite arc, and then I have a favorite set of episodes, and they are different. And I'll probably get to talk about that here, because where is he? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you, you great big blondes? Where are you? There you are! Haha, I found you. Okay. So, actually, I shouldn't have said great big blonde. There's like, well, she's not ginormous. He's 9'7", so that's
There will be spoilers up to. I'll make an announcement when we're about to switch arcs.
Yeah, because it looks like, and this is very nice of the person who created this tier list to put these in order from them happening from the beginning to where we currently are.
It's
so
very good.
If you haven't read through the Egghead Island arc, specifically a backstory that appears in the Egghead Island arc, and then one moment in the Elbaf arc, then you will get some spoilers. If you don't want that, we'll tell you when that's happening, and you can mute things or do whatever you need to do so that you don't get spoiled. So also, everybody has their own opinion. I don't give a shit about your opinion for this, and I say that in the most loving way possible. This is my opinion. This is what I think is very emotional, and it is based purely on my own emotions. So, and how I feel about the way things happened. So if you don't like what I say, sorry. Everybody has different opinions about One Piece, and that's okay. And we should all be okay with other people having different opinions about One Piece than us.
These ads suck.
They do suck. I agree. What are you trying to do?
I mean, I have to have them on. Like, there's no way to do this website without the ads.
That's okay. Just add it. Oh god, it's boring. Why do you need to have two separate windows?
Because I'm trying to give you a tier list and me a tier list.
Oh, okay.
Here,
Is
wait.
there any way that you could?
Here. Let's do it this way.
Okay.
That'll be better.
Okay.
Yeah, that's much
okay.
better. Much
Okay.
better.
All right. Okay. I see what we're doing.
I see what's going on here.
I
see. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
I am.
I'm looking up what you're shitting out.
I hope not. I don't want that. Okay. So. This is also going to be very hard.
All right, the top one's gonna be mine.
Okay, and then the bottom one will be mine.
Yeah, you want to go first? You want me to go first?
I'll let you go first.
Okay.
So the first moment, though, is
Luffy and Shanks.
like episode 2 or something like that.
Luffy and Shanks. So, although One Piece not fully caught up yet, but I'm sticking around. Yeah, I'll warn for each arc.
Yeah. So this is part of the East Blue arc, which
Yeah,
includes
we're starting
multiple different little mini arcs.
We're starting from the beginning and working our way up.
Right. So this mini arc is technically this part of the mini arc up until really when we have the 5 main initial crew members. This is called Romance Dawn, because Romance Dawn is where we start, and we begin, of course, with Luffy's like defining childhood moment, which is unfortunately Shanks saving him from first some mountain bandits and then from a Sea King. And when he goes to save him from the Sea King, Shanks for some reason forgets that he has hockey abilities and is just like, my arm's getting bitten off, I guess. And he loses his arm. And Luffy is very emotional about it, but Shanks is like, don't worry about it, it's just an arm. And it like cements Luffy's desire to be a pirate and to get stronger. And then of course at the end, Shanks gives Luffy the straw hat that he is known for. So, where would you put it on a scale of D to S in terms of emotional moments?
Okay, are we talking, so how are we ranking this?
That is also a fair question.
Is it how sad it is, or is it how well it's written?
I mean, I don't think it's fair to call I don't think it's fair to call all of these emotional moments sad. A lot of them are sad. Do not
or
get
how,
me wrong.
Just how emotional it made me personally.
I always go with how emotional it made you personally.
How emotional this made me.
I think that's the fairest assumption with it, something that's like a most emotional moments of One Piece tier list.
Honestly, it's going in C tier for me.
Okay.
Like, when I first saw it, I wasn't like super into the series. It seems like typical shonen stuff. Like, I wasn't super, like, it was fine. It was well written. It just like wasn't super impressive to me.
Yeah. And it's, I don't want to critique, too hard a story that's been going for 25 years. So obviously the writer's style has evolved a lot within that time, and Oda has gotten so much better at doing so many things storytelling wise. This is also a moment that gets shown and reshown consistently. Like, you never forget about how Luffy looks up to Shanks. Every time we have some sort of thing with Shanks, it's almost guaranteed that we will either flash to Shanks giving Luffy the straw hat, or Shanks, as this moment has him losing his arm, or both. Usually it's both. So I find it to be I mean, it is emotional. It's very emotional for Luffy, but I think, like you, I would also put this in C, because it's not like, it's, maybe if I went back to the very beginning and watched it again, it would make me cry, but there are certain moments from the beginning where I did not cry watching through One Piece the first time, where now I'm like, no, I think I'd cry now. And this kind of isn't one of them. I don't know. I feel like with how precious Luffy is to me, I should be like, this poor baby. It hurts so much to watch him get traumatized. But I don't know. I just don't have I don't have a ton of like supercharged emotional investment in this, I guess, would be the best way for me to put it.
Okay,
Yeah.
So the next one is Shushu the dog. So Shushu the dog is in Orange, is it Orangetown?
I think it's before they get to Orangetown? Or maybe it is. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah,
I think you're
Orangetown.
right.
So Orangetown is this place where Buggy the Clown is taken over. And Shushu the dog is a dog who basically inherited a pet store from his owner, because his owner left one day and never came back.
Yeah. So
So he guards it with his life.
Yeah.
So one of Buggy's crewmates rolls up and kicks the shit out of him. And then
He's
he
very
burns down the pet store. And Luffy kicks the shit out of the guy and then salvages a bag of dog food, which he then presents to Shushu. It is later seen in the story. Well, yeah, it's like later seen in like a cover, I think, that Shushu had a thriving pet store.
Aw, good for him. We love an entrepreneur.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm fairly sure that's what it was.
You're gonna hear us say we think and we're sure and we're pretty sure a lot.
Yeah.
There's a lot in One Piece.
And for me personally, since it's got the dog cheat, I'm gonna go ahead and put this up in B. I think that it was decently sad. You know, it sucked. It wasn't enough to make me tear up. It was just on the cusp. I would say A tier is anything that can make me tear up. S tier is I'm sobbing.
Oh God.
Yeah.
That's actually a really good way to do it.
Yeah.
And that means that mine is gonna be weighted as shit, but whatever. It is.
I
what it
really
is.
personally don't care about.
I know
weighting it.
you don't. I know you don't.
Put that part in B tier. That's what I thought.
So again, I have not watched the beginning of One Piece in a while. I know for a fact, and y'all are gonna hate me for this, but I know for a fact that when we got to this dog's story, I barely cared. I will not lie to you. It was early on. I was asking myself why the hell were we engaged when we started? Or no. Okay. I was asking myself why at the time my boyfriend was making me watch this anime that has had no resolution for over 2 decades. That literally began, I shit you guys not, 6 months after I was born. I am older than this manga by 6 months, which is insane to me. It has been going on for literally my entire life. A little less than my entire life, actually. So, you have to understand, when he asked me to watch this, I was like, I will indulge you because I love you. And because, historically speaking, you have not steered me wrong with children don't start. Winry, you better leave him alone.
I haven't steered her wrong once. In fact, Smiling Friends was her favorite show.
I'll punch you in the head right now. I'll do it. I will
Katie
get violent right here.
Katie loves
I will be so
She says
violent
that Smiling
right
Friends
here.
is the most beautiful show she's ever watched.
I have a very heavy cup. I'll hit you in the face.
She doesn't like Smiling Friends, guys. I lied.
So, you have to understand, when we began this, he asked me to get 37, 38 episodes in. And I was like, that is literally an entire season of anime and some change. That is an entire standard season of anime and about 10 episodes more. So
But it's
almost
more
a season-
digestible than, at the time,
No.
900 episodes.
Okay, yes, but at the same time, to hear that for me to get invested, I would need a season and change of some time with these characters and with the beginning
That's so
of this story.
reasonable, though. Wait, that's so reasonable.
It is in the grand scheme of it, but oh my
You can
god.
reasonably watch 2 seasons of a show and then be like, it's not for me. Like, that's reasonable.
I don't know if you know how quickly I decide whether I like something or not. And it was a struggle.
Well, how
getting
quickly
through-
did you decide it for One Piece?
I actually don't know because actually probably when Nami left. Like whatever episode Nami left and was like, bye guys, peace.
Okay, so it was earlier than I said.
It was,
Great.
but that was still, it's a lot, dude.
But that's why I was cushioning myself.
I know, but it's a lot to ask someone to be like, can you sacrifice what is essentially several hours of your life to get invested in the beginning of a story that is then going to last several hundred more hours?
Okay, it is by... okay, yeah.
Yeah.
But you made it.
I know. I'm glad we're here, but I'm trying to tell you, when we first watched the story about this dog, I gave 0 shits about the story about the dog.
Okay, where are you putting Shushu?
D.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I did not care. Maybe
Kate-
I'll care later.
Katie hates dogs.
Yeah, sure. We'll roll with that. Okay.
She's not just a cat person, she's anti-dog.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. Okay, next is Zoro and Kuina's promise.
Okay, so this one's real easy. So, Zoro is a child who came from the ether, I suppose.
We don't
who
know.
just showed up to this dojo and decided, I'm gonna be a swordsman.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not just gonna be a swordsman, he's gonna hold more swords than like any other swordsman, right? So like, he tries to carry as many as he can, and it's like a gag. And then he ends up like being the 3-sword guy, the 3-sword style guy, which is very funny. But he started 2-sword style. So he was fighting this girl named Kuina, basically on a daily basis. Kuina beat the shit out of him over and over and over. 2,001 times to be precise. And then she fell down some stairs and died. And he made a promise to her before she died that one of us is going to be the world's greatest swordsman. There's an element of misogyny as well because her dad was convinced that a woman could never be the world's greatest swordsman.
Music is just a bit too loud.
I turned it down.
Oh, okay. Might be.
So Hello, Piffle Cakes, welcome. So anyway, there was some misogyny involved, but Zoro wasn't convinced, and it comes up now and then.
Yeah.
So, I'm gonna be so for real. I'm gonna put this in D.
Okay.
I think this is one of the least sad backstories. It's so ridiculous.
And that's not a bad thing, okay? It's
Like-
not a bad thing.
I'm not saying it's ridiculous. It's actually by some measures, the least ridiculous, because you can just fall down some stairs and fucking die. That can happen. You know, like, that's a lot more normal death than, like, being the Pirate King and then being executed via spear to the chest after proclaiming that you found the world's greatest treasure and it's out there for you to find.
Yeah.
You know, like, there are some fantastical fucking deaths here. It's a reasonably... I just think in a fantastical story, it doesn't fit.
Yeah.
I think that her death could have been done up a little bit better. She deserved better. My queen deserved better.
Kuina deserved better.
Or my king.
Yeah, that too?
She's very...
Kuina deserved
She's... I say she, but she's very, like, trans man coded.
Oh, yeah.
So, just putting that out there.
Zoro is very non-binary to me.
I guess I could see it. I don't know if he would care. Like, he calls him... He's kind of like me. He calls himself a man, but he doesn't really care that much.
He's like, I'm just here. For me, I would say...
So far, the dog may be the saddest. Fuck Shanks.
Jesus Christ! What do you say fuck me for? Okay, I'm gonna put this in C, because I love childhood friendships. I think they're beautiful. I have a best friend, and if we'd grown up together, I feel like I feel like we wouldn't have the same bond as Zoro and Kuina.
Okay.
But the friendship angle. The friendship angle gets me.
I have to move it up to C.
Oh, okay.
Because you just, like, sparked a neural connection to me.
Oh, really?
Because I had... Sorry, this is kind of sad.
Oh, it's okay.
I have a childhood friend who passed away when she was 18 in a car accident. And it was just, like, a total freak accident. So, like, you know what? You know what?
Yeah.
That shit does happen.
That shit do happen.
I gotta move it up to C. I don't think that, like... It's not complex. I don't know. Like, for some reason, it doesn't make me that emotional. It makes me more emotional now that I've made that connection, but... Like, Still. Anyway. Alright, Usopp's mom.
Usopp's mom. So sad for him.
Would you like to explain it, or do you want me to? Because I've explained the last two.
Yeah, I'll do my best. So, Usopp's dad, who is a member of Shanks' crew, left when he was very young. And Usopp's mom got sick. Really sick. And she ended up dying eventually.
And she ended up dying. CJ the Champ is so funny.
He's so funny.
Anyway.
And Usopp told, I'm blanking on what he told her. Because while she was sick,
something like Dad's coming back.
Yeah, he said like he basically lied to his mom to try to make her feel better as she was on her deathbed. And that of course then translates into the Usopp that we meet at Syrup Village, who is lying, who lies to everybody about pirates coming around, and everything, and then of course, becoming a part of Luffy's crew and everything like that.
I don't think I'll be able to find it.
That's okay, but the gist of it is that he lies to his mom, and then she ends up passing away, and it's very emotional and sad. So yeah, It's pretty simple. Usopp's backstory, very much like Zoro's, is simple. There's not a ton to it in terms of elements. But it still has kind of... It still is emotional, but you go ahead.
I gotta put it in D tier.
Mm-hmm.
To be frank with you, I'm sorry, like, your parents dying is a natural state of life. I'm not saying that, like, an 8-year-old deserves to sit there and hold his mom's hand while she dies. That's kind of fucked up. But, like, your mom will die eventually. Like, that's a normal part of life to experience. As far as your dad leaving, that sucks. Sure, that
Why
sucks.
are there
but
so many absent fathers?
yeah. Yeah.
It's really mean.
So Japan loves their absent fathers, but so Usopp, I think that his backstory is the most rooted in reality, right next to Zoro's.
Yeah.
But like not as sad as Zoro's childhood friend died. That sucks. Like Usopp's is slightly less for me. Like he'll get over it. He'll get over it. Sorry.
I'm also putting it in.
But also I want to stress it's supposed to be that way. It's fine.
Yeah.
He doesn't have an exceptional backstory, and that's fine. That's Usopp.
I'm also putting it in D because I think that there are emotional moments with Usopp that are better, and that convey a lot more like interesting pieces of his character than this. Like this moment was important to show us this is why he lies. This is why he's been lying for the last number of years. And it all leads to this it all comes back to this time with his mother where she was dying and he was doing his best to make her feel better even though he felt so helpless in the face of this situation. And that's great. It's an awesomely written moment. It's really good, but I think that Usopp's character is more fascinating in emotional moments that he has down the line. So that's why I have to put it in D.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Ooh.
Zoro versus
fun.
Mihawk.
Yeah.
So, how about? Do you want to explain this one, or do you want me to?
I'll do it.
Okay.
So basically,
it just feels like one that you want to do.
Only because I'm excited because I get to talk about Mihawk.
Yeah.
Ow. Jesus.
Here, I'll be right back.
You guys will have to forgive me if I wince and ow a lot.
Unlike me, she worked out today.
I did.
I did a lot of other things, and
He
I'm
did
not
other
upset
things.
about it. But
He did
I
other
did not work out, unfortunately. I will do so on Friday.
Let's see. Early episodes tend to be lower tier in terms of emotional moments. Yeah, my memory on the early episodes is a bit foggy. I'll rewatch one day and have a better memory because I also have basically a thesis about One Piece that I want to write. That is going to take some time. So okay. I'm gonna explain this while he's gone. So Mihawk versus Zoro, while we are at the Baratier and trying to recruit Sanji, a bunch of stuff happens, all very close together. I think Baratier really is one of the first arcs where it's like, oh my god, so much is happening at once all of a sudden, because there's a few different things that converge at the Baratier. You have the Straw Hats, who
It was basically Infinity War.
Kind of? No, not even close.
You had the main villain. You had the main villain, Mihawk. You had...
Was he a villain though?
A new crew member, Sanji. You had a restaurant. You had a marine there.
This did not feel like Infinity War. This is one of the... This is like... There is an arc that felt like Infinity War. It was
You're right,
not this one.
It wasn't Infinity War. It was better.
Okay.
Anyway.
Look, I'm not prepared to get into any kind of conversation about Marvel.
Up.
Yeah,
My boy
that
Gene
guy.
was there.
Yeah, that guy. Anyway, so there's a lot that ends up happening. The Straw Hats are trying to recruit Sanji. That's number one. When they end up there, that's like the first thing that starts happening is Luffy trying to but Luffy is the Straw Hats and the Straw Hats are each other, so it is what it is. The Straw Hats are trying to recruit Sanji. Luffy tries to recruit Sanji. Don Krieg, who we've briefly seen in other episodes, ends up coming to the Baratier and trying to fuck shit up. And then Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea who has been chasing Don Krieg, who we've seen a little bit in previous episodes, shows up as well. And it's like, oh my god. So after we take care of Don Krieg, and that's like out of the way, I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. Maybe this happens before that, but they're both happening. Sorry. They're both happening in relatively quick succession of each other. So after this, Zoro. Oh my god, Zoro. 19-year-old, I can do anything. 19-year-old, I can do anything. Roronoa Zoro sees Mihawk, the warlord, Dracul Hawkeye Mihawk, roll up in a coffin and absolutely beat the shit out of Don Krieg, who he's already beat the fuck up before, okay? He watches him roll up and is like, I am 100,000% ready to fight this man right now. And he does, badly. It is, in fact, it's one of the most disrespectful things I think I've ever seen, but also completely warranted disrespect, because Zoro really did think he was him right there, and was like, I can definitely fight this guy. And I was sitting on that couch, back there, I was sitting on that couch saying, no, baby, no, you cannot. You should not fight this man. You will be so incredibly embarrassed. But he tries. And it ends with Mihawk giving him the very iconic scar across his chest, telling Zoro, come find me someday, we'll fight again, basically. And the moment that you see in the picture on screen, the little one of Zoro crying, afterward, when they're patching him up and everything, Zoro raises his sword up and asks and says, I'm never going to lose again. Is that okay with you, King of the Pirates? Like, declaring his loyalty to Luffy and, dedicating himself to his dream as well as to just never lose a fight again. It's really cool. And it's
not emotional. Like it is, but it's not.
It is, but it's... I would agree.
Oh, sorry, that's your...
Yeah.
I gotta go with D. It's not that exciting for me. Like, it's exciting. Sorry, it's exciting. But it's not emotional. I did not tear up at all. I didn't have the thought to. It never occurred. Like, it's not one of those moments that, like, you're supposed to tear up at, I feel like.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not entirely sure why it's on this tier list, to be honest. It's not...
It's emotional in an inspirational and aspirational kind of way. It's not necessarily sad. It's like I was saying, some of these moments to me do not come across as sad. They come across as other types of emotions. Like, when this happened, I was like, yeah, dude, yeah, fuck yeah. Like, I hope you do become the world's greatest swordsman. This is still early on. This is still before Nami leaves. So I'm still a little bit like, I could take or leave these pirates. I need to, but I was kind of a little bit like, yeah, dude, fuck yeah. Like, get that title. Go get that title. Train real hard. Go get that title.
Oh, I think I told you once that Granny Kokoro was the first person to acknowledge Luffy as King of the Pirates. It was actually Zoro.
Yeah.
I think I meant non-Straw Hat. The first non-Straw Hat to acknowledge Luffy as King of the Pirates was Granny Kokoro.
Okay. For me, I'm also gonna put this one in D. I am kind of going off of partially like how emotional it made me, but also like when I talk about how emotional it made me, I talk about like how deeply it touched my heart. And this was not something that touched me like super deeply, but I was fully on board with him. I was like, fuck yeah, dude, you go get that title, go get that dream. I support you. But we're not quite at points where I'm like, oh God, I'm gutted, you know? So.
Okay, we got Sanji saying goodbye to Zeph.
Yeah.
So, at the end of Baratier, my boy Sanji decides he wants to find the All Blue because that's his dream. He had a whole backstory about it. He and Zeph basically bonded because Zeph was a pirate invading his cookery ship. And a storm caught them up, and basically Sanji and Zeph were the only survivors, and they ended up on a desolate rock island, a very small one. So they had no means of getting any food or water at all. So Zeph gives Sanji a small bag of food and keeps a large one for himself. Sanji gets through all the food and then goes to kill Zeph for the big bag of food, which is still full to the brim. He's about to do it, but he stabs the bag instead, I think, to break open the food.
Yeah.
Right, he's so eager for the food, he breaks open the bag instead.
I think he says something along the lines of like, "You better not get in my way. Like I'm taking the food."
That's what he
type
says.
of thing.
Yeah.
And he
Yeah, he's
goes
taking
and
the
like
food.
he
So-
goes to like pull it or cut it open or whatever.
He stabs the bag and it's full of gems and gold, right? Just full of treasure. Useless, which is very funny and very good of, like, just so Oda of him. It's
Yeah.
very good. So it's full of gems and shit that he can't eat. So he's devastated, and it turns out, in the manga at least, Zeph ate his own leg to survive. The leg which he used to fight, because that was his main fighting style. He chose his hands over his legs because he's first and foremost a chef. But he did eat his leg nonetheless. And that's pretty fucked. So,
And he did that so that Sanji could have all the food. Like he gave Sanji
so that Sanji
all
could
the
survive,
rations they
so
had.
that Sanji could survive and find the All Blue, because he's basically passing on his dream to Sanji.
Yeah.
And Sanji feels that he owes his entire life to Zeph, so he stays with Zeph while Zeph opens a restaurant and they work there together. Sanji under Zeph as his mentor. And then Sanji's like this brat who grows up being a pain in the ass waiter. Not a waiter, a chef.
Yeah.
Who
Isn't he sous chef? Is he
No.
sous chef? No? Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay.
He's a pain in the ass chef. He acts as a waiter. The reason I said waiter is because he acts like one in the first episode, because I think they were short on staff or something. So he just acts like a waiter.
Yeah.
He doesn't mind. He loves giving food to people, especially women.
Especially women.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a man who is a lesbian but is also straight?
Yeah.
That's Sanji.
Yeah. So Sanji bows and says goodbye to Zeph, and because he's going to go with Luffy to find the All Blue. Because Luffy insisted that he join the crew, and Sanji had just had to say yes after everything he'd seen from Zoro and Luffy.
Yeah.
It's very emotional. I personally think, up to this point, this has been the most emotional moment.
Out of the stuff in Romance Dawn, this is probably one of the more emotional ones.
I gotta put this in A tier. I think this is the first one. Not the first time through, but if I had to go back and watch it again, this would be the first one that definitely makes me crack a tear or two.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I'm gonna go ahead and put that in A as well. I hate this twink. Oh my god.
Okay.
But it's also, and
Probably C tier if I had to guess. Jeez.
Wow.
No accounting for taste.
underestimating
No
me,
accounting
truly.
for taste.
And I mean, I also have the context of knowing, like, a lot of other things that we'll get to later about Sanji and him doing what he does and why he does it, and
His adopted.
this whole thing with Zeph. Oh god.
Zeph is an adopted father.
Yeah.
I'll just say that.
Yeah. Yeah. But I also just
We'll talk about it later.
It's really sweet.
We'll get to that.
There, we'll get there. It's really sweet how, as Sanji's walking out and is being, his kind of stoic, bratty self, Zeph turns to him, or Zeph is watching him go and says, I think he says something like, Sanji, make sure you don't catch cold out there. And it's just like...
And that's the first time we've heard him call him Sanji.
Yeah.
Because before that, he called him Brat.
Yeah.
And nothing else.
It's just the most sweet thing. And then that's when Sanji turns around and you know, bows down low like you see in the picture and says, you old geezer, thanks a lot. And it's just so sweet. Like, really and truly, it was really adorable. Like, it was really, really sweet to see that. And yeah, so yeah, that's why I put it in A.
Okay, next we got Arlong Park.
One of the moments from Arlong Park.
We got Bellamere getting shot by Arlong.
Oh, I hate this guy. I don't think about him too much, but then every time I'm reminded that he existed, I'm like, man, I hate this guy. So what happened was Nami's home island was attacked by this crew of fishmen, led by Arlong, who we see here. Is that correct?
Oh, sorry, I was thinking even further back. So the route is like...
Oh, I was gonna get to that when we got to Fisher Tiger, honestly.
No. I'm talking like when Bellamere found Nami.
Oh my God. Okay, let me go.
I was like, no, it was attacked,
back.
but not by fishmen.
Yeah.
We don't know who was attacked.
Okay, Bellamere. Let me start there, and we'll work our way forward. Jesus Christ. I'm a writer. You'd think I'd know how to do this. I don't. Anyway, so Bellamere's a young Marine, and she's been serving in the Marines for some time. She ends up on this island that has been attacked. The villages have been decimated. The people are scattered, injured, and hello.
Hello,
baby.
Hi, baby. That was so nice. Thank you. So much.
Goodbye. Oh, maybe not. Where are you going? Oh, come here.
Hello, baby.
Oh, come. Oh, offended.
She's camera shy.
Offended.
Camera shy.
Offended baby. Offended baby.
Hello, baby.
He's like, I hate both of you. This is ridiculous.
You're such a shut-in. I'm starting to, I want to take her out more. So I'm going to start trying to take her out more.
Okay, so back to it. So on this island that's been getting attacked, Bellamere ends up finding these two little girls who are Nami and her older sister Nojiko. And Bellamere decides, I'm taking these two girls in. They don't seem to have anybody left, so I'm gonna take them in. And she does. Now, she, of course, being a single mother, for all intents and purposes, she doesn't have a ton of money. She makes enough money to support her girls, give them a good life. It's very sweet. You see their life together, and it's so adorable. Bellamere is the one who encourages Nami to begin doing a lot of her maps, which sparks Nami's interest in traveling, and then, of course, her dream in wanting to draw a map of the entire world. So then what happens? Now I'm back to the part of the story that I started with. Oops. So, years later, Bellamere's been raising Nami and Nojiko on her tangerine farm. And the island that they live on gets attacked by this crew of fishmen, led by Arlong. And Arlong is basically like, we're taking over this island now. And if you want to live, you have to pay us an obscene amount of money or we will kill you. And Bellamere and Nami and Nojiko try to scrounge the money up. It turns out that they only have enough for either just Bellamere or just Nami and Nojiko to be, like, paid for, basically.
I think no time for broke-ass motherfuckers.
It's unfortunate. So, when Arlong comes to Bellamere, and Nami and Nojiko are also there, and is like, pay up, Bellamere's like, I can't. I can pay for my two girls, but not myself. And it ends with Arlong killing Bellamere in front of Nami and Nojiko. Nami and Nojiko then try to stop... Nami and Nojiko try to stop Arlong, but, you know, they're just two little kids. And Bellamere... Can you look up what she says? I don't remember what she says to the girls before Arlong kills her.
She says, love you.
Oh, is that it? Is that all? I thought she said
Well, that's
other
her
things.
last words.
I remember that. She tells the girl... Her last words are to the girls, and it's that she loves them. And... I'm fine. saying Bellemere. It's technically just Belmere, but you kind of add the.
They pronounce it Bellemere, I think.
You kind of add the A just on reflex. Okay, it is. It's just real simple. Okay, I see.
It says it on
saw
there.
it. I saw it on the little summary. But anyway, she tells the girls that she loves them.
She basically says, I would rather die than deny that they're my daughters.
Yeah, basically. Because Arlong's like, oh, well, if they're not your kids, why are you paying for them? And she's like, because I'd rather die than say they're not mine. And she tells them she loves them, and then Arlong, because he sucks, kills her. And you'll talk about that. You'll talk about what happens after a little more when we get to the next moment, actually. Because the next two moments on this list actually happen in very quick succession.
By the way, if there's any that you really want, let me know.
Okay. I'm having a great time.
Okay.
So where would you put Nami's backstory, I guess?
That's gonna be another A for me.
That's very fair.
It definitely made a couple tears. I think I was high one night watching it, and it made a couple tears come to my eyes for sure. Like, it's definitely a tearjerker. I think this is the first real tearjerker backstory.
Yeah.
Like, Sanji's is close.
I
think that Sanji's is a little bit too visceral. I think that like it's too like force of nature oriented.
Yeah.
And I don't feel as emotionally drawn to that. Like, it sucks, right? But like at the same time, it's like there's not like an outside opposing force of human nature like impeding upon your peace. And I feel like that's very sinister, whereas nature is just kind of shitty. So yeah, gotta put it there.
I'm gonna say I would put this in B, only because the moment that came after it hit me harder, because I feel like and this could obviously change once I rewatch it, because I have not rewatched this part of One Piece yet, and I have realized, and I'll talk about this more when we get to the next moment. Like I said, they happen in quick succession, they're fast. The thing with this was like I know this was one of the first moments where I was like, oh, this is like serious. Like, other things that had happened in the show up to this point, like with Sanji's backstory, with Usopp, with Zoro, and even with Zoro and Mihawk, it was like, oh wow, this is like a little sad. This was something that was so like, this was something that went so quickly from bad to worse, to where I was like, oh my god, like this is a life-altering event.
Life-altering incident.
After that life-altering incident, this is like the first of those. Because even though, yes, Zoro and Usopp's and Sanji's backstories that we'd seen up to this point all have their own versions of life-altering incidents, this was the first one where I was like, oh my god, where it was just kind of like, this 8-year-old child, I think she was 8, 10, something like, but this 8-year-old child is like going through something that is actually so incredibly adult. Like, the fact that Nami grew up to be as
wealth, fame, power.
Hey.
Thank you, Pafiddle Cakes. Appreciate the tier 1 sub. Welcome. You get early access to videos if you join the Discord server. Good job.
But anyway, so this is emotional. This was definitely a moment that made me go like, oh, fuck. I think I need to be paying attention. But it wasn't until the next moment, which I think is a turning point for a lot of people. Well, go ahead. You get into it, because I like I said, I rank this B. So the next one.
Okay. Are we doing the next one?
Yeah.
Okay. So, basically, after Arlong killed Bellamere, Nami and Nojiko were orphaned. And Nami, I'm trying to remember the order of events.
So...
You might be better at explaining this one.
Okay. I love doing that. So, after Bellamere's killed, Nami, Arlong takes over the island. It becomes Arlong Park. And Nami is very upset, not only at the fact that her mother is dead, but that her island has now basically been taken over by this horrible person who killed her mother. So she goes to Arlong and makes a deal and says, I will work for you drawing maps and giving you information about the seas. It's underneath your foot.
Sorry.
It's okay. I just wanted you to know. I will give you maps. I'll draw maps for you, and I'll give you information about the seas in this area. And I will pay you. I will work up enough money to pay you for the value of the island. And I don't remember what the exact amount is. It's an exorbitant amount of money. And Arlong's like, okay, I accept. And he tattoos Nami's arm with the symbol of the Arlong Pirates. Which, when tattoos, especially tattoos on One Piece characters, are all supposed to have significance, and Nami's tattoo in particular feels very sinister because it's in a way a mark. It is a mark of ownership, so it's very sinister. It's very upsetting, and the fact that Nami joins the Arlong Pirates actually isolates her from her sister and the rest of the villagers because she doesn't tell them the reason why she's doing what she's doing. She makes it seem as though she's out for herself. She just wants to make a lot of money. And the villagers turn their backs on her. Her sister stops speaking to her. It's really upsetting. So years go by, and Nami spends these years scrounging and storing away money to pay off Arlong and to free her village, her island, from the Arlong Pirates. And she ends this journey by stealing all of the money that she and Zoro and Usopp and Luffy and Sanji, now that Sanji's a part of the crew, have accrued. And she sails away from the Baratier without them, with all of their stuff, and basically makes it seem as though she has betrayed them. Expect never to see them again. They show up, of course, to the island wondering, Nami, you're our navigator. Well, Luffy being like, Nami, you're our navigator. What do you think you're doing? You can't leave. Because once Luffy has decided you're his, you're his. It's his selfish selflessness again. That's a whole other discussion. So they show up, they try to convince Nami to leave, her backstory is revealed, and then Nami attempts, and then Nami's like, I've got enough to pay Arlong off, right? She's so close. But then a couple things happen. Number one, all of her money gets stolen, I believe by some asshole Marine whose name I can't remember, but I remember was ugly as F.
Ratface.
Ratface man, yes, that one. So all her money gets stolen in the first place. Second,
well, Arlong reports a stash.
Right, exactly.
And then
because
he comes in and legally takes it back because it was all stolen.
Right. And the thing is, because of that happening, this instance with the Marine getting a report about a stash, Arlong reclaiming it, taking it in, he basically is like, oh, you haven't paid off your debt yet because this was stolen money, so it wasn't technically yours. Yeah, exactly. Very lawful evil. So he tells Nami basically also, I'm never going to let you out from under my thumb. I'm never letting your village out from under my thumb. You are going to draw me maps for the rest of your fucking life. And that's all there is to it. And Nami, who has been coasting on this desperate hope that she'll get to free her village for the last, I think, nearly a decade at this point, with all the work she's been doing for Arlong, takes a knife, stabs her tattooed arm repeatedly while screaming her pain out, and then everything goes quiet. I'm over-explaining this. I don't care. it goes completely silent, and she kind of turns, and Luffy's just standing there behind her, and he has apparently been watching her for the entire time that she's been absolutely stabbing the shit out of her arm. And she basically tells him, why are you still here? Go away. Like, I didn't ask you to come here. I didn't ask for your help. I didn't ask for any of this. Just breaking down, and it's heart-wrenching. And at the very end of it all, after she's like, I don't need your help, get out of here, she turns around and looks at Luffy and just says, Luffy, please help me. And that is when Luffy, looking like he's about to fuck up a motherfucker, goes over to her, puts the straw hat on her head, and basically is like, of course I'll help you, I'll be right back. And then proceeds to go and absolutely beat Arlong's ass. And it's great. And this is an A. I know you're supposed to say yours first, but it's an A.
That's fine.
It's an A. This is definitely the moment where I was finally like, oh no, this shit is serious.
I told you.
I know you told me. It did not make it any easier to get through those first 35 episodes or whatever. It was hard, okay?
This is also an A for me. I realize that this is already stacked. I don't give a fuck. One Piece is a great show.
I don't care.
One Piece is a great show.
I've resolved to not care.
I'm not going to compromise on what I think. Like, what an emotional moment deserves is not contingent upon other emotional moments in the show.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is definitely an A.
Whatever it deserves, it deserves.
Okay.
All right, so we're skipping forward because actually the next person we meet is a whale named Laboon, whose backstory we don't really get until Brook's backstory.
In fact, the picture they use for him here is from when we're seeing Brook's backstory.
Yes. So I feel like we have to explain Laboon's backstory, unless you want to skip that for now.
I think we should skip it for now and wait until Brook.
Kind of move it down here.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, cool.
Next to, wait, where is Brook?
Right here.
Oh, there. Okay. I didn't realize they were about to be
after?
You can do after. It's okay.
Okay, we're gonna skip that for now.
We gonna just wait.
Because we meet Laboon next, but like, sorry, it's not emotional at all. It's a fucking whale.
It really doesn't make it.
No.
The really sweet part about it, I feel, the part that does make it kind of like, is that Luffy takes the internal pain of this whale so seriously and is like, I am going to fix you before I leave. That's really sweet. And I like that a lot. But I really feel like we can't talk about Laboon without talking about Brook. It feels like a disservice to both of them if we talk about Laboon without talking about Brook. So we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait on that one.
And we can't talk about Brook without talking about the new chapters. Oh,
I can talk about Brook without talking about the new chapters. I can do that. That's easy.
Ooh, it's hard for me though.
I know,
okay.
but well, I can do it.
It's hard for me.
Exactly.
Anyway.
That's why I can do it. Anyway, go on.
Chopper.
Oh, there's like 3 here for this man.
There is.
Yeah. Shit.
Should I explain all of them in
I think we should explain all of them in one go.
Okay.
And then we can break it
I'll
down.
explain all of them in one go. So my boy Chopper here started as a reindeer. And he found the Hito Hito no Mi, the human fruit. And this turned him into a hybrid of a reindeer and a human. And this got him expelled from his reindeer herd because they're racist. Because they're racist. So the reindeer racists excommunicated him, and he now having the intelligence of a human, but still also spiritually, I suppose, being a reindeer, was devastated. So he wanders over to the human village, whereby he takes his hybrid human reindeer. No, it's just his human form. He takes his human form because all Zoan fruits have a human form, a beast form,
and a man-beast form.
Yeah, and a hybrid form. So he takes his human form, but for some reason his human form is still kind of fucked up looking.
Yeah,
so
it's kind of like Bigfoot, but if Bigfoot was like really cute, like ooh.
Yeah, so the
You know?
villagers see this Bigfoot-looking motherfucker smiling at him, being like, "Hey, you want to be friends?" And they're like, "Fuck no!" And they shoot him.
It's really,
so he runs.
It's really upsetting.
Not understanding at all what he did wrong because he did nothing wrong, and is just confused and tragically heartbroken. So Dr. Hero ends up finding this shot-up little bastard, and he says, "Hey, you're kind of a freak. I love that. So why don't you come with me?"
Oh, look
and
at this
Chopper
little
was
weirdo.
scared. Chopper was freaked out. He's like, "What the fuck? Nobody's ever treated me with kindness before." So Hero took off all of his clothes and flashed Chopper, and then Chopper was like, "All right, that's pretty cool." And so he followed Hero.
It was to show him like, hey, I don't have any weapons on me. I'm
Yeah.
really not gonna hurt you, but it's hysterical.
He exposed himself to Chopper because he wanted to demonstrate that he had no weapons on him. Because Chopper was
Right.
horrified of guns, obviously.
Obviously.
So he follows Hero, and Hero looks like this quack doctor who can't basically do any medicine at all. He is he's like a holistic care doctor.
Yeah.
So he and he's obsessed with pirates. So he teaches Chopper about pirates and the Jolly Roger, and how he's going to make cherry blossoms bloom all over the world, right?
And on this winter island.
On this winter
Yeah.
island, because
Yeah.
he believes that to be the cure, the panacea, the cure for all diseases.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's Chopper's dream now. Like, he was inspired by that, and he loves cherry blossoms.
Though to be fair, Chopper actually wants to find a way to like medicinally cure all diseases. It's not really a holistic thing. It's like no actual medical science, please.
Yeah.
He is a doctor.
So, well, he becomes one eventually.
He becomes one eventually.
Not while he's with Hero. So anyway, while he's with Hero, they get into all kinds of antics, get into all kinds of trouble. And then one day comes where Wapple takes over the nation. And Wapple is a dick who decides, I don't like universal health care. So he's going to take 20 of the nation's greatest doctors and expel... Are we still live? It said OBS disconnected and reconnected.
It still says stop streaming, so I think
I think we're still live.
Fine.
Okay.
Yeah, we're fine.
So he decides, fuck universal health care. I'm taking 20 doctors for myself. Fuck the rest. They can go F themselves. So he takes these 20 doctors and says to the rest of the nation, if you want health care, you gotta grovel on your hands and knees. Wonder what he was trying to tell us there, but I digress. So he's doing this shit, and he basically puts out I think to trick all the doctors, he puts out an emergency broadcast or something to lure the yeah, sorry.
It's okay.
It's not the most memorable part. He he says all the doctors are sick or something.
Yeah.
And he needs all the other doctors, he's putting out a distress call to all the doctors in the land, basically, so that he can lure them in and get rid of them. So he tricked Dr. Hero into rushing to the castle. Oh yeah, I guess I should say real quick. During this time, Dr. Hero discovers that he is sick with some incurable illness. And Chopper decides... No, sorry. Chopper doesn't know this. Hero tries to get rid of Chopper because he discovers this. So he shoots him with a gun. It's very sad.
Shoots at him. Doesn't
Shoots at
actually
him.
shoot him.
Yeah, shoots at him. He doesn't actually shoot him. But he's like, Chopper, get the fuck out of here. We can't be emotionally attached anymore. And Chopper...
Get out of here. We can't be emotionally attached anymore. Oh my god. That's a great way of putting it, but you just got me right there. Jesus
I mean,
Christ.
that's what happened.
That is what happened.
Spitting facts.
I mean, obviously he didn't tell Chopper that. He wasn't like, we can't be emotionally connected anymore.
Yeah.
He was just like, no, get the fuck out.
He wasn't quite that direct. So, anyway, Chopper is devastated, of course. And then I think he comes across Dr. Kureha, who tells him that...
Dr. Reen.
Yeah, Dr. Reen.
Yeah.
Who... I think she's the one who tells him that he's sick.
Yes.
But I forget.
Yes.
And then Chopper decides, okay, Dr. Herlock told me that the skull and crossbones is like this magical miracle shit. And I'm seeing skull and crossbones next to this mushroom that I found in this medicinal book. So I'm going to go get some of that shit. So he got some of the mushrooms.
Oh, that's right. God.
He got death shrooms and gave them to Dr. Herlock. And Dr. Herlock
And he
said...
got beat the fuck up going to get this mushroom.
And Dr. Herlock being terminally ill. Oh yeah, he got beat the fuck up
He
too,
got
yeah.
beat the fuck up.
Just to add insult to injury. So Dr. Herlock
He's
being,
like, he's also like 13
Yeah.
at this point. He's like a child.
Yeah. So Dr. Herlock at this point, being terminally ill, seeing his disowned child roll up to him with death mushrooms to cure his incurable illness.
God.
It melts his heart, and so he brings Chopper back in, gives him a big old hug, and says, "Give me them jam shrooms. I'm dying today." And honestly, I can't blame. Honestly, I can't blame the guy, because you know what? Me too. So
what the fuck?
I mean, if that happened to me, yeah, I'd be like, yeah, fuck it. Give me the death shrooms.
Oh my god.
This is perfect. Fine.
Oh my god.
So he takes the death shrooms, makes a nice soup out of it, drinks it up, yum yum yum. So he goes to the castle where Wapple is because he heard the fake distress call and decided to respond to it. So he gets to the castle, realizes it's fake, and starts laughing, saying, "Thank goodness. I thought that the country was doomed." All he wanted was to make sure that the country was okay. So anyway, he decides to take a sip of his sake, sits down, has a drink, while all these guns are pointed at him. He says, I've lived a wonderful life, and he self-destructs.
Yep.
Basically just blew himself up.
And Chopper witnesses this.
Yeah.
It's... God.
So, do you want to take over and talk about the modern day?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, so the last picture in Chopper's little line here, so like the three pictures that you see up at the top, the one where Chopper's holding the little mushroom.
And I still didn't explain the part where he gets with Dr. Rean.
Right. So the one with Chopper holding the little mushroom, the one next to it of Dr. Herlock sitting there, and then the pretty pink like burst of color. Those are all part of the same arc, which is why we're talking about them together. So we now flash forward several years. Chopper becomes an actual doctor's apprentice under Dr. Rean, who knew Dr. Herlock, and he becomes Dr. Rean's student apprentice because he wants to carry out Dr. Herlock's dream of finding a cure for all diseases, but he knows that he has to be an actual doctor in order for that to happen.
And Dr. Rean actually knows what the fuck she's doing.
And Dr. Rean does actually know what the fuck she's doing. And she's hot as shit. I don't care what anyone says. She's gorgeous.
And a genius.
And a genius. She's very smart. So, on Drum Island, when the Straw Hats show up, Nami is very sick. And they are taking her to go find a doctor. They end up meeting Dr. Rean and Chopper, and they find out Chopper's backstory. They find out about Wapple, and after getting rid of Wapple, basically, you know, giving the power back to the people of Drum Island and everything, Chopper decides that he wants to go and be a doctor to the Straw Hats. There's a very what seems to be a very fucked up moment that then becomes very sweet, where he tells Dr. Rean that he's going to leave and become a pirate and everything, and she like yells at him, screams at him, tells him to get the fuck out, like throws books and pans and shit at him, and Chopper leaves. And she says afterwards, she's like, I hate tearful goodbyes, and she's like tearing up really hard.
You know,
very...
Did you mention axes? He threw axes.
Oh, and axes. I forgot the axes.
Because there's a theory, slight spoilers, there's a theory that, not for you, there's a theory that she is related to Scopper Caban because of the axes.
Oh. Pirate King's guy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Gold Roger, Silver Israeli, and Scopper Caban.
Oh, gold, silver, copper. Okay, I see where we've gone. Okay.
You didn't know that?
No, I didn't think about it.
What?
No, of course I didn't think about it.
I knew as soon as I heard Scopper. I'm like, oh.
I couldn't remember his name. He's been mentioned, what, twice?
Fair enough.
Anyway, So, after she chases Chopper out, and Chopper gets on the Going Merry with the other Straw Hats, he turns back to the island and sees that Dr. Reen has set off Dr. Hirlook's like final last invention thing. Aw, have a good night, sleep well. And the invention basically turns this giant tree in Drum Island to look like it's blooming with cherry blossoms. Like Dr. Hirlook had talked about years and years ago. And the thing that makes it so emotional for me is not only all the buildup, but it's the last thing Chopper sees as he leaves, and he just starts crying. And it's like, aw, this is such a nice little send-off for him, and it's like, it really completes that part of his life and gives him some closure.
And you know what's really fucked up?
What?
Chopper's favorite food thing is cotton candy. He's known as Cotton Candy Loving Chopper. What does this look like to you?
It does look like cotton candy. It's meant to look like cherry blossoms, but it does also look like cotton candy here.
That's the point.
Well, I know that.
Oda is a disgusting human.
He is, unfortunately, one of the most vile people in the entire world for doing this to me. Okay, so I think, well, you go ahead. How would you rank these three moments? Because we've talked about them together just now, but now we have to rank them individually. Although you could put them all in the same tier if that was what you were feeling.
Hold on one second. Let me finish this row.
You good, fam.
So I don't lose track.
You good, fam.
Okay. So, I think, man, A tier's getting loaded up, but you know what? Man,
Where would you rank Chopper bringing the mushroom? Like, how emotional was it to see him?
Yeah, because there's three different parts.
There's three different moments. It's been
bringing the
broken up.
mushroom, oh, that did hit. I have to think about it for a second.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna start with the lowest.
I was about to say.
I think this is like.
You're on mine, darling.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah,
I think this. Oh,
that's why it wasn't going up into
wait a
yours.
minute. Okay, I think this is like between C and D. I can't decide. It's just like not bringing tears to my eyes. It's inspirational, but it's not. I'm saying D. I think like it's not making me well up with tears.
Yeah, I would put it there as well. No offense to this guy, but we had known at this point that he was dying already, and I was not as emotionally attached.
You are a
to
mentor
him.
and a backstory. Your ass is grass, dude. Sorry.
I also.
There
Here's
ain't
the
nothing worse
thing.
than being a mentor and a motherfucking backstory.
Here's the other thing about Dr. Hirlook, and this is not a read. This is not me being like, this is why I hate this man. No. He was just so goofy the entire time that even when he was like, I'm about to blow myself up in front of like my pseudo-adopted child and like a bunch of other people, I was like, this man is crazy. This man is insane. But I was like, pop off, I guess. Like, you're so crazy. You're so insane for everything you've done that I can't imagine another end for you. But it didn't, much like you, it did not make me emotional.
Yeah.
Not in the same way other parts of this did.
As far as Chopper giving the shroom.
Yeah.
That one was rough.
That one
I
was
gotta
rough.
say, that's gotta go an A for me.
Okay.
I think, yeah, I think that lines up. I think that's just about where I'd put it.
Okay. I'm gonna put that moment very much like Nami's. I'm very much into the culmination of things. I love watching how a thing builds on itself and how it gets like more and more and more as we go. So actually, nope, I take it back. I would put this one in A as well. Just because it's so devastatingly sweet. Like, you the person who understands that a skull and crossbones in a medical textbook means death is like, oh God.
Oh, the innocence is just radiating off of this boy.
And he's gotten beat the fuck up for it. It's, oh God. It hurts. It hurts.
It's just an extra kick in the teeth. This sick man is just like, yeah, give it to me, sure.
Fuck it.
I'll make you feel good in my final moments.
Yeah. All right. Cherry Blossom.
I gotta give, you know what? I thought about it for a second.
Yeah.
This is gonna be my first S.
Yeah.
I think my boy Chopper deserves it.
You can put mine in there too.
Because this was the first one that kind of made me break down.
I know I cried. And I know I cried harder than I ever
I
anticipated
know you cried
to.
because I told Vosh, I was like, oh, she cried at Chopper's backstory. And he was like, she cried at Chopper's backstory? She is going to kill herself when she gets to...
when we get to another thing that we'll talk about later.
Yeah.
It's not too far down the line.
And I agree.
Oh my God. The fact that I'm still sitting here is a miracle. All right. Do you want to do this one?
That makes it sound like Robin's backstory is like better than S, but
It's not. I mean,
they're comparable.
if we wanted to make more categories, we could, but that would be too much. I'm struggling enough with some of these as it is.
I can't see real good. What is that one?
It's Vivi's Goodbye.
Oh.
It's Vivi's Goodbye.
Oh, that's S.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
No, you go. I only did the last part of the last one.
Man, this is a long story.
So, basically what happens, we meet Vivi. She is a princess of this
Hold on.
What?
You meet Miss Wednesday.
I didn't know if you wanted it. You said this is a
You
long
meet
story,
Miss
so I was going to
Wednesday.
shorten it.
You meet Miss Wednesday, and I was fairly sure it's Mr. 9. It's Mr. 9? Mr. 9 or 10? It doesn't matter. You meet Miss Wednesday. Miss Wednesday's this nice blue-haired girl, and Mr. 9, I'm pretty sure, reminds
nice
you
blue-haired
of...
girl who has a duck.
Think Jesse and James from Pokemon, right? Like this dastardly duo shows up to kill this whale and bring it back to base as food.
Yeah.
And
that's where Laboon came in. We'll talk about him more later.
And so Oda decides to draw this dastardly villain with her hair down. And he's like, this kind of looks like a princess. So he does that. He makes her a princess. And now she's Princess Vivi. So Miss Wednesday's now transformed into Princess Vivi. Now she's undercover in this Baroque Works agency in order to... they don't know what they're working toward. All they know is that they're...
She wants to figure out who's at the top of the organization.
Well, she wants to figure out who's at the top, but the agency itself doesn't... The goons don't really know why they're doing what they're doing. They just know that there's some kind of plan from the boss, and they're getting paid.
That is true.
Yeah, so they do their jobs, and they do it well.
Yeah.
So, Baroque Works... so Princess Vivi somehow infiltrated it. She's the fucking princess, but whatever. We'll just leave that aside. This is not the only instance of this happening, mind you. Famous people somehow just infiltrate places. It'd be like Kanye West trying to infiltrate like a bar in Ohio and just chill. Like, sorry, it's not happening. So.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So. These people just are like, anyway. So Vivi is now part of Baroque Works, but she's undercover to try to figure out who's at the top. She ends up discovering that it's Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the seas.
They're back again.
Yeah, and the 7 warlords are feared across the land for being powerful, very, very powerful dogs of the government. But what's interesting is that Crocodile, being a warlord, should not be the head of a criminal facility. Okay? That would get his warlord status revoked because he's supposed to be a dog of the military. So he can't really engage in anti-government activity.
Oh.
Which is what he's doing.
I thought the idea was that they could still kind of do what they wanted as long as they answered the government something.
They can, but as soon as he revealed that his plan was to get Pluton, his ass was grass.
Oh, okay.
His ass was grass.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Okay, so and we'll get to that. So she ends up discovering that Crocodile is head of Baroque Works, and he's one of the 7 warlords as well. He's also a hero of Alabasta, her home country, which is about to undergo a civil war because there are areas of the country that have not gotten rain for so long, and it turned out that the king had been suspected of using this thing called dance powder, which is based on a real substance that is supposed to induce a rainfall. Now, the real substance is obviously not very powerful. The fictional substance is much more so. So basically, you burn the powder and it forms a steam that then attracts rain. The problem is the rain comes from other places, because that's how matter works. So you are taking rain from other places and putting it at what they thought was the capital. That's what they thought the king was doing. It turned out Crocodile and his minions were doing that, and they framed the king for it.
Yep.
King Cobra.
Yep.
And so Vivi's daughter decided to infiltrate Baroque Works.
Well, Cobra's daughter, Vivi. You said Vivi's daughter.
Sorry, Cobra's
okay.
daughter, Vivi. That's
I just
weird.
don't want to confuse
Vivi
anybody.
does not have a daughter. I don't think she wants kids.
I wouldn't blame her if she didn't.
No, she's not built for that. So, she's
built for fighting misinformation.
Yes. I forget how she figures out it's Baroque Works, to be honest.
I don't remember either. She finds out somehow.
Somehow she finds out this is the work of Baroque Works. So she infiltrates it as a member, Miss Wednesday, and ends up discovering that Crocodile's at the top. So,
It might be when they're on Little Garden.
we're not going to be able to get through all these.
I know.
We're like
weird.
explaining the
going into
entire saga, like the entire.
I tried to
Odyssey.
shorten it.
No. It's you and me. So anyway, I forgot what I was saying.
She infiltrates Baroque Works. So basically, what happens is after she figures out Crocodile's at the top of this,
I gotta pee.
She asks the Straw Hats, "Will you please come help me take back my country?" And
stop a rebellion.
And Luffy's like, "Will you feed me?" And she says, "Yes, we can have a feast afterward." And Luffy's like, "Great, then absolutely I will come to kick Crocodile's ass." So they get to Alabasta. Many things happen. Many more things than I am willing to go into right now. There are so many things that happen in Alabasta. The important things relating to Vivi's goodbye is that she and the Straw Hats eventually end up fighting several main members of Baroque Works. Luffy, of course, ends up fighting Crocodile. And he saves not only Vivi's dad, but he also ends up saving a beautiful woman in a cowboy hat who we come to know as Nico Robin, who we'll talk about in a little bit. So after they defeat Baroque Works, and after they have their big feast, and after everybody's healed up, and we've all had time to get our ish together, Luffy and crew decide that it's time to say goodbye. And they actually have to leave very quickly because the Marines are coming for their asses. Because they're pirates on an island that just had a lot of pirate activity that nearly decimated their livelihood and everything. So they're like, we can't stay here. The Marines are gonna get us if we do. So they go to leave. And Vivi, when they leave, goes out. It had been heavily implied that Vivi might join the Straw Hat crew. She eventually decides not to because she wants to stay in Alabasta and help her father to rebuild after the devastation that Crocodile and Baroque Works caused. But she goes out to the cliffs of Alabasta as the Straw Hats are sailing away on the Going Merry, and she has this very emotional goodbye where she tells them thank you for helping her, thank you for everything they've done for her. And she ends this speech by saying, "If we meet someday out on the sea, will you still call me a friend?" And the Straw Hats do not respond verbally. Because Vivi is now the Princess of Alabasta again, because she is no longer affiliated with Baroque Works, because the Marines are literally on their asses right there, the Straw Hats cannot declare any kind of allegiance to her. It would make her an enemy of the government if they did so.
Did you like the one with cilantro?
Yeah, I was gonna eat that one if
Okay.
you weren't gonna eat it.
No,
I was gonna save it for tomorrow, though.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Okay. So they can't respond to her in a way that would outright confirm that they are friends with her and that, you know, they are connected with each other. So earlier on in the arc, every one of the Straw Hats plus Vivi had marked the back of one of their arms with a black X because there were people in Baroque works who could imitate the appearances of other people, and they wanted to be certain that they knew who were their friends and who was not. So when Vivi calls out to the Straw Hats, if we meet each other again someday, will you still call me a friend? And they don't respond, at first she thinks that they are rejecting her, but as she looks closer, she sees that all of the Straw Hats have raised their hands with their backs to her so that she can see the black X's that marked all of them as each other's friends when they were in Alabasta. And this is their way of communicating to her that, yes, we will always be friends. And Vivi, upon seeing this, happily, tearfully waves them goodbye, and the Straw Hats sail off away from Alabasta. And much like Alec already pointed out, oh, I gotta reach. Oh, that one's not mine. That one's not mine. Oh my god, I forgot it was down here. Much like Alec already did with his, this is another, hi Wenry, Jesus Christ. This is another S moment for me. I'm just slowly moving it up to the top. There we go. This is another S moment for me. It's really beautiful. It feels so earned after all of the time that you spend with Vivi, and after all of the wishing that you may have done in wanting her to join the Straw Hat crew. It's just really sweet. It's really, really nice. And it definitely feels earned after all of the shit that the crew goes through in Alabasta to beat Crocodile and, get away and save Alabasta. It's like, this feels like we earned it. We earned this good cry. And after it's over, there's this really sweet moment where all the Straw Hats are like, we miss Vivi, and Zoro's like, get the fuck over it. If you really wanted her to stay, you should have just asked her to stay. You should have made her come. And everyone's like, Zoro, shut the fuck up. Everyone's like, Zoro, shut the fuck up, you emotional bitch.
Okay, I have a lot to say. So this is Will of D spoilers. We got the D mention in Alabasta, but that goes further, obviously.
When does it not?
I guess it's not spoilers. It's just like a theory. So like, the Will of D, right? Some people theorize that it's like the half moon. Some people theorize that it's a smile. Some people think that it stands for destiny or dawn or dreams. We don't know, right? Who knows what the D stands for, what it's supposed to symbolize. But the fact that there's the Will of D implies that, like, for some reason D was carried throughout the centuries because it's from the Void Century, right? And so it's like implied that like this was carried through the centuries for some reason, like the Will of D. And then Luffy goes and makes his mark the X, which makes XD, which is a laughing face. What did Roger do when he saw the One Piece?
Laugh.
He laughed.
Oh my god. Okay.
Sorry, spoiler.
No, it's okay.
But I mean, people know Roger saw the One Piece, so whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I should certainly hope.
So I think it's crazy. So
being like,
you better been fucking happy.
Mm.
Sure, weren't happy about your son. So
we'll talk about that later.
Oh yeah, no more spoilers. So for me personally.
Vivi's goodbye. S.
Oh yeah, you put S already.
Yeah. You were immediately like S, and I was like, I agree.
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh yeah, easy. All right, next, Nolan.
You can do this one.
Okay, so these are actually two things together because they are both part of the Skype arc. So I'll try and make this quick. So, how long ago did Nolan's story happen? Was that like 100 years ago?
About 400.
400 years ago. So 400 years ago, there was this guy named Nolan who was from some kingdom. I actually
Noland with a D.
Noland, not Nolan, Noland. It may sound like I'm saying Nolan at points. I promise I'm trying to enunciate the D at the end.
Fine.
So anyway, 400 years ago, there's a sailor named Nolan. He is exploring the world, as sailors are often wont to do, and he ends up getting caught in a knock-up stream, which knocks him all the way up to a sky island. No? What happened? I keep fucking shit up. I'm not trying to. I'm
He
100%
finds the island of gold.
What?
He just finds an island, and it's the island of gold. It's basic.
Oh, I forgot. So much shit happens. Oh my god. Anyway, he finds this island of gold. Okay. On this island of gold, he ends up meeting his husband. It's not his husband, but for all intents and purposes, they are husbands. He ends up meeting this warrior named Kalgra, who is part of the Shandora tribe, and they end up becoming friends. While they went from friends to enemies, they went from enemies to friends to lovers. They did the full mile, okay? The lovers is not canonical, but it is to me, okay? I've watched them. Anyway, I know some of you have too. That's not the point. Anyway, so Noland and Kalgra eventually have a bit of a falling out, and then during their falling out, Kalgra realizes that he shouldn't have blamed Nolan for what he blamed him
Nolan
for.
was an atheist.
What?
He was an atheist.
Okay. What does that have to do with this again?
Okay, Nolan got to the island.
Right.
And he saw that they were performing this ritual whereby they were sacrificing a woman to the snake god.
Yeah.
And the snake god was to eat the woman and thereby, like, bring peace or whatever the fuck. So, he interrupts this by cutting the head off of their god.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So they're pissed.
They're upset.
And he's like, dog, you cannot kill your own people over this. And the daughter, it was Kalgra's daughter. And the daughter was just relieved. Like, of course she didn't want to die. She said that she was fine with it, but she was not. So, she's relieved. But basically, it takes some convincing. Eventually, they come around and they're like, okay, he's just trying to help us out. So, I think what ends up happening is he ends up curing a disease that many of the villagers are getting. And that's where they really started to trust him. Because he's a botanist.
I do remember that.
He's a botanist, and he is able to cure their disease. So they end up trusting him because he fucking saved them. They're like, okay, yeah, fuck God. Medicine's awesome. So medicine is awesome now, except it's not. Because what ends up happening is, it turns out Noland is he understands that the trees that they kind of worship, because they're thought to contain the spirits of their dead ancestors, are diseased. And he begins chopping them down. So they are pissed. Kalgra specifically is quite pissed because he's convinced that he just cut down all of these spiritual trees that housed the spirits of their ancestors. And Noland, upon realizing this, understands, yeah, that's pretty fucked up. I didn't know that. So my boy fucked up, and he was basically excommunicated from the island. But he didn't really take the time to explain to them why he did it. Yeah. And so it ended up being, I believe, Kalgra's daughter who did? I forget who.
Someone close to him.
Yeah, somebody explains why they did it. And then Kalgra runs to the shore while they're going, oh yeah, I forgot to mention there's this giant bell that they like to ring.
Yeah.
So anyway, they start ringing this fucking bell, and Kalgra runs to the shore, and he's like, our bell will ring for you, husband.
Until you come back.
Until you come back.
And it is a really emotional moment, and it's like, oh God, these two friends.
But then the unthinkable happens.
Someone dies.
Nolan goes back to his king and says, I found this awesome land of gold, because he's an idiot and a bootlicker. But I digress. The king says that's sick, so he decides to put together his entire navy. They're gonna go get this gold. They show up and the island is gone. It is not where Nolan found it. It is just water.
Yep.
And they don't know why.
Nolan
so the
doesn't have an
king,
answer.
being a reasonable, well, you know, reasonably smart person says, okay, you fucking lied to me. Why? And Nolan says, I swear to God, there was a piece of land there like 2
Swear
days
to God,
ago, bro.
on my
I
mama,
swear
no cap.
it was there. So, he ends up getting executed, Roger style.
Yeah.
So,
What is it with this world and their main form of execution being like, let me stab you?
turns out this entire island was blown into the sky by what's called a knock-up stream.
It's basically like a perpetual geyser of ocean water, and it's so big and so powerful that it can
And the
literally
timing-
knock shit up into the sky.
The timing for Nolan could not have been worse. It was the worst luck that any man has ever had.
Yeah.
So, this knock-up string knocks this land up. It's so rare that nobody even fucking knew it happened.
Right.
So, like, this knock-up string knocks this piece of land into the sky, into a sky island which exists, by the way, on clouds. Because, what the fuck? So, it gets knocked up into the sky island, and then the sky islanders, because people live there, decide, we're gonna raid this and make it our own. Because Earth, dirt, is very valuable up there. They call it Verth. Because they don't have any. So they're like, oh, wow. It basically just imagine like a gigantic gold, like, mountain just falls on your land. And you're like, okay, I mean, this is mine now. So that's what it was. And they raided it, and there's a lot of, like, imperialism
Colonization.
colonization
yeah.
commentary.
Skypiea
because
is-
essentially
yeah.
they proclaim themselves God over this land.
Yeah.
Lots of Christian vibes.
Honestly, yeah, that too. So that all happens. Nolan is executed. Kagura also swears after they get knocked up into the sky and they begin fighting with the sky people that are up there that try to claim the land of the Shandorans as their own. He's like, we keep ringing that bell because that's the only way Nolan is going to be able to figure out what happened and be able to find us again, is if he knows we accidentally got knocked into the sky because we keep ringing this bell. And it's very tragic. Kagura eventually dies. They stop ringing the bell because it becomes clear, of course, that Nolan must be dead now too.
Well, when they got knocked into the sky, the bell got shot. The belfry got shot up.
Yeah.
On the top of Jack, like Big Jack.
Yes.
The vine.
Yes.
So they couldn't ring the bell.
Yeah. So all this fighting goes on. 400 years pass. We get to the present day. The Straw Hat crew goes to a knock-up stream as well, gets knocked up into the sky. They then spend some time on Skypiea. They figure out about Enel, or Inaru, if you've watched the English version. Enel is what's used in the manga, Inaru in the English
I forgot
dub.
it was Anaru.
I know. In the English dub of One Piece, he's called Inaru. But anyway, Enel has proclaimed himself to be the god of Skypiea. He uses his lightning devil fruit abilities to keep everything in line. And he wants to destroy Upper Yard or destroy Skypiea because why again?
He has a god
I'm remembering
complex.
so much.
He has a god complex.
Okay.
He proclaims that the Sky Islands are unnatural.
Mm-hmm.
He says, this is unnatural and I don't like it very much, sir. And he
Mhm.
decides, I'm gonna kill this motherfucker. So he uses his intellect. He's very smart.
He is.
He, like, technically very smart. He uses his intellect, and his devil fruit to make this gigantic golden boat, which floats, right? It's an airship.
Yes.
And he calls this Arc Maxim. And Arc Maxim's job is to work together, essentially, with Enel's power and evaporate the Sky Islands.
Mhm.
Right? That's his goal.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And realizing anything?
I'm making connections. Continue,
Yeah,
please.
Exactly.
Yeah, just
so,
shut up.
Because he proclaims that this is unnatural. That's the only reason he gives. So,
So, in summation,
he basically succeeds. He's almost, he's basically there. Like,
He's
I
like
think
this close.
He like actually does destroy a big portion of the island.
Yes.
And
It is-
thankfully all the people had evacuated because
Right.
of course it's anime, whatever.
Right.
So like they're fine, but like,
I think they also find out that they find out eventually, like, oh, Enel is bad and we should leave.
they knew Enel was bad. He was a tyrannical god, like he was a dictator. So they knew he was bad.
Right.
But like, they just didn't question him because they didn't know what the fuck to do.
Right.
What they didn't know is that he was human.
Right.
And then it could be beat.
So all this to say, Luffy, of course, fights Enel and ends up kicking his ass because Enel's devil fruit, as I said before, is lightning. Luffy is rubber. Rubber does not conduct electricity, so Enel can do basically nothing against this crazy-ass crackhead. It's still a hard fight, don't get me wrong. It's still a hard fight. But eventually, Luffy manages to kick Enel's ass, and in doing so, rings the golden bell for the first time in like 400 years. And the silhouette there that you see is the silhouette that appears in the sky above Jaya, which was where the original piece of the Shandorians' land was before it got knocked up into the sky. On Jaya, the guy who is a descendant of Noland is sitting there and sees this giant shadow of...
Mont Blanc cricket.
Yes. Sees this giant shadow of Luffy and hears the golden bell ringing. And it's really nice. It's a really nice end to the arc. It's really...
And now Wiper and Cricket have to be boyfriends because their grandfathers were. Is that incest? I don't know. It doesn't matter.
I don't think that's how that works. I don't think that's how that works. But anyway, so where would you rank Nolan's, I guess, execution story?
I would say this represents his whole story.
Yeah.
I would put this... I would say A, just because they're not Straw Hats. Like, I'm not gonna...
You're on mine
oh,
again.
My bad. That's not gonna be my criteria every time. But like, I don't know. I feel like... every excuse I have doesn't seem to add up because Corazon we didn't have for very long either. Man.
There's a lot of people we didn't have for very long.
Why did I not put this in S? I know I'm right. I just have to justify it. Like, it's sad, but like...
It's here... I think I have a way of putting it. Maybe you'll agree with this, maybe you won't. It is sad.
It's more fantastical sad.
Well, there is that, but also, and this applies to many of the moments that we will probably put high up on the list, as well as many of the moments from backstories in general. But there's the tragedy of Noland is that you already know the ending. You're told the story of Noland the liar before you actually get the official backstory in like a flashback, essentially. So after you know the story of Noland the liar, and then we flash back into the past and see the actual Noland and what he did, it's like, oh, this is going to end badly for you. The question is, how did we get there? And then the emotion of how we got there really makes that tragic ending
what's
almost
crazy?
even more tragic.
You know what I just thought of?
Wow.
In the book, when he's killed, he's got a big old grin on his face.
Yeah.
And in the backstory, he does not.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's crazy. You cannot overanalyze One Piece.
You actually can't. I've encountered
down to
very...
Sanji's eyes.
I don't want to talk about it. For
Gotta
me...
be real. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry.
Sorry, you haven't done
no,
this
you're
yet.
fine. For me, this one would also go in A because I remember becoming so unexpectedly invested in Noland and Kagura and how the Shandorans and the Skypians like came into conflict with each other, and seeing, and the thing that really got me, and I think that this, and I think you'll agree with this as well, was that it wasn't just the fact that Noland got executed, it was the fact that Kagura didn't know and continued to try and ring the bell because he thought he was still waiting for his friend to come back. and no one would have figured out that either like Noland was already dead or.
Well, wait, they didn't continue ringing the
They
bell.
tried to though. Like they were fighting to get back to the bell, and the Skypeans were stopping them. Like,
I was
like
confused, 'cause
Kagura,
I thought you were saying they
know
were
one
still
of.
ringing it.
Yeah, no, they tried. You were right. They tried. That's why they kept fighting the Skypeans like throughout Upper Yard, is because they were trying to get back to the bell.
That's part
but
of
then but then of course after Kagura died, and after the story of Kagura and Noland would have faded in memory for the Shandoran people, it then became more of a like, we are fighting the Skypeans because we want to keep our land, which was also why they were fighting them to begin with. The bell was just like part of that quest.
It is also theorized that Skypiea is essentially a mini version of what happened during the Void Century.
I can see it.
Or like, I guess, what will happen at the end of One Piece. Or both. It could be a combination. Like, Oda loves his parallels and his inversions and his, like, he loves rhetorical tricks. Like, he's 360 no-scoping this rhetorical motherfucker.
Yeah.
Very good at what he does.
So then what about Luffy's victory?
That's a D for me. Like, I just, like, it's fine. It's a satisfying ending. It's just not making me cry.
Yeah, I would put it in C, for pretty similar reasons. I do remember being like, yes! Woo! Yeah, we did it! We rang the fucking bell!
We beat God.
We beat God!
For the first time.
For the first time. But the thing was, like, I was more emotional about Noland and Kagura than I was about the bell actually getting rung, and the reason I was emotional about the bell getting rung was based in them. So their story to me is more emotional than the culmination of it in this case. So no offense to that moment, it's just, it's cool, I like it, but I like them that, so.
Okay.
All right, the next two also go together, and in fact, I don't know why they aren't just being counted as the same moment, because it is it's literally like, these two things happen within the span of an episode, they happen together.
Honestly,
basically.
yeah, these can be a package deal.
These are a package deal, so I'm gonna put these two on the same place, despite the fact that they are two separate things. But here's what happens. The Straw Hats, after leaving Skypiea, go to Water 7, which is known as a fantastic place to go get your ship fixed, because their ship, the Going Merry, has been through some shit. She has been up in the sky, she has crashed back down to the ocean multiple times.
She came to life to fix herself.
She's a queen, she's a goddess, we love her, she needs some repairs. So they go to Water 7. While they are at Water 7 and they get their ship assessed, they also have a fuck ton of money to get
which they stole from Skypiea,
which they did
even
steal.
though the Skypeans were chasing them with a gigantic column of gold.
It's fine.
Because the Straw Hats thought that they were about to attack them, but the Skypeans were trying to thank them. So they made out like bandits with 300 million berries, but could have gotten like who knows how many fucking billion from that column of gold. Just throwing that out there anyway.
It's a running gag in the show. They never have enough money anyway, so it is. But so anyway, they have all this money to repair the Merry. During their time on Water 7, the money gets stolen. Usopp is the one who is in charge of the money, or at least a part of the money, when it gets taken. And it's very upsetting. They also find out that the Merry cannot be repaired. The keel of the ship, the keel is the center of the boat, so like the boat is like this, right?
You know that part?
The keel is the part in the middle where my wrists are touching, that's the keel.
You know that part on your crotch where like there's a seam? That's the keel.
Sure, you can also think of it like the human spine. It keeps everything balanced and together. So the keel is cracked, which basically means like they would basically have to build the ship from the bottom up, and like they can't repair the Merry. They can't put her back to her original condition. So Luffy makes the decision to replace the Merry. And this is the correct decision to make. If they were to try and repair the Merry, they would basically be building a new ship, which gets into a whole thought experiment called the Ship of Theseus, which I won't get into. Look it up yourself if you're curious. So anyway, Luffy makes this decision as the captain that they are going to replace the boat. And and everybody knows this except for Usopp, because Usopp unfortunately got beat the fuck up by the guys who stole the money from him, which was the Frankie family. That's a whole other thing. We'll talk about Frankie in a little bit, because Frankie's also part of this arc. So Usopp gets beat the fuck up. Everybody else besides him knows about their plan to replace the Mary, in simple terms. When Usopp wakes up back on the ship, everybody is there except for Robin, but that's a whole other thing. We're focusing on this for right now. We'll talk about the other things in a minute. But so Luffy then tells Usopp we're replacing the Mary. And despite the fact that this is the correct decision to make, Luffy goes about telling Usopp of his decision in a very wrong way. Despite the fact that Luffy is very emotionally mature and understands what people need to hear, even if they don't necessarily want to hear it, that doesn't seem to come across here, because he just tells Usopp we're replacing the Mary, and Usopp, when he expresses...
He engaged in a little toxic positivity.
Yeah, it was not the right move. So Usopp, upon hearing Luffy's decision, is very upset, because he's also dealing with the fact that he no longer feels as though he's worthy of the crew because he lost all the money, or part of the money, and he feels weak because he got beat up and couldn't even stand up to the Frankie family to try and get the money back. And so hearing Luffy say that he wants to replace the ship that Usopp has spent so much time, energy, and now, quite frankly, blood on protecting and investing in, Luffy just seems to write off everything that the Mary and Usopp, in his subconsciously, Usopp himself, have been through, by just saying we're replacing it. And so Usopp takes this extremely personally, and he and Luffy start to go back and forth a little bit, and it gets very heated. And Luffy ends up almost telling Usopp to leave. Like, straight up just says, if you don't like the way I run things, then you can just get out. And before he can finish, Sanji kicks him in the face. And it was so, I remember sitting there and being like, thank you, oh my god, someone stop them, please. Someone stop them. This is so bad.
And Zoro did not move a fucking muscle, mind you.
Zoro just kind of let that happen. That was not the best move, my brother. He has the emotional range of a teaspoon. It's a problem. He needs to relax.
No,
anyway.
What I meant was he let Sanji kick his captain.
Oh, yeah, no. Oh, okay, that's what you meant. Okay, never mind. Disregard what I said. That doesn't matter anymore. So anyway, so Sanji's basically like, you need to stop before you say something you regret. And Luffy is like, I'm sorry, that was not what I meant.
I apologize for my outburst.
I apologize for my outburst. Now, he doesn't apologize for the Mary, which is what Usopp's really looking for in this moment, because, as I said, Usopp's dealing with some internal shit with himself. So what ends up happening is Usopp says, I'm leaving, and Luffy, I'm challenging you to a duel, because you're not my captain anymore, so now I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. And if I win, I'm taking the Mary. And if you win, then I will leave. So they wait around for a bit. I'm sitting on the couch being like, we can't do this right now. There's already a problem happening.
That Katie knew for the second time that this show is real.
This is some real shit happening right here.
Water 7 is magical.
This some real shit happening right here.
Yeah.
So, Jesus fuck. So,
maybe even for like the third or fourth time arguably.
Yeah. So, so they end up having this duel. And Usopp really goes all out for this shit. He has a bunch of dials that they got in Skypiea and other little tricks that he uses to really, like, rough Luffy up a little bit. He locks the fuck in, and he fights Luffy pretty fucking hard. Now, the thing is, the audience knows that despite Usopp's little tricks, and despite the fact that he's locked the fuck in, and despite the fact that he is fighting with everything he has, all it takes is like 2 punches from Luffy, and Usopp's down. And Usopp loses the fight.
I think it was just one.
It may have been just one. I feel like Luffy punched him at least once, and Usopp got up one time, and then Luffy punched him again. But I could be wrong. It might have just been the one.
Face once.
It's entirely possible. I could be misremembering. It's entirely possible. So, after beating Usopp up and telling Usopp, you know, we're done and the Mary is yours, despite the fact that Usopp lost the fight, Luffy gives him the Mary. And as Luffy walks away, he looks up at he's standing near the ship, and Zoro's standing there, and he says, I can't do this. And Zoro says, you have to. This is part of what it means to be captain. Because if you don't stand firm, what will the rest of us do? And it's really the first moment that Luffy has to reckon with this idea that being the captain doesn't just mean that he gets to have a good time with his friends all the time. A captain has to be a leader, and a captain has to do hard things and has to make difficult decisions. And in this moment, Luffy makes the decision to leave Usopp and to basically be like, he's not a member of our crew anymore. And he takes the rest of the Straw Hats with him from the Mary, leaves Usopp bleeding and bruised in the dirt, and the arc continues from there. And there's a few other moments that we'll talk about from Water 7 in just a moment. But that is the two moments that are next to each other right here. So where would you put Luffy and Usopp's fight and confrontation?
I mean, obviously S.
Okay.
Clear S. Like, no contest. Like, you're talking about, like, a crew member conflict with a lot of emotional trauma. You know, like, that was built up over the entirety of this series up to this point, with Usopp feeling like he is not good enough for this crew. And then
it becomes really obvious how much he defined himself by being able to keep the Mary afloat. Like, he stopped being his sniper self for a good bit and was just focused on making sure the Mary made it.
Yeah, like, and he considered the Mary a part of the crew, so like, if we can get rid of the Mary, then we can get rid of me too.
Yeah.
And I'm the weakest one, I'm the most pathetic one, I'm not good enough.
Yeah.
So I'm the dead weight. And he literally says the words dead weight. Get rid of your dead weight and move on. So like, yeah, S for me, yeah.
I would say the same. This was also, as you'll see when we get to moments later on in Water 7, this is a moment where it's kind of like there's so much going on, and yet despite everything else that's going on within the context of Water 7, not just with the Straw Hats, with Water 7 itself and with other characters we've met in Water 7, this moment is really given the emotional weight that it deserves. And it's really focused in on. And of course, throughout the rest of the arc, we ask ourselves, like, is Usopp coming back? Like, how is he going to get back? What needs to happen? And everything. Beautiful. So yeah, I would agree. This is definitely S. It was also one of the moments where I was like, I didn't think it was allowed for us to lose more than one crew member at a time. I was like, this doesn't feel correct. We shouldn't have lost the one. We definitely shouldn't be losing more than one. All right.
The only one we should be losing is Zoro.
And that's because it's a gag. Yeah. All right. Next we have, I guess, just Frankie's backstory in general, because that's like the culminating moment in the picture right there.
Yeah. I mean, it's alright.
It's alright. So, Frankie, I mentioned the Frankie
I think it's
family.
Perfect for what it is.
Yeah, I mentioned the Frankie family earlier. The Frankie family is named after their leader, who is Frankie. Frankie has lived on Water 7 for his entire life, or at least he's lived on Water 7 since, in his words, his dumbass parents ditched him.
His pirate parents.
His pirate parents ditched him.
For those who know, they know, like, who speculated to be Frankie's dad.
My legs. Anyway, So Frankie grows up on Water 7. He grows up as the apprentice of this shipwright named Tom, who is a fishman. Tom very famously built the ship for Gold D. Roger. Gold Roger's ship was the Oro Jackson, and Tom was the one that built it. Frankie has been his apprentice for many, many years. So after Gold Roger is executed, and the government is like, we need to erase any trace of this man, they come to Water 7. And they're like, Tom, you're under arrest because you built the ship for the last king of the pirates. And Tom is like, okay, great, I'm under arrest and you're going to execute me. But what if I told you I have this great idea for a train that can run on the water? And the government's like, really? And he's like, yeah, it could connect Water 7 and it could connect other government facilities like Ennie's Lobby. So will you let me do it? And they're like, yeah, sure, your execution is postponed. Like, let's go. So Tom ends up building the sea train, and the sea train connects Water 7 to other islands. It connects Water 7 to government facilities like Ennie's Lobby. And
So Tom builds public transportation.
Yeah. And it revitalizes...
High-speed rail, to be exact.
Yeah, and it revitalizes Water 7's economy because now they can more easily trade with other places. So everyone's like, fucking...
So Tom invents high-speed rail.
So Tom invents high-speed rail.
For the fucking water.
For the water. Because he's a fucking badass. Because he's a boss. And
because fuck planes.
Because fuck planes. Well, there is a hot air balloon that we see later. We got Big News Morgan's hot air balloon blimp, whatever the fuck. So there's kind of planes, but it's not planes. It's floating things. Anyway, so Frankie, right around the time the sea train is meant to finish and the sea train is finished and Tom is meant to be acquitted of all criminal charges, this nasty ass, stuck up, ugly motherfucker named Spondum shows up at Water 7. That's legit his name. I hate him so much. He gives Spam a bad name. I feel bad for Spam on their behalf. But Spondum comes to Tom and is like, hey, I think you have the blueprints for this ancient weapon. Can I have them, please? And Tom's like, no, I don't have those. That's ridiculous. Why would you ever think that? And also, if I did, I wouldn't give them to you. Fuck you. And Spondum doesn't like this. So he invents basically a way for Tom to be taken down and for him to not be acquitted of all charges, to instead have a crime to his name and, be executed because he's that petty bitch. So he takes these battleships that Frankie has built and he gets the battleships to attack Water 7. And it's a devastating attack. Frankie is horrified that his inventions were used in this way. His adopted brother tells him, like, I'm never gonna fucking forgive you for doing this. I told you this was dangerous. And Frankie himself is like, I disavow these creations. They never should have been built. It's my fault. Like, I wish I had never built them. And Tom's like, you can shut your mouth now. Shut the fuck up. You never regret anything you build. You do it with gusto, god damn it. And it's great. So Tom ends up taking the fall for this crime. He's carted off to Ennie's Lobby and, presumably to his death. Frankie, being so devastated by what has happened, tries to stop the sea train. So he goes out into the middle of the water, thanks to his frog friend who can swim. Because, by the way, there's a frog that can do the front crawl. He's great. He goes out in the middle of the sea train's tracks and stands in front of this moving locomotive high-speed train and tries to stop it with his scrawny-ass 16-year-old body. And he gets fucked the fuck up. And that's how he ends up becoming a cyborg. And that takes us then basically to the present. So with all that in mind, where would you rank Frankie's backstory? Because I do agree with you, like, it's all right. It's perfect for what it is. It explains everything about Frankie. You're on mine. You're on mine again.
I keep doing that.
I know. I would do the same thing.
I'm gonna have to go with B.
I also have to go with B.
Like,
I agree.
I would say at this point in the story, I'm invested enough that it's still above these early ones.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
But if it were, like, it's the same tier, kind of,
yeah.
almost as the... It's not quite the same tier. Like, it's got like an extra layer to it, but not by much.
Yeah. It's great for what it is, like, and I will admit there were some, like, especially the moment where Tom was like, don't you dare regret anything you've built, you do it with gusto. I was like, that's powerful. That's real good.
Considering the next one...
Oh boy,
it kind of felt like
let's talk about the next one.
And I think this is going to have to be my last one.
Okay, that's very fair. Let's talk about this. Oh, fuck. The moment where I was so emotionally devastated, and yet I could not stop watching.
This is the moment where Moist Critical Charlie decided, okay, this show's worth watching.
Okay, this fucks. So, when we get to Water 7, and the Straw Hat crew is out exploring the city, and doing what they do, going shopping, restocking, just having a good fucking time looking for some shipwrights in this city that is totally based on Venice, Italy. Robin ends up going missing. She just disappears. No one can find her. She is with Chopper in a bookstore 1 second, and then the next second...
She didn't get to go in the bookstore.
She didn't even get to go in the bookstore! My homie! Oh, God, that sucks! She didn't even get to go in the bookstore. She was outside a bookstore. Chopper went in, and then right as she was about to go in, some guy with the mask comes up to her and is like, CP9. And it's like, what the fuck does that mean? And so she disappears. Chopper goes out to try and find her because he realizes she's not with him. He can't find her. Chopper eventually finds, Sanji sees Robin at one point and tries to go after her, asking her, hey, what are you doing? What's up? And then she just fucking disappears. Chopper and Sanji eventually meet up and are like, have you seen Robin? Yes, we've both seen Robin and we both lost Robin. So what is going on? So eventually, Chopper and Sanji find Robin. And Chopper and Sanji find Robin. And they're like, Robin, you're here. How wonderful. Can you come back with us now? There's a lot of shit going on and you need to be there for it because we have to make some decisions as a crew. And she's like, I can't. I'm not coming back with you. Sorry. You'll never see me again. Thank you for all the kindness you showed me. Peace. And both Chopper and Sanji are like, that feels illegal. That feels like something that we should not be allowed to do. Because Robin, I know you weren't here when we first got Nami. And Chopper, you weren't here either. But I was, Sanji said. And I remember when Nami tried to leave, she was not allowed. So why is this allowed now? And when they inform the rest of the crew about what has happened, the rest of the crew is like, that's not allowed. That's not allowed. You can't just hand in your resignation on this crew. Once you've said you're with this crew for life. And that gets, very much delved into later on. So, the rest of the crew, during the onset of this giant storm in Water 7 called Aqua Laguna, there's also some conspiratorial shit that's going on with the mayor of Water 7. He nearly gets assassinated. The Straw Hats nearly get blamed for it. It's a whole thing, and it eventually culminates in the Straw Hat Pirates confronting Robin, as well as confronting agents of CP9. Agents of CP9, the secret government organization, who were undercover as shipwrights at Water 7. What? Hello. What are you doing, baby? Baby. Your baby.
They're eating the dog. They're eating the dog.
Hello to the people.
The cats.
Where?
They're eating.
You are so ridiculous. Anyway, so. Come on.
This is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. As far
What are you doing, bud?
rallies are concerned, as far as the reason they
What are you
go is they
doing?
like what I say.
What? You want to come up? Okay. You. Oh, I hit the microphone with my ear. Hello. Hello, Bubba. Hello, Bubba. Bring the kitty. Oh, the baby. Oh, the baby. Oh, the baby. Hold on, she's chin scratches. Yes, you the good boy. So, the mayor of Water 7, there's shit going on with him. Turns out that some of the shipwrights working for the Galley Law Company, which the mayor also owns and runs and helps to run, is actually full of secret government agents from CP9. CP stands for Cypherpol. Cypherpol is like the top government intelligence agencies. They're ranked from 0 to 9. And so these agents have been tasked with getting these really super secret blueprints, the same blueprints that Spondum wanted from Tom years ago, because as it turns out, Tom entrusted the blueprints to one of his apprentices, and one of his apprentices is the mayor of Water 7. Now, of course, he doesn't have the blueprints. Somebody else does. We'll talk about that in a moment, possibly. I'm trying to make this as short as possible. But anyway, Robin is helping CP9 try to assassinate the mayor of Water 7 for these blueprints. And he is like, why in the hell are you working with the government? What is going on? You are wanted by the government. Why? And Robin's like, because if I do this for the government, the rest of my crew goes free. So it comes to light that the whole reason Robin is doing all of this, the reason she left the crew, the reason she's working with CP9, the reason she allowed the Straw Hats to get framed with a murder they did not commit, is because if she does what the government wants, the government will let the Straw Hats leave Water 7 basically scot-free, as long as she goes with them and does what they say. So, upon learning this, the Straw Hats are all like, okay, we get it.
Case of blackmail.
It's a good old case of blackmail. So the Straw Hats are all like, okay, we see that. We see the sacrifice you're making, and fuck that, we're getting you back. So they go to Ennie's lobby. They follow Robin on the C train with another C train to Ennie's lobby so that they can break in and rescue her. So, when they get there, they fight through a whole bunch of shit. It's absolutely insane. They fight with some CP9 agents. And then, while they're standing... You good, fam? Okay. While they're standing there, trying to get the rest of the way into Ennie's lobby so they can go save Robin, fucking Spondum and Rob Lucci are like, do you want to know the reason why Nico Robin is better off dead than alive, and why she's a demon, and all this other crazy ass shit they've been saying about why Robin doesn't deserve to be alive. And it all comes back to Robin's home island of Ohara. And Ohara, 20 years ago, Robin is currently 28 at this point in the story. 20 years ago, when she was 8 years old, she was living on Ohara, which was this island of scholars. And she herself was in training to be an archaeologist. She was studying history. She can read poneglyphs. And she has been living on Ohara with this like little group of archaeologists and historians and researchers. Nerds. She's been living the dream. She's living my dream. Getting to live in a giant ass library with a bunch of nerds and talk about books all day.
History nerds adopted her.
I love it for her. So all of that is great and fine and awesome. Life is going well. And then the government finds out that the researchers, historians, archaeologists of Ohara have been researching the Void Century, which is forbidden knowledge. You're not allowed to research the Void Century. If you do, you will be swiftly dealt with by being killed, basically. So they come to Ohara, and Robin basically watches her entire home get destroyed. It is horrifying. She first watches her teacher, her mentor.
By Spandam's dad, mind you.
That's right. Oh my God. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Man, I forgot how generational this beef was.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Really, there's so much generational beef that goes on in this show. It's ridiculous.
Yes.
It's crazy. So, so basically, Robin watches her mentor, Professor Clover, be killed in front of her. She watches the Navy start setting fire to her island. She gets one hug from her mother, who she has not seen since she was a baby. She gets one hug from her mom. Her mom tells her she loves her and to continue on living, and then her mother puts her in the hand of a giant man and says, keep my daughter safe, and then presumably dies off screen. It's horrible. And Robin, who is...
Knowing Oda, who knows?
Who knows? So Robin, who I would really like to emphasize this again, is 8 years old. She's an 8-year-old baby. She's a child, like a baby child.
Proper
like a
fetus.
Basically. So I really want to emphasize that, because what the government does afterward, I mean, what the government's doing in this story currently is like batshit insane. But this was like before I realized how batshit insane the government of One Piece actually is, like how batshit the world government actually is. And this was something where I was like, we are watching an active genocide. The government is killing an island full of people. Oh my God. So, as Robin is being carried by this giant whose name is Saul to get to the coast of Ohara and hopefully escape, Saul is incapacitated by Admiral Aokiji, is frozen, basically half solid, and tells Robin, you need to run. The sea is a vast place. Someday you will find friends who won't ever leave you, but you have to run now. And Robin gets in a boat and sails away from Ohara by herself in a rowboat, not even a sailboat, a fucking rowboat. And behind her, her island is burning. And she has no way of figuring out how to even begin processing this. And so the last thing you see of her, even near Ohara, she's in this boat, her island burning behind her, and all she's trying to do is imitate Saul's laugh to try and make herself feel better. And it's devastating.
It's pretty bad.
It's so bad. It's like 2 or 3 episodes worth of just like L after L after L after L, reaching a new low of how bad can this get? And then it gets worse. So, that's the backstory. That doesn't even include what's about to happen right now in the present day. Because after Spondam and Lucci are like, do you see now why she deserves to die? And Robin herself tells the Straw Hats, I didn't ask you to come here. I just want to die. There's no way I can ever have what I really want. One day you'll be forced to betray me and leave me behind. So just let me die now. I would rather that happen and save myself the pain. And that is almost verbatim what she says. It's awful. And devastating. And Luffy's like, okay, well, if you want to die that bad, fine, but you have to die with me. And it's like, what? And he's like, no, if you're gonna die, then okay, but you're dying with me on our ship with our crew, so we're getting you back, and then you can decide what you want. And Robin is, you know, still very much like, I just want you to get out of here and be safe, please. I am not worth saving. And Spondam goes on this whole thing about, like, you see that world government flag up there? That represents 100 and whatever countries that all declare allegiance to the world. He goes on for a fucking minute. And Luffy is like, okay, so Sniper King, who is Usopp, I don't give a fuck about the bit right now. He's like, Sniper King, shoot down that flag. And in a single Firebird star shot, declares war on the entire world government for one woman. One woman. And I respect that. I, too, would do many things for Nico Robin. So I have no judgments. No judgments, no notes. It was perfect. So after doing this, and after Robin seeing that these are people who are ready to go the full mile to get her back, these are her true friends. These are the people that Saul was talking about when he told her that someday she would find friends who will never leave her. Luffy looks up at her and says, Robin, there's one more thing I want to hear you say. Tell me you want to live. And I'm gonna try and keep it together. I'm really gonna try and keep it together here. I'm gonna try really hard. It's really difficult talking about this moment because I perpetually get emotional over it. I don't think I ever won't. It's like the ending of Coco. For those of you who have watched the amazing Pixar movie Coco, the end of Coco should always make you cry or at least tear up really hard. That's how I feel about this. So, Robin has this internal monologue, which is devastatingly beautiful, about how, is it okay if I save my wish just this one time? If I can just say it once now, that could be enough. If I'm really allowed to say what I really want just this one time. And you already know what she's gonna say. Luffy has already told her what he wants to hear. You know what her line's about to be as it builds up to it. And yet, when she finally screams out, and no shade to the sub, there is no shade to the sub actors are great. If I hear any of you saying anything about sub or dub being better, I'll fight you. They're both good, okay? However, the English dub version of this line devastated me more than many things have in my life. It ripped out my soul. And Alec and I found out at a con we went to, and I'm blanking on the voice actress's name at this exact moment, but we found out that Robin's voice actor did that line in one take. And if you go and watch the English dub version of the line that I'm about to talk about, that I've been talking about, that's the one take. That's the one take they did of that line. It is the take that is used in the English dub version of the show. And Robin screams out to Luffy, the Straw Hats, CP9, all of Eni's lobby. She just screams out, I want to live. Take me with you. Take me away from here. And I need a sec. Fuck. Damn it. Oh, God. I have to keep it together, keep it together, keep it together, keep it together. Oh, my God. Okay. It gets me so hard, man.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. But after she screams this, everything kicks into high gear. The Straw Hats all have their individual fights with various members of CP9. They fight their way through the Marines. Robin and Frankie eventually get free, and they kick Spondum's ass, and it's great. She breaks that man's back, and it's awesome. And they eventually get off of Eni's lobby, and they get Robin back, and it is so wonderfully cathartic.
So
And
anyway,
if I keep talking about it, I'm gonna cry. So put it in S.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I mean, a lot of people rightfully call this the best arc of One Piece.
Oh, God. It's so good, but it hurts so bad. Oh, my God. It's so good, but I've never felt more attacked in my life.
Our S tiers are exactly the same.
I feel like that's how it should be.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
I don't know if there's any way to save this.
I don't either.
So I'll have to go back and look at the VOD.
Okay.
And just...
You could also screenshot it.
Yeah. Hold on.
Just like maximize one window and then screenshot yours and then maximize the other window and then screenshot mine.
Yeah.
I was hoping we'd get to the time skip, but I forgot how much we yap. Which is nobody's fault. It's just how we are.
We didn't even get close to the time skip.
No, we did not. We got like halfway to it. Fuck. Oh, God. Christ. Well, I'm glad honestly, though, I am glad I don't have to talk about Ace and Robin in one night. I think I'll die. I have to talk about Marineford. I'll fucking scream. Oh my God. This is just moments. This isn't even like people. Like, this was inspired by 2 tier lists done by Melonty on YouTube. One of the villains of One Piece and one of the mentors of One Piece. And those are just people. This is moments. Okay? Oh my lordy.
Okay, I got him saved.
Alright, sweet. Good.
Okay, I'm sleepy and I have work tomorrow.
I technically have a class.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not super early. I'm not concerned. I'll be able to get enough sleep.
Gotcha. All right. Let's see, Riverboat Jack is live.
If you disagree with any of our One Piece opinions, then that's your right, but also we are correct. Both of us, even with our differing opinions, both of us are correct.
You're allowed to be wrong. It's fine.
You're also allowed to be wrong.
Hold on. Okay. All right. You guys are going to Riverboat Jack. Thank you so much for joining. Love you all. Have a great rest of your week.
We'll be back with this another time.
Yes, and I will try to be back on Friday. No guarantees. I've been cleaning up a lot of stuff in my life and getting some various side work done, so I will try to be back on Friday, but I will not make any promises. Anyway, take care. Love you all. Have a great night.
Bye, guys.